This is bullshit. I demand to speak with the manager. Someone shouted in front of the gravitas. Xianxia stood in front of that person with a smile. We have publicly shown the time until the gravitas closes for the past decades. You have seen the countdown when you have bought your current weapon. The time is up, and we have just closed shop. You should have come earlier. And what am I supposed to do with this weapon now? The person shouted angrily as he showed his spear. I have already reached the next realm and don't need this weapon anymore. You told me that I could sell it back for 80% of its cost. As I've said, Xianxia answered, we are closed. For the last couple of months, we have mostly processed the buying back of our previously forged weapons. If you had come earlier, there wouldn't have been any issues. The person just wouldn't relent. But at this point, Gravis stepped out of the gravitas. Orthar already stood beside Xianxia without saying anything. Gravis retrieved a jade token and looked at it. We are finished with our business. Please proceed with the last inspection, Gravis said to the token. A supremely powerful spirit sense entered the building and inspected it for a second. Yet, none of the present people were able to feel this spirit sense. This was the spirit sense of an ancestral god, the owner of the building. Everything's in order. The owner of the building transmitted to Gravis. You still have 3 months until you have to hand the shop over. Are you sure you want to hand it over now? I won't reimburse you. It's fine, Gravis said. We've already closed. So be it, the voice said. Boop. And the jade token in Gravis' hand vanished. From this point on, none of the 3 could enter the building anymore, even if they wanted to. The key had been handed back to the owner. Right now, the gravitas grayed out again to show that no one was inside it. The new owner had already won the auction for this property and was only waiting until their lease began. Gravis had already retrieved the several certificates of the shop. The shop might belong to another person, but the certificates were his. The gravitas didn't exist anymore. The century of business was over, and now it was time to use their money to increase their power. Hey, I want to sell my weapon, the irate customer said to Gravis. To whom? Gravis asked. What do you mean to whom? He angrily asked. To you. Sorry, I'm not interested, Gravis commented. The customer was taken aback. But you said you would buy it back. No, I didn't, Gravis said. That was the gravitas policy, and the gravitas doesn't exist anymore. Right now, I'm just a dude standing on a street, just like you. This is bullshit, the customer shouted. Take the weapon back, or I will ruin the gravitas reputation. Okay, Gravis said. You'll take it back? No, you can go ahead and ruin the gravitas reputation, Gravis said. Why would I care about the reputation of something that doesn't even exist? The customer only became angrier. You are sup-whoop, and the 3 of them were gone. Now the customer stood alone in front of the gravitas in shock. After recovering from the shock, he searched through the city with his spirit sense, but he couldn't find them. The customer complained and grumbled several more times, but it was irrelevant. The gravitas didn't exist anymore. Whatever he did had nothing to do with Gravis, Orthar, or Xianxia anymore. After a while, the customer angrily stomped off. Meanwhile, Gravis, Orthar, and Xianxia appeared inside the opposer's room. As soon as they appeared, Xianxia sighed in relief and stretched herself. Finally done, she said with happiness. I never want to deal with another customer in my life. Congratulations, Gravis' mother said as she also appeared in the room. You've earned a ton of money. Oh, I'm so proud of all of you. Pack. Gravis and Xianxia were pulled to Gravis' mother, who quickly hugged them. My cute little babies finished their first business venture. The 2 of them only laughed and returned the hug. Some seconds passed. Can you do that somewhere else? The opposer asked evenly. You're sidetracking us. The black magnate still sat in front of the opposer, casually drinking some coffee. The 2 of them had really hit it off. As soon as they became more comfortable with each other, they just didn't stop talking. Hey, Gravis' mother said as she put her hands to her hip. You're part of this family too. The opposer remained silent for some seconds. Okay, he said. So, what do you want? Gravis' mother groaned while Gravis had to snicker. You're supposed to feel happy for your son and granddaughter, Gravis' mother said. Okay, I feel happy for them, the opposer said evenly. Gravis' mother just groaned again. Father, Gravis asked. Yes, the opposer answered. Do I have enough money to understand the remaining level 3 laws of the elements? Gravis asked. If you fully focus on cultivation without any distraction, you should only need 80 million immortal stones. In the worst case, you will need 160 million, the opposer answered. Gravis had been ready for a big number, but hearing the actual number was still shocking. He needed around 100 million immortal stones for 8 level 3 laws. One had to remember that a weapon for his realm would only cost between 50,000 to 100,000 immortal stones, and weapons were generally the most expensive thing that cultivators spent money on. 100 million immortal stones was 1,000 times the amount of money Gravis would need for a weapon for himself. Most cultivators had to save up money to even buy their weapons. Yet, even with that, many cultivators weren't able to purchase a fitting weapon for their realm. That was how expensive weapons were. Because of that, 100 million immortal stones seemed like an absurd amount of money. Virtualization arrays were truly expensive. Speaking of money, Gravis' mother said with a smirk as she trailed off. Gravis looked at his mother and nodded. You're cut, sure, he said. Just take it out of my spirit space. Gravis' mother smiled warmly, and Gravis felt a knock on his spirit space. He let his mother in, and she quickly took away one of the huge mountains of immortal stones. One had to remember that Gravis' mother owned 20% of the gravitas. This meant that she also got 20% of all the profits. Thank you, Gravis' mother said to him. I just earned around 65 million immortal stones by simply teaching you some stuff. One would think that this trade was definitely not worth it. Yet, one had to remember what these few words had done for the gravitas. Gravis wouldn't have known which certificates to purchase without her. There was even a possibility that he wouldn't have even known about them. Additionally, she had chosen the shop, and the location of the shop had been absolutely perfect. With more forges in the area, Gravis would have had far fewer customers. Without his mother's guidance, Gravis would have had to compete with a ton of other forges and wouldn't have been able to sell anything for a long time since no one would have believed his abilities. After all, without her, Gravis wouldn't have known the importance of the certificate of honesty. So, even though she had claimed an entire 20% of their profits, she had probably provided more profit to them with her knowledge than she had taken. Gravis couldn't have wished for a better start. Everything had been perfectly set up for success. Exchanging 65 million immortal stones would have seemed like a far too ridiculous number back then, but now Gravis saw that it was worth the price. Now then, Father, Mom, Gravis said. Today is the official day I move out, he said with a smile. So? His father said. You've barely been living here for the past 120 years. There isn't much difference. Arg, Gravis' mother groaned again. Why can't you just be happy for your son? Okay, the opposer said. Gravis, good job. Gravis had to snicker again. Thanks, Father. Anyway, you three can come visit us at any time. Yes, even you, Gravis said as he looked at the black magnate. I'll politely decline, the black magnate said with a smile as he drank more coffee, courtesy by the opposer. He was far more relaxed than previously. Talking to the opposer had helped him immensely. The three of them said their goodbyes and left the palace. Whoosh! And appeared in a completely different environment. Warm light shone upon a silent forest at the edge of an ocean. Just like with the Grand Lake in the Middle World, this area had absolutely no life except for the plants. There were no animals, no insects, nothing. There was only silence and a gentle wind that created small waves on the ocean. This was their new home. The three of them remained silent as they simply felt the wind and listened to the gentle waves hitting the shore. All of them were immediately reminded of the middle world they had lived in for a long time. Some minutes in silence passed as they all got lost in nostalgia. Even Orthar. Orthar was a very logical being, but that didn't mean that he didn't have emotions. After some time, they even saw the sunset. Surely enough, this was worth the money. This is a sick apartment, Gravis said, ruining the mood with his choice of words. Welcome to the smart cultivator, a clerk said with a bright smile to Gravis, Orthar, and Yersi. What would you like to purchase? After looking around their new apartment, the three of them left to get their virtualization arrays. They were no longer pressured by the gravitas and could finally use up all their money for their power. It was finally time to learn more laws. Yes, hello, Gravis said. We will be shopping separately. This is our first time buying virtualization arrays, so could you be so nice and call 1 or 2 colleagues to take care of my friends? Thank you. No problem, the clerk said with a smile as 2 other clerks appeared. Orthar and Yersi followed the other 2 clerks, leaving Gravis with the original one. What kind of virtualization array are you looking for? She asked. Gravis summoned all his elements around him, creating a powerful display of all the elements. Then, he also showed his punishment lightning. As you see, I know the mid-tier law of the elements and I already know punishment lightning. My next step is learning the high-tier law of the elements. The clerk nodded several times. She wasn't really impressed by the display. After all, they served only the most powerful cultivators. No one else would pay so much money to learn laws. So, you are looking for the high-tier elements? She asked, and Gravis nodded. That's not a problem. These laws are very popular with cultivators, and we have enough virtualization arrays. Do you already have a plan on how to proceed? Gravis scratched his chin. I've never bought virtualization arrays before. Could you please tell me what options I have? He asked. Sure, she said. You can rent and you can buy our virtualization arrays. Buying them would be a smarter option if you intend to pass them down to your family or friends after you're done. But you need to keep in mind that you have to provide the internal energy storage. I don't think that I will buy one, Gravis said. I have a daughter, but I'm uncertain if she has any talent in the elemental laws. Buying them would be too risky. I think I'm more interested in renting them. The clerk nodded again. Very well. Most immortals, when they try to comprehend the high-tier elements, rent the virtualization arrays by the century. Would you be interested in that? She asked. How much would one of them cost for a century? Gravis asked. That would be 10 million immortal stones, the clerk said. Gravis immediately noticed the connection between the price and his father's words. His father had said he would need at least 80 million immortal stones and at most 160 million. With 8 laws, this would come down to 10 million immortal stones per law at the least and 20 million at most. Renting all of them would cost him exactly 80 million for a century. In the end, it depended on Gravis if he managed to understand each one in 1 or 2 centuries. Gravis doubted that he would need 3 centuries. Gravis nodded. Sounds reasonable, he said. I'm interested in all of them, but obviously, I won't rent them all at once. Of course, the clerk said with a smile. She had been afraid that Gravis would leave the shop in shock due to the prices. But this customer seemed to have enough money. Which one would you like to rent first? Metal, please, Gravis said. Understanding metal would give Gravis a head start on the material composition laws of the higher worlds. As long as he understood metal, understanding the high-tier pure material laws would come to him easier in the future. Sir, I would advise against that, the clerk said. Why? Gravis asked. Because this is the hardest one to understand due to the metal element also crossing over into the high-tier material laws. I would suggest taking that one last since it might take longer than the other ones. We don't wish for your first experience with us to be a potentially bad one, the clerk explained. Gravis listened to the clerk and took her opinion into account. It was her job to sell these virtualization arrays, and she was also an immortal king. Therefore, dismissing her advice would be foolish. After all, it was her job to know these things and to advise customers. What would you suggest? Gravis asked. Do you know of the elemental proliferation chart? She asked. Gravis shook his head. Whoosh! In front of Gravis appeared a diagram with the 9 elements. Several arrows pointed from one element to another one. It was seemingly random without any rhyme or reason. This is the elemental proliferation chart, she said. The arrows indicate which law increases the knowledge and experience of a different law. As you see, understanding earth, fire, and wood would help you in understanding metal. So, before trying metal, I would suggest comprehending these other laws first. Gravis knew all the initial elements, but the wood part still confused him a bit. I get fire and earth, but why does wood help? He asked. Because wood is the antithesis to metal, she said. Metal is exclusively dead and has absolutely no property that supports life. Earth can house plants and animals even if it itself is dead. The rapidly moving forces of fire, wind, and lightning can also support a kind of life. Yet metal is only dead. That is why understanding wood, which is the law closest to the life laws, would help in understanding metal. After all, they are opposites. Gravis nodded. Since I already have the law of punishment lightning, I should probably start with fire, wind, and light, correct? After all, the diagram shows that lightning helps with those. The clerk nodded. Correct. I would suggest starting with fire. Fire and lightning help with light, which will make understanding light far easier. Everything after that should be logical, she said. Gravis nodded. He had already created a plan according to the diagram, and, sure enough, metal would be last on the list. She obviously knew what she was talking about. All right, then I would like to rent the fire one for a century, Gravis said. The clerk nodded. Good choice. Then she summoned a contract and handed it over to Gravis. Gravis quickly checked the contract and saw that there was nothing wrong. After signing it, Gravis got his copy and gave the clerk 10 million immortal stones. A second later, he received his virtualization array. Do you live in an apartment that supports virtualization arrays? She asked. Gravis nodded. Good. That's important, she said. The virtualization array uses an internal energy attractor that needs a large amount of energy to perfectly function. The usual density of energy wouldn't work, which would force the virtualization array to use up its internal energy storage, only making it last for around 15 years. The apartments with virtualization array support deliver this energy. Gravis hadn't heard of that before, but now the price of the apartment made a lot more sense. The rent of his apartment included the energy cost for 3 virtualization arrays running all the time. When supported by the energy supply of such an apartment, the virtualization array will work for exactly 1 century. As the contract stated, you have 102 years to return the virtualization array, but it will only work for 100. Please keep that in mind, she said politely. Gravis nodded. Thank you. I will wait here for my 2 companions, Gravis said. No problem. That's my job, she said with a polite bow. Thank you for the purchase, and I wish you success in comprehending your laws. The clerk vanished, and Gravis waited at the entrance for the other 2. After some minutes, Orthar came back. What did you buy? Gravis asked. Soul laws, he said. Because of your mind laws? Gravis asked. Orthar nodded. Orthar had been ready to ascend back then already, which meant that he had also comprehended a level 3 law. His level 3 law had something to do with the mind. With this law, he was able to accelerate his mind and slow down the mind of his opponent. Moreover, if the opponent was weaker, he could even control their mind somewhat. Orthar obviously chose the soul laws because he thought there also had to be a similar law for the soul. After all, the mind and soul were intrinsically connected. Xianxia nearly took an hour to return. What did you get? Gravis asked. I joined the affinity test, she said. What's that? Gravis asked. Well, I'm not sure what laws I should concentrate on, Xianxia said in thought. I managed to learn punishment lightning quickly, but that was only because of you. You said that it's possible that my affinity for lightning may only go that far and that I should look for a more fitting law. Gravis nodded. His 3 kids had learned punishment lightning very quickly, which was obviously not because of their own efforts. This was nearly identical to Gravis when he had been handed the law of punishment lightning by the lower heaven. Gravis didn't expect Xianxia to comprehend the law of the dead world. This was obviously overkill. So, this left her with a ton of level 3 laws as options. Trying to create an avatar out of a level 4 law was also overkill, especially since Xianxia wasn't hellbent on cultivating. Gravis only wanted to give her a good base. Yersi could aim for the body-strengthening laws, elemental laws, primordial force laws, life laws, material laws, or any other kind of level 3 law. Sadly, she wasn't sure about her own talent regarding laws, which was why she joined the affinity test. The affinity test gives me several virtualization arrays for different kinds of level 1 laws, and I should try to understand all of them. Then, based on my own feelings and according to the time I took to understand each one, the shop will be able to evaluate my affinity towards different categories of laws. Yersi explained. How much is it? Gravis asked. 900,000 immortal stones, Yersi said. Gravis was quite surprised. 900,000? For several arrays? I spent 10 million for only one, he said. Level 1 virtualization arrays are far cheaper, Orthar said from the side. The prices drop and rise by 10 times from level to level. Gravis scratched his chin. Sure enough, that would be the equivalent of 9 level 1 arrays. The price differences were really insane. This meant that Yersi would probably go through something like 10 different virtualization arrays for level 1 laws. After understanding all of these laws, the smart cultivator would be able to give an accurate description of Yersi's affinity towards the different law categories. Anyway, Gravis said, I think we should start. When we all start at the same time, we will also finish at the same time. Meeting each other every century sounds like a good idea, Gravis said. The other two agreed, and the three of them left. It was time to comprehend laws. The three of them returned to their apartment and split up again. Orthar's room was at the bottom of the ocean, while Yersi's room was in a gigantic cave. Gravis had requested his room to be inside a stormy cloud. Gravis entered his barren room and immediately put the virtualization array into the socket. Brrrr, and the entire world transformed into fire. The air was burning, the floor was burning, the sky was burning. Gravis could also see lava, but this lava didn't have any kind of earth element inside of it. It was simply comprised of something like liquid fire. The power of the fire was surprisingly high, and Gravis even felt his body start to burn. No middle world would have such a powerful fire occurring naturally. Gravis even had to use his life energy to regenerate his breaking body. Any wrong move and I might die in here, Gravis thought. But that's good. I wouldn't be able to properly feel the effect of the inferno without this much power. Sure enough, Father has been right. He said there would be ways to comprehend the elements even better than by fighting heaven. Anyway, let's start, Gravis thought, his mind seemingly transformed. While he had been living in the highest world, he had acted very politely and friendly to others, as long as they didn't antagonize him. He had let himself go in conversation and enjoyed talking to others. But now, Gravis had returned to his previous self in the middle world. Of course, there were still a couple of changes in comparison to back then, but on the whole, he returned to his previous curious self. Had Gravis enjoyed living in the highest world? A little bit. It was a nice change of pace. Yet, when he had spent an entire century just creating weapons, he still felt like he was wasting his time, even though it was necessary. Only with enough money could he grow his own power. Gravis sat down in the middle and closed his eyes to simply feel the inferno raging all around him. But before he started, he would analyze what he needed and reaffirm his decision. My will aura is as powerful as it can get, Gravis thought. Yet, I still need more defense and offense. Right now, I'm pretty sure that I can fight someone in the early major circulation realm, but that is not certain. I don't know how powerful such immortals get. As far as I know, there are nearly no early minor circulation immortals in the world that know the law of the dead world, but that does not exclude the other levels in the immortal realm. Additionally, there is more than one level 4 law. Even worse, the higher world upgrades everything, including all the laws. Nearly all previous level 1 laws can become level 4 laws. Of course, understanding these laws now is more difficult than understanding level 1 laws back then. If someone can understand the high-tier law of the claw, for example, they would still be very dangerous. On top of that, if they use that law as their avatar, they would have access to the power of a level 5 law, Gravis thought. I think the power of most immortals in the later levels depends on what avatar they had chosen previously. I'm pretty sure that their avatars had been condensed with a level 3 law, But if that level 3 law can be incorporated into a level 4 law, their avatar would also transform into a level 4 law. I've already seen a case of that. The teacher of these 10 kids had an avatar comprised of the primordial forces. It's probably possible to combine space, time, and gravity into a level 4 law. The law of the dead world is simply an even more powerful level 4 law. Because of all of that, I need more level 4 laws than my opponents. Any potential opponent with the avatar of a level 4 law can unleash the power of a level 5 law onto me. Then, that would be no different from fighting heaven again. Of course, these opponents would only be comparable. Heaven knew far too many powerful laws. Right now, with my avatar of freedom, I would probably be able to fight heaven, but I definitely wouldn't win. Gravis looked around the room as he opened his eyes. That's why I need to comprehend these elements. I will be going to a battle world, and the elements are probably not their main cultivation techniques, but they can still be used for auxiliary power. Being able to counter these auxiliary powers will make it far easier for me to protect myself. Right now, my path of cultivation already looks very stable. I know the level 4 laws of major suppression, freedom, and control. The law of danger is also a law I need more progress in, but I already know the base. As far as I see it, there should be one more situational law, which is probably the law of safety. Gravis stretched his hand into a violent flame and felt his law of danger being triggered. He had to be very careful right now. Suppression and freedom are two sides of control. Danger and safety can also be aspects of control, Gravis thought. This is a similar dynamic as with the temperature laws, two opposites and one neutral party. Heat would represent danger to oneself, which would be very fitting for the law of suppression and the law of danger. Cold represents freedom, which would be very fitting for the law of freedom and the law of safety. Meanwhile, the law of control is the gradient between the two extremes. Control would represent the general law of temperature. These laws represent our perceived reality. We can be safe but also in danger. We can be free but also suppressed. We can be in control but also under control. Yet, I can flip everything in regards to someone else. I can protect others but also endanger others. I can control them but also not control them. The only questionable part is freedom, since I am unable to grant someone else freedom. They need to grasp freedom on their own. Maybe that's one of the aspects why understanding the law of freedom is so difficult. With all these laws, I can control the situations and perceived reality of my opponent. Yet, these laws use my will aura as a medium. An opponent whose will aura is not a danger is an opponent that is not a danger. Therefore, I don't even need to think about these opponents. The real issues are the opponents that can resist my will aura. That's when I have to resort to my other laws to protect myself. Stopping everyone else from harnessing the power of the elements is the best defense I can create for now. I have not fought a weapon cultivator yet, so I don't know their general fighting techniques. I might also need to concentrate on the high-tier laws for my body. After all, composition is only one aspect of my body. But first, Inferno, Gravis thought as he banished all other thoughts. Now, he only concentrated on the element of fire, nothing else. And with this, another long session of comprehending the elements started. Yet, this time, Gravis wouldn't need to run across the entire world to find the missing scraps of understanding. This time, he had the entire law in front of him. Gravis would not need to go to the laws. The laws would come to him. This was what he had worked for. This was the power of money. And Gravis would take full advantage of this power. Gravis spent the next 100 years trying to understand Inferno. As soon as he started, he noticed the difference. Inferno was fire, but it also wasn't fire. Even more surprising was that Gravis' understanding of mid-tier fire gave him nearly no help in understanding high-tier fire. It was like they were made of entirely different things. From the outside, they looked nearly identical, but there were completely different laws and concepts inside. In actuality, Gravis' understanding of punishment lightning helped him more in understanding Inferno than the normal fire element, which was nearly unbelievable to him. This was probably also one of the reasons why so few beasts had managed to comprehend the level 3 equivalents of their elements. The only thing helping them was their affinity, but every other fire law was basically useless when looking at this law. Sure enough, this was an entirely cut-off law from the others. Understanding other laws only helped a tiny bit, as long as they were not elemental laws of the same tier. Because of all these reasons, Gravis tried to comprehend the Inferno law but failed, sadly. With only the help of punishment lightning, understanding this law was just far too difficult. Are the other upgraded versions of the laws also so difficult to comprehend? Gravis thought. Does understanding the composition of the body not help in understanding the higher tier laws of body composition? That can't be right. After all, the base laws of the middle worlds are necessary to comprehend the higher tier variants. There has to be some use. After the century was up, the virtualization array stopped working, and Gravis retrieved it. After sighing in bitterness for a bit, Gravis entered the living room of their apartment. Xianxia and Orthar also quickly joined him, and they began to talk. Xianxia had had no issues in understanding her level 1 law. After all, she had already comprehended a ton of level 1 laws before that. She had even already rented the second one and had also understood that one. After that, she simply waited for everyone else. Orthar failed in comprehending his target law just like Gravis. This is inefficient, Orthar said to the other two. What do you mean? Gravis asked. I already have the perfect law for my avatar, Orthar answered. The next better variant would be a level 4 law based on this level 3 law, but I'm certain that I won't have the funds. Gravis, you will probably not work again since you have enough immortal stones to accomplish what you want. With that, my source of income will be severely compromised. Then, what's your plan? Gravis asked. I will become an immortal first. As an immortal, my state of mind should elevate to a new level, making it easier for me to comprehend laws. I need to take full advantage of my limited funds by using them as efficiently as possible, Orthar said. Gravis scratched his chin. Makes sense, he said. Sure. Then go ahead. Orthar is becoming an immortal? I have to see this, Xianxia said with an excited smile. Orthar and Xianxia were not really close. Their mindsets clashed with each other, but they tolerated each other's existence due to Gravis. As soon as Gravis left for the higher world, Orthar and Xianxia would probably never contact each other again. Sometimes, people simply didn't like each other. It happened. Orthar's body started swelling and shone with a bright light. Why did beasts want to live in energy-rich environments? There were two reasons for that. The first reason was that the energy stimulated their minds, making it easier for them to comprehend laws. With more energy, the laws would appear clearer and brighter in their minds. The second reason was that beasts also slowly absorbed energy. Their absorption was not nearly as fast as a human's absorption, but it was there. This would very slowly push the beasts forward in their realm, even without food. With the insane energy density in this city, Orthar had long been ready to become an immortal but decided against it. He wanted to prepare himself first. Gravis also felt like he had already made progress to the next level. Yet, in comparison to Orthar, Gravis had only made around 5% progress. If he didn't eat another beast or consume some immortal stones, he would need nearly 4,000 years to reach the mid-minor circulation realm. Orthar's transformation took several seconds, but when he was done, he revealed his human body. When Gravis saw Orthar, his eyes almost fell out. Orthar had the body of a young man with white hair. Gravis would have thought that Orthar preferred black, but that wasn't the case, apparently. Additionally, there was something very peculiar about Orthar's appearance. He had 7 eyes arranged in a circle. As soon as Gravis saw Orthar, the middle heaven immediately jumped into his mind. Except for the male features on Orthar, which clearly indicated his gender, Orthar looked exactly like the middle heaven. Additionally, this was a beast's human form. Every beast's human form looked like a human. They didn't have tails, claws, scales, or anything else that humans usually wouldn't have. Yet Orthar had 7 eyes. This was definitely not normal. As far as Gravis knew, Orthar was the only beast with such a strange human form. Orthar, Gravis asked. Orthar looked at his hands with a neutral expression. Even his expressions looked very similar to the middle heavens. When Gravis saw Orthar looking at his hand, he was reminded of the middle heaven looking at the Grand Lake. Then Orthar looked at Gravis, and Gravis got a flashback of the first time the middle heaven had looked at him. It felt identical. Yes, Orthar asked. This was the first time Gravis heard Orthar's actual voice. Beasts always talked with their minds, not with their mouths. Yet, when Orthar talked, the image of the middle heaven was shattered. Orthar's voice was far deeper than the middle heavens. Additionally, the emotions behind the voice felt different. The middle heaven had sounded like someone that had seen everything and was done with life. It had been aloof, like nothing in the world had anything to do with it. Yet, Orthar's voice sounded cold. It was like a human voice that had been created by a formation array. When Gravis heard Orthar's voice, the image of the middle heaven had been shattered. Their appearance might be nearly identical, but their personalities were distinctly different. You look exactly like the middle heaven, Gravis said. Orthar turned away. Logical, he said. My beast form already appeared far too similar to heaven, as you have told me. Therefore, my human form would probably also look similar. Yersi looked with wonder at Orthar's appearance while Gravis grimaced. Is it a human form, though? He asked. I've never seen any human with 7 eyes. I'm not even sure if that is possible. Orthar wasn't surprised by these words. Everything has its reasons, he said. I don't have enough data to come to a conclusion, which makes speculation meaningless. Gravis couldn't fully accept these words, but Orthar continued speaking. My plan has changed, Gravis, he said as he looked at Gravis. Does it have something to do with your human form? He asked. Orthar nodded. The world appears different, he said. Things that I have not noticed before are clear before my eyes now. The laws make sense, and they are one whole. What do you mean, Orthar? Gravis asked. Orthar looked at the artificial sky of their apartment. Things are slowly starting to make sense. I finally understand the questions I had always had previously. I am I, but I am not the only I. What is going on, Orthar? What are you talking about? Gravis asked nervously. Orthar turned to Gravis, and his eyes appeared different. Gravis didn't know why, but it felt like some hidden confusion or conflict inside Orthar had disappeared. It was like he had changed completely. I can't tell you, Gravis, Orthar said. You can keep my share of the money. I don't need it anymore. Gravis felt a pit in his stomach. These words sounded far too ominous. We will see each other again, Gravis, Orthar said. Xing. And Orthar was gone as he teleported away. Gravis immediately stretched his spirit sense, but he couldn't find Orthar anywhere. He had simply disappeared. Father, Gravis said. What is going on? Is it important? His father answered. My closest companion just up and left. How is that not important? Gravis said. Orthar is still alive and he is still himself. You don't need to worry about him. This is part of the old bastard's plan, and as long as you don't die, you will inevitably see him again, the opposer said. Yes, thanks. But what is going on? Gravis asked, calmer now. The fact that his father said that nothing was wrong with Orthar calmed him down. But the fact that this had something to do with the highest heaven made him nervous again. Is Orthar still your friend? The opposer asked. Of course. Gravis answered like this was a stupid question. Then respect your friend's boundaries, he said. If he wanted to tell you, he would have told you. Do you feel comfortable with using me to spy on your friend? Gravis' body trembled in frustration. But some seconds later, he calmed down with a sigh. No, I don't, Gravis said. Then don't ask, the opposer said. As long as you still see him as your friend, trust in him. When it's time, he will tell you himself. Gravis really didn't like this situation, but his father was right. If Orthar wanted to tell him, he would have told him. Yet, Gravis still felt a feeling of loss and abandonment. A friend just leaving like that didn't feel good. Orthar, what's going on? Gravis said silently to himself more than to Orthar. His best friend had vanished just like that. Gravis and Yersi were still in shock for some hours. They had not seen this turn of events coming at all. The trio that had been together for around 200 years suddenly split up. Now only the two of them lived together in this apartment. Gravis was not sure how he should feel about Orthar leaving. On one hand, Orthar was his closest friend, and he had just left. This made Gravis feel a feeling of loss and abandonment. Yet, on the other hand, Orthar found something out about his being. So, wasn't this a good thing for him? Gravis' father told him that Orthar was still himself and that he was safe. Wasn't that everything that Gravis needed to know? Was this any different from all the other times Gravis split off from his friends? When Orthar left, Gravis started thinking about his other friends again. He thought about them occasionally, but there was nothing he could do, which was why he hadn't asked about them. I think this is the perfect opportunity to ask how many of my friends are actually still alive, Gravis thought. Additionally, Eris and Sarah have already spent 2,000 years in the higher worlds. They are probably still immortals, but I hope they are well. Xianxia, I'm going to ask Father about Eris, Sarah, and some of my old friends, Gravis said. Xianxia released a sigh. Now, for the first time, she was feeling the same feeling that Gravis had felt whenever he asked his father about the well-being of his friends. She felt the uncertainty. What if Eris and Sarah were already dead? What then? Do you want to come with me? Gravis asked. Xianxia waited for some seconds. No, I don't think I want to, she said. Just tell me about it later. Gravis could understand that decision and nodded. Sure. Xing. And Gravis teleported to his father. Gravis looked around his father's room, but he couldn't see the black magnate anywhere. He left, the opposer said. How come? Gravis asked. He can't always remain here with me and decided that he wanted to re-experience the world. A lot of things have changed, and he wants to see if he can find other like-minded individuals, the opposer said. Gravis nodded and sat down in front of his father. Whoop! A cup of coffee appeared in front of Gravis, who quickly accepted it. This reminds me, he said. You said you would talk with me about a way to grow and make my own coffee. The opposer also got some coffee for himself. Yes, he said. Usually, you would only need to rent a garden and grow your own plant. This would involve changing its composition to perfectly suit your needs. Gravis drank a mouthful of coffee, and the taste immediately carried him away into nostalgia. Usually? Gravis asked. This probably has something to do with my unique body, right? The opposer nodded. Coffee is a plant of the earth and would attribute. You need coffee made of the lightning element, which is impossible for you. Unraveling the makeup of a being is not difficult, but transforming it into something completely different while still retaining its being encroaches on the territories of the law of the living world. If you want to make your own coffee, you need to comprehend the life law first. After that, you need to fuse it with the law of the dead world to create the law of the living world, the opposer said. Gravis snorted. So, in short, I need to comprehend a law even more powerful and advanced than the law of the dead world just to make some coffee? He asked. The opposer nodded. All right, forget it then, Gravis said. That's a bit overkill for just some coffee. Some silence returned. Father, Gravis said, many years have passed, and I would like to know how my friends are. Which ones? You have far too many beings that you call friends, the opposer said. This was the moment of truth, but Gravis wanted to start with the relatively distant and unimportant ones, his friends from the lower world. So much time had passed, and they probably had all changed considerably. For his friends from the lower world, over 22,000 years had already passed. This is over twice as long as the longevity of someone in the law comprehension realm. This meant that his friends were either already in the higher world or dead. There was no in-between. Gravis still remembered that Laser had already died. This left Nero, Joyce, Manuel, Old Man Lightning, Sky, and Ion. What about Nero? Gravis asked. Who was that again? The opposer asked. The darkness cultivator I met in the Heavens trial, the one who said that darkness can also protect others, Gravis said. The opposer thought back and remembered the quiet kid. Even though he didn't pay attention to Nero, the opposer's memory and perception were still nearly unparalleled. Because of that, he remembered the unimportant darkness disciple. He quickly checked through space and time and watched Nero's entire life in a single second. He found a home in a mixed elemental sect. After nearly dying in a tempering experience, he decided to slowly comprehend laws and raise his realm. He reached the late nascent nourishing realm and realized that his will aura was too weak. Because of that, he abandoned cultivation and took up a position as an elder in the sect. He remained in that position until his 3,000 years of longevity ran out. That was around 20,000 years ago, the opposer said. Gravis had already accepted that his old friends would drift apart from him, but he still felt a pit in his stomach when he heard that Nero died. Gravis didn't grieve for the dead Nero but for the death of his old acquaintance. He grieved for the memory of Nero. They would never reconnect again. In the end, Gravis wished that he had spent a bit more time with him. They had never really gotten to know each other. Gravis sighed and nodded. What about Ion? Gravis asked. The opposer looked at Gravis evenly. You know, Gravis said, that one heaven-born that helped me, the lazy one. The opposer inspected the time stream of the middle world again. He was content with having achieved the unity realm, something that he had never thought would be possible. In the middle world, he was no longer being hunted by everyone, and he settled down. In the end, he became a merchant, fathered a ton of children, and died a rich man. Gravis sighed again. Another one of his friends had died. He still remembered when he had spared Ion's life and how his relationship with heaven had changed. He would never see the lazy Ion again, simply drinking a smoothie while sunbathing. Up to now, the record of his friends was pretty devastating. Laser, Ion, and Nero were dead. What about Manuel? Gravis asked. I remember that kid, the opposer said as he checked the middle world again. Gravis waited until his father spoke again. He managed to reach the higher world but stopped cultivating. He found a wife and is currently living with his family. He has around 45,000 years of soft longevity left, the opposer said. Gravis sighed in relief. At least one of them was still alive. Additionally, Manuel had a ton of longevity left. This meant that he had probably reached the higher world after only 2,000 years or so. He stopped cultivating, and his realm is no longer increasing just like Orpheus? Gravis asked. The opposer nodded. This means that he will probably die in less than 5,000 years in highest world time, right? Gravis asked. No, the opposer said. No, Gravis asked. Starting at the immortal realm, you have soft longevity. Manuel's battle strength is powerful enough to fend off his first tribulation. He will only start having problems at the second one. The earliest possible time of death for him would be in around 9,500 years, the opposer said. That's quite impressive, Gravis said. The tribulations are probably not trivial, right? The opposer nodded. The first tribulation is always against someone one level above yourself. Your friend won't have an issue against such an opponent. Gravis had to smile when he heard that. Even after so much time, Manuel was still impressive. At least he would have a long and happy life. Gravis was happy for him and wished him all the best. What about Old Man Lightning? Gravis asked. This marked the cutoff point. From here on out, Gravis would ask about the really important beings to him. The opposer checked the middle world again. Calling him Old Man Lightning is inappropriate at this point, the opposer said. Why? Gravis asked. The more he progressed on the path to power, the younger he felt. He left his old man appearance and mindset behind. Right now, he is acting like an excited teenager with a lot of energy. You should refer to him by his actual name, Dorian, the opposer said. Oh? So he's still alive? Gravis asked. The opposer nodded. He's making great progress in the laws. He abandoned his pure path of lightning and condensed an avatar of the minor law of the elements. He is also fighting and challenging a lot of other cultivators. Gravis had to smile when he heard that. That's quite a powerful level 3 law, Gravis said. The opposer nodded. Gravis also knew this law. This was the law that allowed him to use all the elements, and it required the understanding of a ton of laws. This was one of the major components of the law of the dead world. With this law as an avatar, Dorian could unleash 9 elements, each with the power of a level 3 law. Additionally, Dorian was probably focusing on the same path as Gravis, understanding all the elemental level 3 laws. Gravis found it funny that their paths were so similar. What about Joyce? Gravis asked. Yet, when he asked the question, Gravis felt unsure. He still remembered his promise to Joyce, but he wasn't certain if she actually cared about the promise. In addition, Gravis still remembered the feelings he had for Joyce. Because of that, he still felt a longing for her. The opposer checked again. She changed, he said. That means she's still alive, right? Gravis asked. The opposer nodded, making Gravis release a sigh of relief. Her surroundings, and especially you, have changed her mindset, the opposer explained. Can you elaborate? Gravis asked. I'll show you, he said. Whoosh! A glimmer appeared at Gravis' side, and a woman appeared. Gravis immediately noticed that this was only an image, but the image perfectly demonstrated Joyce, including her aura. Joyce looked like a young woman with purple hair that nearly reached the floor, but she seemingly glared coldly at everything. Gravis also felt her will aura, and he was taken aback. Her will aura was really powerful. She is like my past self, the Black Magnate's past self, and your past self, the opposer said. She has completely suppressed her emotions and violently chases power. Gravis sighed when he heard that. Just like I have been in the lower world, he commented. Yes, the opposer said. Does that mean that she also has an illusion of happiness based on power? Gravis asked. Correct, the opposer said. She believes that emotions are a weakness and that she needs to reach the highest world to become powerful. She saw how you have been in the lower world and completely emulates your mindset from back then. Therefore, she also believes that this is the only path to power. In her mind, you are the perfect cultivator and the perfect man. She chases power to reunite with you, believing that this will make her feel happy, he said. Gravis didn't like what he heard one bit. After such a long time of nothing but cold slaughter, would she still even be able to feel anything but greed for power? Without knowing, she was chasing an empty goal, just like the Black Magnate. Gravis knew how this would go. They would meet again, and Joyce would look at Gravis. At first, she would be surprised that she wasn't feeling anything when she saw him. Then, she would be confronted with her goal and would need to reevaluate her life. After that, she would realize that the Gravis she was speaking to was no longer the Gravis from back then. The person she was chasing no longer existed. It would be no different from chasing a dead person. Gravis felt a heavy feeling of guilt. His unhealthy conduct from back then had infected Joyce, changing her path tremendously. Sadly, there was nothing he could do. He only hoped that she would be able to deal with the tribulation when they met again. What about Sky? Gravis asked. The opposer also remembered that one bird and checked the time stream of Sky's middle world. Oh? The opposer said with some interest and even surprise. Gravis was taken aback. His father was surprised about something? That happened only very rarely. What is it? Gravis asked. The bird is still alive, the opposer said, banishing Gravis' anxiety. And she's doing well. Really well, he said. I take it that Sky has become really powerful? Gravis asked. The opposer hummed. Not exactly, but there is something else. In terms of battle strength, she is only slightly behind Joyce, but she has something else. The bird managed to understand the low-rank law of freedom and suppression, the opposer said. Now, Gravis was also taken aback. The low-rank law of freedom and suppression were level 2 laws. Gravis knew the level 4 variants of these laws, but knowing the initial laws was already very impressive. With these 2 laws, Sky already managed to get a foot in the door of the hardest situational laws. This meant that she had the talent to become a heavens magnate in the future. Sure, Joyce might be more powerful currently, but Sky had already taken 2 very difficult steps towards the peak of power. After some seconds, Gravis had to laugh loudly. Sky is so similar to me, he shouted while laughing. She also knows the law of freedom. This is really great. The opposer nodded. I would also count it as impressive. Gravis thought back to when he had met Sky for the first time. Back then, Gravis had fought Sky to test his new powers, but they had been interrupted by the Lightning Guild and Fire Guild. After that, they had stayed together, and Sky had become Gravis' first real friend in the lower world. Now, Gravis no longer feared that he and Sky had drifted apart. They both chased freedom, and such like-minded spirits could always get along. Manuel, Dorian, Joyce, and Sky are still alive, Gravis thought. This is already better than I would have thought. There's a high chance that I will meet them again, and I'm already looking forward to it. Thank you, Father, Gravis said. How about my friends from the middle world? Who was that again? He asked. Azure, Steer, Ferris, and Meadow, Gravis said. This was more recent, and Gravis had spent around 1,000 years with them. Because of that, the opposer remembered all of them. They are all still alive, the opposer said. Azure, Steer, and Ferris entered a higher world where they counted among the beasts with the most powerful battle strength. Thus, there is a high likelihood for all of them to reach the highest world. Meadow is probably still in the middle world, right? Gravis asked with a smile. All his friends from the middle world were still alive. That was great. Yes, the opposer said. Her choice of nearly using up her longevity is a smart one. When she reaches the age of 100,000 years, she will comprehend a level 4 law, and she will probably also use that law as an avatar. Her battle strength is the most powerful out of all your friends, by far. Gravis nodded. Meadow was really powerful. Are Azure and Steer still together? He asked. Yes, the opposer answered. They don't interfere with the other's tempering but protect the other from situations that would kill one of them. Their strategy for cultivation is also impressive. What's Ferris doing? Gravis asked as he leaned back with a smile. He is following someone around who is very confused by this, the opposer answered. It's a black snake, and Ferris just keeps following it. The snake seems really confused by this since it wants to be left alone, but it also feels like it shouldn't abandon Ferris. The snake appears cold and heartless on the outside, but it actually has a warm heart deep inside. The snake is also very smart and calculating. These two things are the reason why Ferris is following the snake. Ferris knows that the snake knows better what to do and follows its suggestions, the opposer said. Gravis could very well imagine that scene, and it made him laugh. Ferris' simple and trusting personality was the perfect counter for scheming but inwardly friendly beings. What about the Inferno Emperor? Gravis asked. Do you want to fight him? The opposer asked. Gravis smiled and shook his head. To be honest, when I saw him ascend, I had made the plan to get a lot of money in the highest world to buy a portal to his world and kill him. That was the initial reason why I even considered making money. But I don't think that he is important enough, Gravis said. He might think of me as important, but I don't think of him as important. Chasing old grudges to such a length seems like a waste of time. When I get the opportunity to kill him, I'll take it, but I won't chase him like this. Also, Gravis said, with his mindset, he probably knows far fewer laws than me, but his realm is probably already far too high. His battle strength might have become average, but his realm is probably unbeatable for me. Quite a good evaluation, Gravis, the opposer said. He is violently chasing power, killing and consuming one beast after the other until he became an immortal king. This gave him enough leeway for when you appear in his world. Right now, he is comprehending laws. Immortal king, huh? Gravis commented. That's really fast. Sure enough, with that much power, he would only need to sneeze at me to kill me. Gravis put the empty cup of coffee down. Now, what about Eris and Sarah? Gravis asked. Only around 2,000 years have passed for them, the opposer said. They are still in the law comprehension realm. Your advice of understanding as many laws as possible has helped them. As long as they are in the law comprehension realm, the true powers don't care about them, and they are on their way to comprehending their own level 3 laws. Gravis released a huge sigh of relief. Gravis had a ton of friends, but his children were by far the most important to him. Hearing that they were doing well made Gravis feel an incredible feeling of relief. It was like a ton of pressure had vanished from his shoulders. That's good, Gravis said. I'm so relieved. You actually can't believe how relieved I am. Yes, I can, the opposer said. Because that's also how I felt when you ate the Middle Heavens avatar. Gravis smiled brightly. Then that's also good. Thanks, Father, he said. No problem, the opposer answered, and for once he was also smiling, a truly rare sight. Well then, Gravis said as he stood up, now that I have seen the progress of my friends and family, I don't want to feel left behind. It's time to fully concentrate on my laws. Let's see how long you will take, the opposer said. Gravis smirked. We'll see. And then he was gone again. He wanted to share the happy news with his daughter. Gravis told Xianxia about the well-being of Eris and Sarah, and Xianxia also couldn't help releasing a sigh of relief. This was the first time they had been split up for such a long time frame, which was why she had been rather nervous. Gravis hadn't been as nervous, but there was always a certain degree of uncertainty when it concerned someone very dear to him. Even if the chances of death were only 1%, one would still feel nervous about a loved one. Yet, even if the most important people to Gravis were still alive, he wouldn't forget the dead ones. A lot of Gravis' friends had died over the years. Sky's parent, Laser, Ion, Gorn, and Nero were good examples. Gravis would still remember them. But now was not the time to be sentimental. After talking with Xianxia for a bit, Gravis re-rented the virtualization array for the Law of Inferno. The clerk had already expected something like this and quickly finished the trade with Gravis. After he received his virtualization array again, Gravis immediately went back to comprehending the Law of Inferno. Fortunately, he managed to understand it this time. It took him another 80 years for a total of 180 years, but he managed to comprehend the law. Gravis looked at the inferno raging around him and activated his will aura. SSSHHHH, and the violent fire turned into energy, which filled the room. Error. But the inferno quickly returned as the virtualization array created more flames. Yet that wasn't important anymore. Gravis retrieved the virtualization array and left his room. Sadly, without the overarching elemental law, I can't use the law of Inferno yet. I can only destroy it, not summon it. This means that my offense has not increased, but my defense has increased under certain circumstances. Gravis thought. If a dangerous opponent uses this element, I should be able to weaken it to the power of a level 2 law, which is something I can deal with, and if they use it as their avatar, I can weaken it to the power of a level 3 law. That would still be very dangerous, but that would also be my opponent's most powerful weapon in that case. Like this, it would be like my opponent didn't even have an avatar. Yet, this took me 180 years. Sadly, I have to pay the full price of the second 100 years, even if I don't need it anymore. Originally, I had a total of around 125 million immortal stones, but with Orther's disappearance, that sum reached around 200 million. This should be enough money to comprehend all the elemental laws. Gravis looked around the living room of his apartment and noticed a message from Xianxia. Apparently, she had managed to comprehend another law and already went into understanding the next one. She also told Gravis that he shouldn't wait for her. Gravis chuckled a bit and left his own message, informing her of his own comprehension. He also told her that he would probably need more than a century again to comprehend the subsequent law. If she wanted, they could meet up and maybe visit their family again. Gravis went back to the smart cultivator and returned the virtualization array. The old clerk was currently not here. She was probably cultivating right now, which is why Gravis went to another one. Fortunately, this store was very popular and had a trustworthy and reliable reputation. The new clerk was just as friendly and helpful as the last one. After meeting Gravis, the clerk quickly checked their in-store records and read about all the previous interactions with the customer. This was important to make the customer feel appreciated. "Hello, Gravis," the clerk said politely. "You have returned early. I take it that you managed to comprehend the Law of Inferno?" he asked. Gravis nodded. "Yes," he said as he gave the virtualization array back. The clerk accepted it with a nod. "Do you want the virtualization array for Brilliance next?" he asked. Brilliance was the name of the level 3 law equivalent of light. Gravis smiled and nodded. The clerk quickly retrieved the virtualization array and handed it over to Gravis after receiving payment. "You will be surprised how fast this one will go," the clerk said with a smile. "Really?" Gravis asked. The clerk nodded again. Understanding two related laws is far better than only knowing one. Sounds good, Gravis said. Let's see how long this one takes. After that, the two of them split up again. Gravis immediately went back to his apartment and put the virtualization array into his room. Xing. Gravis had to close his eyes as bright light seemingly enveloped his entire being. He tried to resist, but nothing that he did could resist it. Even putting his hand in front of his face didn't protect him against the light. It was like the brilliance shone through his entire body. Gravis' eyes quickly burned away, but Gravis decided against regrowing them for now. Gravis also felt like the light was trying to reduce parts of his body into dust. But it didn't accomplish anything significant. Gravis only received some minor burns inside and outside. A mortal would have easily died from these wounds, but this was not something dangerous for an immortal. Xing. Yet, after around a minute of burning, the properties of the brilliance changed. The light started becoming gentler, and it felt like something was caressing his entire being. Gravis' eyes regrew, and his burns healed quickly. As this was happening, Gravis felt absolutely wonderful. It was like he was inside a warm embrace. Xing. But a minute later, the burning returned again, and Gravis' eyes were reduced to dust again. Great, Gravis thought with annoyance. So I have no choice but to regrow and burn my eyes. 1 minute of torture and 1 minute of bliss. Is this a fucking abusive relationship? This was one of the reasons why comprehending such powerful laws also required a powerful realm. Sure, someone with a powerful will aura in the Unity realm could deal with the pain, but would they be able to concentrate on comprehending a law at the same time? Just dealing with pain was different from dealing with the pain and also doing something else. Gravis sat down and went to comprehending the law of brilliance. But the constant changes between bliss and pain were annoying beyond belief. Even worse was the fact that the bliss felt that much sweeter due to the contrast to the pain. Sure enough, light was basically a colossal asshole, nice when you did what it wanted, but violent when you didn't follow. Fortunately, Gravis managed to understand the law of brilliance after only 90 years. He didn't even need to rent it a second time. Sure enough, there is a big difference between knowing one related law and knowing two, Gravis thought. Man, I'm so glad that I don't need to get that one a second time. Gravis concentrated on the brilliance again and destroyed it. SSSHHH. The violent part of brilliance vanished, leaving nothing behind. Yet, when the blissful part came, Gravis did nothing. Now, Gravis completely countered the violent parts and could enjoy the blissful parts. But that didn't matter. Gravis had grown annoyed by the element. The less he felt it, the better. Because of that, Gravis retrieved the virtualization array and went out again. He saw a message from Xianxia, telling him that she would like to spend some time with him and their family in 10 years. Gravis thought that this was a good idea. This time, Gravis wanted to spend as much time with his family as possible before going to the higher world. He wanted to truly cement the faces, voices, and personalities of his family members into his very being. This was his home, and to truly feel like home, Gravis had to spend more time with everyone. Gravis spent the next 10 years with his mother, father, and Orpheus. He was not trying to get more powerful during that time. He was only taking a break and talking with them. During this break, Gravis finally felt the routine feeling of being with someone else appear. Now, it was no longer something special to be among his family but something natural. It was normal. His family was now a complete part of his life. When Xianxia came out, Gravis quickly gave back the virtualization array. Gravis appeared in front of the clerk and gave it back. Comprehending this one was a giant cock, Gravis said. The clerk laughed. It sure is. Gravis didn't immediately rent the next one but went with Xianxia to spend more time with his family. Xianxia was an integral part of his family, and he also wanted to spend as much time with her as possible. He was an immortal and he had far too much longevity left. Spending a couple of years with his daughter would not impact his life at all. Because of that, Xianxia and Gravis spent the next 5 years together. They visited their family and also went outside to gathering spots. Meeting new people also became far easier than back then. The reason for that was the gravitas. Many people had been customers of them at some point, and they started talking with each other. Gravis also finally met some like-minded individuals. Back then, he had only met the kids of powerful beings, not the actual inhabitants of the city. After all, the actual inhabitants only rarely left their homes or shops. Yet, a lot of people had bought from Gravis and Xianxia, and when these people saw the two of them, they joined them. Like this, the next 5 years were spent in casual get-togethers. Gravis didn't always have something to talk about, but simply meeting new people and hearing their experiences felt nice. Of course, Gravis had also been invited into some powerful sects several times. This had actually happened even back when they had still operated the gravitas. A lot of peak sects had noticed that there was an immortal that had the law of the dead world and went to recruit him. Of course, Gravis declined. Gravis would visit the higher world next. Who knew what he would want to do after tens of thousands of years? Because of that, Gravis refused everyone to keep his options open. After the 5 years were up, Gravis and Xianxia returned to comprehending more laws. Xianxia was about halfway through her test. After she finished the next couple of virtualization arrays, she would receive her analyzed affinity for laws. She couldn't wait. Gravis went ahead and got the next virtualization array. Understanding Inferno was the second hardest part of his elemental comprehension journey here, since he had only known one related law. The only harder one would be metal. Starting from now, the next laws had been set up so that Gravis always knew at least 2 related laws, sometimes even 3. With his new understanding of brilliance, Gravis rented the one for the element of storm, which was the level 3 law equivalent of wind. Fire and light helped in comprehending wind, while earth was the antithesis. Gravis didn't know earth, but he knew the other 2. After putting the virtualization array into his room, Gravis saw his entire room transform into a violent storm. Everything was violently moving around, and even Gravis' body was flung around like a rag doll. The virtualization array made it so that it seemed like the walls, floor, and ceiling of his room had vanished, but in reality, they were still there. Gravis knew because he became very acquainted with all of them in a single second. Luckily, Gravis had a beast body, which had a far stronger resistance to physical attacks. Inferno and Brilliance had still been a slight issue, but this purely physical thrashing of Storm was not that bad for him. He only occasionally broke some bones, which was painful but not a big deal. Sure, Gravis could have also kept himself still with his spirit, but then he wouldn't be able to feel the storm with his being. Because of that, Gravis spent the next couple of years bouncing around in his room. This one took him around 75 years. SSSSSHHH. Gravis activated his new law, and the force of the wind vanished. Storm turned into air as some energy streams moved across his body. Gravis smirked when he felt the gentle movement of energy and retrieved the virtualization array. "That's far better," he said to himself. He left his room and saw that Xianxia was still busy. So, without waiting, he went to get the next virtualization array. Gravis quickly found a familiar clerk and gave him the virtualization array. "Honestly, I had no issues. But how are others supposed to deal with such a violent storm?" Gravis asked. "The virtualization arrays are catered to the individual, not their realm," the clerk said with a smile. "Excuse our intrusion, but we always inspect our customers thoroughly. After all, if the array is too powerful, our customers might die. If it's too weak, it wouldn't be able to show its full effect." Gravis was a bit surprised. "So you know about my body?" he asked. The clerk nodded. "Seeing through your body requires the power of a mid-minor circulation immortal king due to your powerful will aura. Researchers that went through a natural world are rare, but we have had some. We know how powerful beast bodies are and made the virtualization array fitting for your level and body." "Huh," Gravis commented. "I totally forgot that there are others like me," he thought. "But it actually makes sense. After all, I could have chosen to enter a natural world back then." The clerk waited for some seconds and looked at a jade token. "Deep wood is next," he said. "Do you want to rent it right now?" Gravis nodded. Deep wood was the level 3 law equivalent of wood. This was the law that actually had the most laws supporting it, but the one that supported others the least. Just because one element supported another one didn't mean that the other one supported this one. For example, lightning created light, but light didn't create lightning. Because of this, lightning helped with understanding light, but light didn't help with understanding lightning. Wood was supported by earth, water, wind, lightning, and had metal as its antithesis. 5 of the 8 other elements helped in understanding wood. Sadly, wood only supported earth and was the antithesis to metal. Gravis paid and went back to his room with the virtualization array for deep wood. After putting it into his room, Gravis felt like the entire world was transforming. Everything around him started to bend and blur in seemingly impossible ways. In a matter of seconds, Gravis received a droning headache. Felt like his spirit space was under attack. Gravis also started to feel nauseous for the first time in millennia. He had totally forgotten how that felt. In short, Gravis felt like shit right now. "Oh, this is going to suck big time," he groaned. This one was far harder to understand than Storm or Brilliance. Gravis actually had to rent it a second time since concentrating on the element was difficult in this state. This law actually took him 170 years. As soon as Gravis managed to comprehend the law, he seemingly broke the blur of his surroundings. Now, everything looked normal again, except that Gravis was now able to see several white streaks flowing across the room. As soon as the streaks came close to him, they turned into energy and vanished. "Fuck, that one was even worse than Brilliance," Gravis grumbled to himself. Gravis exited his room and saw a message from Xianxia. She would soon be finished with her test and wanted to spend more time with Gravis. After all, she also wanted to know his opinion on her evaluation. Gravis had a lot of time to waste, so he decided to wait. He went back to the smart cultivator and gave the virtualization array back. "Fuck that thing," he said as he pointed at it with a sneer. "I understand," the clerk said with a laugh. "I also hated that one. Deep wood is just horrible to comprehend, but hey, soul-based attacks are rare. This one will help you a lot." Gravis scoffed. "Yeah, sure, when I understand the overarching law at some point. Until then, I can only look at it and protect myself from it." "Isn't that good enough already?" the clerk said. "Anyway, do you wish to rent the next one?" Gravis shook his head. "Not now. My daughter will finish her affinity test soon, and I want to be there for her during that time." The clerk quickly checked the customer registry and read up on Xianxia. "The results are basically already set in stone," the clerk said. "We've already found a fitting group of laws for her, but we still want to finish the test to see if she is also proficient in another group." Gravis perked up when he heard that. "Oh? What is it?" he asked. The clerk only smirked. "I won't spoil the surprise." Gravis wanted to know, but he accepted that it was better if the results were shared with him when his daughter also got to hear them. Because of that, he didn't inquire further and left the shop again. The next couple of years, Gravis relaxed again, waiting for Xianxia to finish her comprehension. Around 7 years later, Xianxia came out with excitement. Finally, she would get to know which laws she had certain affinities for. Because of that, Gravis and Xianxia immediately went back to the smart cultivator to get her results. As soon as Xianxia gave back her current virtualization array, one of the clerks pulled Gravis and Xianxia over to a side room. The clerk ordered some high-quality tea, and they all only had some small talk until the tea arrived. The tea tasted absolutely incredible. Gravis was a fan of coffee, but he could also imagine drinking this tea from now on. Of course, this was only natural. After all, the business of virtualization arrays was one of the most profitable businesses in existence. Buying expensive tea didn't hurt them at all. The clerk left, and someone else entered the room. This was a man dressed in a very professional black suit. His demeanor basically screamed successful businessman. "Hello? My name is Jake, and I'm responsible for evaluating the tests and advising our customers," he said as he gave Xianxia his hand. Xianxia was the one that ordered the test, which meant that she was the customer. Because of that, she should receive her greeting first, even if there was someone more powerful standing beside her. "Thank you, Jake," Xianxia said with a smile. "I'm Xianxia, and this is my father, Gravis," she said as she gestured to Gravis. "Hi," Gravis said nonchalantly. Jake also gave Gravis his hand with a smile. "Don't worry. We only have the best interest for your daughter in mind, he said. I know, Gravis said. Jake gestured for them to sit again and sat opposite the two. After that, he quickly retrieved a jade token and checked over it again. After some seconds, he nodded. We can definitely work with that, he said. Now, Jake said after putting the jade token away again. Let me first introduce you to our evaluation rating. We generally rate someone's affinity towards a specific category of laws from 1 to 5. 1 means you have basically no talent and that you need to work a really long time to make any progress in that category of laws. There is even a high chance that you will make no progress. 2 means you are not suitable for this category, but you can still achieve something by working harder than others. 3 means average. 4 means you are talented in this law and that you will be able to comprehend these laws very quickly. Tempering might even not be necessary to understand the harder laws of this category. Therefore, we generally aim to recommend to you categories with an affinity score of 4. 5 is rare, but it happens occasionally. 5 basically means you were born for this law. These laws come very naturally to you, and you feel an intrinsic connection with them. It's less understanding laws and more the laws telling their secrets to you, Jake said. Gravis and Xianxia nodded. Everything seemed straightforward. The fact that Jake also said that he could work with this data meant that Xianxia had at least one category of laws with a high aptitude. Jake waited for questions, but none came. All right then, he said. Now, let me just address the elephant in the room. After that, he turned to Xianxia. You obviously have an affinity rating of 5 for lightning-related laws, and I'm certain that you know that. So, why would you want to find a different category? Xianxia had comprehended punishment lightning in less than a century in the middle world. This was insanely fast, and it was evident that her biggest affinity lay in that group of laws. Xianxia looked at Gravis, but Gravis kept silent. This was her conversation. Xianxia sighed. My father is the being with the greatest affinity towards lightning that has ever existed. Some of his traits have carried over to me and my siblings, which also gave us a great affinity towards lightning. The clerk looked at Gravis with shock but also with a bit of skepticism. This was quite a bold claim. My father agrees, Gravis said as he flashed his obsidian ring. Jake took a deep breath of shock. It was one thing to claim that, but it was something entirely different when it was the opposer that claimed that. After some seconds, Jake looked back at Xianxia. Okay, but that didn't answer my question, he said. Well, the reason why I want to look at other laws is law comprehension practice, Xianxia said. Father thinks that comprehending these lightning laws so quickly doesn't give me enough experience. Jake glanced over to Gravis and then back at Xianxia. That makes sense, he said. Being reliant on a single group of laws might allow you to become an immortal king and maybe even an immortal emperor, but everything after that becomes difficult. So that's a good decision. Gravis trusted the words of Jake since Jake felt even more powerful than all the clerks he had seen in the shop. This meant that Jake was probably an immortal emperor, which meant that he knew what he was talking about as long as he talked about things related to beings below the star god realm. Good, Jake said when he noticed that the two of them didn't have any questions. Then, let me give you your test results. Let's start with the bad. The element of earth is a 1. Sorry for that. I would suggest dropping any comprehension attempts for the laws of Earth until you are an immortal emperor with a lot of time and money, he said. Xianxia released a bitter sigh. She had already expected something like this, but it still felt terrible hearing about something that she had no talent in. She had been born with an insane affinity towards lightning, which meant that she didn't have a great affinity towards Earth. Earth and lightning did not like each other one bit. At least that is your only category with a score of 1. Everything else is a 2 at least. That's already above average, Jake said. Xianxia nodded. You have 2 categories with an affinity score of 2. These are the soul laws and gravity. That you have a low affinity towards the laws of soul is only natural since you do not have a spirit. This automatically makes it harder for you to comprehend soul laws. Around 50% of beasts have a 1 in that category, Jake said. Xianxia was not thrilled by this evaluation, but it made sense. It kind of sucked to hear that she didn't have something that nearly everyone around her had. But she had to live with it. What about gravity? she asked. Jake looked at Gravis. Earth is strongly related to gravity, Gravis said. Because of that, your affinity towards gravity suffers. Jake nodded with a smile. Correct, he said. Yursey nodded again. Please continue, she said. Now we come to the biggest part, Jake said. The threes are always the most numerous by far since most beings are average in them. Hold your horses because there are 11 of them. Let me just rapid fire them. Darkness, light, fire, metal, wood, wind, the elements in general, time, plants, life in general and matter, Jake said. Yursey took all of that in. These were a lot of laws that she had an average aptitude in. So that was something, at least. Gravis checked all the categories he had heard about and realized that there were some still missing. This meant that Yursey had several aptitudes with a 4, at least. That sounded rather good. Now, don't get overexcited, Jake said with a smile. The rest are 4s. Sadly, your only 5 is lightning. Want to hear the rest of them? Yursey nodded. You have 3 categories with an aptitude of 4. That's far above average. These 3 are water, the body, and temperature, he said. Yursey was taken aback. The body part made sense since she was a beast. Beasts didn't have spirits, but they had powerful bodies. Yet, where did that water and temperature aptitude come from? What about emotional and situational laws? Gravis asked. He was a bit surprised that they were missing entirely. We can't evaluate emotional laws since we can't completely inspect your entire spirit or soul. We can only make some guesses about your personality, but nothing concrete. Situational laws are, as the name implies, situational. There are no affinities for them. It's all experience, Jake said. I see that you have questions, but let me explain first, Jake said with a smile as he saw the confused Yursey. This should answer most of your questions. Your body affinity comes from you being a beast, so having a high affinity with the body is natural. The aptitude for water comes from 3 different sources. First of all, you have a powerful lightning affinity, and lightning loves water. This is one source. The second reason is the fact, and don't take this the wrong way, that you are a woman. We've long thrown away these concepts of yin and yang, but there is still a bit of truth to them. Water is gentle but can become turbulent. This could be associated with a peace-loving mindset that is willing to be brutal when necessary. Women are more likely to fit into that mindset than men. The third reason is your personality. Judging by what you have told us about yourself, you can become content with what you have instead of always chasing higher peaks. The fact that you want to stop cultivating in the future already shows this mindset, and because of these 3 reasons, you are very talented with water. Yursey thought about it and realized that a lot of what Jake said made sense. Her demeanor truly resembled a calm lake. Now, Jake said, can you find the reason for your great affinity towards the temperature laws? You should be able to find the reason. Yursey thought about this. After thinking for a bit, Yursey found her answer. I think my affinity towards temperatures comes from my affinity towards water and lightning, she said. Jake smiled. Right, he said. The cold temperatures have a close connection to water while the hot temperatures have a close connection to fire. Of course, there also are secondary connections. For example, the secondary connections to hot temperatures are lightning and light, while the secondary connections to cold temperatures are metal and wind. You are very talented in water, which is the primary connection of cold temperatures. Lightning might only be a secondary connection to hot temperatures, but your ridiculous talent for lightning equalizes this, making you very proficient in these 2 laws. The general law of temperatures is simply a connection of hot and cold, which means that its affinity shares the affinities of the other 2, Jake explained. Gravis had to agree with the evaluation. However, Gravis would be lying if he said that he had known all of this. Gravis was not a professional evaluator of these kinds of things, which made him miss several connections, but that was why these professionals existed in the first place. Yursey thought about what she should do now but looked at Jake again. Where should I start? She asked. As part of your evaluation test, you have already comprehended the composition laws of fire and water. This means you have 2 options now. You could either comprehend the other laws related to temperature, which would be light, wind, and earth, or you could directly go for the temperature laws. I would suggest a mix. Concentrate on light and wind first. Earth would be a waste of time due to your aptitude. After you know these laws, go for the law of heat first before looking at the law of cold. After that, I would suggest going for the general law of temperatures. Let me advise you on one last thing, Jake said. According to my predictions, you should be able to grasp the law of heat without having to temper yourself since you are very talented in that aspect and know all related laws. Yet, there is a 50/50th chance that you might need to temper yourself for the law of cold. For the general law of temperatures, you definitely need tempering. This is a level 3 law, and since you don't share the energy and spirit fusion that humans have, you will find it impossible to comprehend a level 3 law without any tempering at your current realm. Of course, I'm excluding lightning from this statement. Xianxia didn't like that she had to temper herself again. Yet, it wasn't like she was some greenhouse flower. She had been tempering herself for centuries. Returning to it wouldn't be a problem. Sadly, the fact that she was content with her life right now made her apprehensive of tempering. When someone had nothing to lose, they were far more willing to jump into danger. Xianxia had a lot to lose right now. Okay, Xianxia said. What avatar should I choose? She asked. That depends on your goal, Jake said. You told us that you want to stop cultivating but want to have a good base if you change your mind in the future. In that case, I would suggest going for the general law of temperatures. If your goal were power, I would suggest becoming an immortal and learning many, many more laws. The best course of action would be to use a high-tier law for your avatar. Of course, that would come with a time investment of probably over 10,000 years with many fights and an even greater money investment. High-tier laws are expensive. High-tier laws was the term for level 4 laws in the highest world. The reason for that was that beings generally only came into contact with these laws when they were in a higher world. Xianxia thought about this and immediately decided against this course of action. Just the money part was already insane. She would probably have to spend over 1 billion immortal stones, which was an insane amount. She didn't have the ability to print money like Gravis. Xianxia sighed after she made her decision. I'll go with the first one, she said. Jake nodded. Any more questions? He asked. Xianxia and Gravis remained silent. Do you want to know your affinity? Jake asked Gravis. Gravis chuckled a bit. No, thank you, he said. I know exactly where I lack. Oh, Jake said. You don't need to answer if you don't want to, but could you tell me which area that is? Emotional laws, Gravis said. That was true. Gravis had comprehended the law of the dead world, which showed that his talent was more than sufficient in that area. Gravis also knew several laws about the soul and many laws about life. The situational laws were also relatively securely in his hands. Yet, Gravis had not managed to comprehend even a single emotional law. Gravis was pretty sure that this was due to his unique mindset. Gravis had the unique ability to quickly switch his thinking and change himself. Sadly, this often also switched his evaluation of his emotions and his emotions themselves. Because of that, he had no particular affinity for any kind of emotion. The law of apathy could be counted as kind of an emotional law, but it was not part of the laws necessary to create the law of emotions. To create a true world, one didn't need to know absolutely every law. Weapon laws, body-strengthening laws, or aspect laws of the elements were not necessary, for example. Everything was about composition. Apathy was a state of mind created by a mixture of several emotions. One could say it was impure. Because of that, it didn't represent a base component of the law of emotions. Jake nodded. The emotional laws are difficult, he said. I'm still struggling with a lot of them, but that's also not my priority right now. I still need to finish the life laws. The three of them chatted for a bit longer, and Xianxia also inquired about a job. She still had a ton of money left, but she would sooner or later become homeless if she didn't start earning her own money soon. Sadly, Jake told her that they only directly hired very powerful immortal kings and only considered very talented immortal kings for training with future employment. Her talent was sufficient, but her realm wasn't. Yet the pay was absolutely insane. Every clerk received 1 million immortal stones per century, which wasn't that much, but that also wasn't the insane part. The insane part was that they got access to any virtualization array free of charge. 2 centuries of work for 1 century of any virtualization array, regardless of the level. That was also the reason why nearly all employees of the smart cultivator were not actually people that stopped cultivating. They simply used this shop to comprehend more laws until they returned to the outside world again. After talking for some more minutes, Gravis and Yursi stood up to leave. Jake also stood up. "All right, now that official business is over," Jake said. "Let me go grab something for you, Yursi." Yursi was a bit confused by this. What else was there? Jake went through several bags of his, which all were empty because everyone stored their stuff in their spirit space anyway. As Yursi saw that, she became even more confused. What was Jake doing? Gravis also looked at Jake, but his eyes widened when he realized something. After that, he wasn't sure how he should feel. "Sorry," Jake said with a bit of frustration. "I wanted to give you my address, but it seems like I've lost it." "So," he said with a smirk, "can I borrow yours for a second?" Then Jake winked. "I have to go," Gravis said as he immediately teleported out, confusing Yursi even more. This was part of Yursi's life, and it was entirely up to her what she would do now. Gravis wanted freedom, and he also gave his daughter the same freedom. Why did her father leave like this? What was going on? Yursi only looked with confusion at Jake. "What? Borrow my address? How would that even work? Does that mean that you want to live with me?" she asked. "Oh wow. That developed way faster than I have expected," Jake said with surprise. "I know that I just asked you out on a date, but that you already want to live with me is rather straightforward of you. I'm not sure if I can handle that, to be honest." Yursi's mind tried to comprehend the situation, but after some seconds, it finally clicked. "Date? You want to go on a date with me?" she asked in shock. No human had ever asked her out on a date. She suspected that the main reason was her aggressive appearance. Jake chuckled a bit. "I'm just joking. But yes, I want to go on a date with you." "So, yes or no?" he asked. Yursi couldn't react. It was still tough for Yursi to accept the situation. Something like this had happened to a lot of others around her, but she had never been the fortunate one. It was just like a dream had come true. Yursi accepted the date. She had no idea what she should think about Jake, but that was what dates were there for, right? Dates were there for 2 people to get to know each other more. Because of that, Yursi decided to postpone her law comprehension to spend more time with Jake. On their first date, Yursi asked Jake why he had asked her out and if he minded the look of her body. Surprisingly, Jake was honest and said that he had no attraction to her physical form but to her personality. Yet, he also said that when Yursi became an immortal, everything would change. Yursi already considered herself as a human, and as soon as she managed to condense her human form, she would probably stay in that form indefinitely. At that point, Yursi's appearance would be just as attractive as her personality to Jake. Many people would have simply said that she was just perfect as she was right now, but how many would actually mean that? Yursi looked like a black, scaly demon. Sure, some people would think of her as cute or maybe even adorable, but only very few would actually find her sexually attractive. While all of this was going on, Gravis continued comprehending his laws. He wasn't certain what he should think about Jake. On one hand, Jake had acted perfectly to both of them, but on the other hand, it was also possible that he simply wanted to build a connection with Gravis' family. Many people would be interested in joining the family of the opposer, thinking that they might get to know some exclusive secrets that made them incredibly powerful. Of course, that couldn't be further from the truth. The opposer wouldn't even speak with them. Yet, just because there was something very attractive about Yursi's background didn't mean that this was the only reason anyone would want to come close to her. The same could be said about wealth. There would be a ton of people trying to get close to a wealthy person because of their money, but that didn't mean that there weren't people who simply liked the person for their personality. Of course, all of this was only secondary. If this was Jake's actual goal, he would very quickly find himself before a brick wall. It wouldn't be Yursi or Gravis that stopped him. After all, Gravis was too weak for that. No, it would be Gravis' mother who would stand in his way. She obviously loved and doted on her granddaughter, and if she found out that Jake was only in it for the money and status, she would find that out very quickly. Because of all these reasons, Gravis didn't worry about Yersi. She was over 1,000 years old and fought through an army of monsters. She should be able to handle that, and even if she couldn't, Gravis' mother would take care of things. So, Gravis concentrated on learning more laws. Next on the list of laws was graphite, the level 3 law equivalent of Earth. Graphite didn't refer to a specific kind of Earth, but to all kinds of Earth on the 3rd level. Gravis put the virtualization array into his room, and in a matter of seconds, his room basically vanished. Fuck! I nearly can't move, Gravis thought as an unreal amount of pressure pressed into his body. The entire room had been filled to the absolute brim with gray, black, and brown stone. Just the pressure of the stone made it nearly impossible for Gravis to move. Any mortal would have already died since the graphite didn't even allow the chest of anyone to rise and fall. Luckily, Gravis didn't need to breathe. Terror. 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 Gravis tried to move, but it was impossible. No matter how much power he used, he couldn't destroy the stone around him. This meant that he was stuck here. Well, not totally, Gravis thought as he connected with the virtualization array with his spirit. He could still deactivate it. I can still use my spirit to deactivate it, which is everything that I need. This means that the power of the graphite around me is actually just perfect for me. I'm getting injured, but not nearly enough to die. This should be the best way to comprehend the law. Starting from this day forward, Gravis remained stuck. He hadn't expected to be stuck immediately, which was why he was stuck in a half-sitting, awkward position. Gravis remained in that position for 98 years. The graphite turned into its base components, and Gravis deactivated the formation array. Sure enough, my talent in Earth is also not that great, he thought as he jumped around, being happy that he could move again. The only reason why I managed to comprehend this law in one sitting is that I know deep wood, storm, matter, and the plant laws. Without the matter or plant laws, I probably would have needed a century more or so, maybe even 2. Gravis cracked his neck as he looked around. Jake said that Yersi should wait with Earth, and I think that is one of the reasons. I know so many laws from so many different categories that I can extrapolate a lot about graphite simply by referencing so many other laws. With Yersi's current law count, this would be impossible. Heh! I'm basically brute-forcing my way through Earth. Gravis exited his room again and found Yersi in the living room, together with Jake. They both sat near the beach, leaning against each other, simply looking at the lake. Oh yeah, that's right. It's been like 100 years or so, Gravis thought. That should be plenty of time to get to know each other. Yet, Gravis noticed something else when he looked at Yersi. Hey, father, Yersi said with a smile as she jumped into Gravis' embrace. Obviously, Yersi seemed to be very happy. Hey, Yersi, Gravis said as he returned the hug. I see you have reached the peak law comprehension realm. How did that happen? Yersi chuckled with pride. Yes, I've been working hard, she said. Have you properly tempered yourself? Gravis asked. Yersi nodded. Sure, she said. Then she summoned some images to show Gravis her fights. Sure enough, the fights definitely hadn't been easy. They were not on the level of 50% life and 50% death, but they were still very dangerous. One could say that this was a good compromise between just raising one's realm and actual life and death tempering. If Yersi's goal were power, Gravis would disapprove. But her goal was only to reach the immortal realm, nothing more. She had gone through 6 realms while continuing to risk her life. Half-assing one realm was alright as long as she didn't aim for the peak. As to where Yersi got her tempering from, this city had everything. When there was a need, a supply would be created to fill that need. This city had several arenas where different cultivators and beasts could fight each other. The personnel of the arena would analyze the powers and laws of all combatants and search for fitting ones. Of course, one could also slightly skew the results with a well-placed donation. This sounded shady, but it actually wasn't. One side would be favored in this battle, but if the other side managed to win, they would earn a ton of money. Some people always wanted money and would take the risk. This meant that both sides knew that one side was slightly more powerful. Yersi had been fighting beasts one level above her and humans on her level. These were all still slightly weaker than her, but they were actually rather powerful in their own regards. Gravis had to sigh when he saw all of that. Yes, everything was all right for her goal, but he was still a bit disappointed that Xianxia couldn't fight 2 levels above herself. Of course, Gravis knew that he had no right to put such pressure on his daughter. He simply had to accept that she didn't pursue power like him. "Why have you decided to increase your realm now?" Gravis said. "That was actually me," Jake said. "Happy to see you again, Gravis," he said politely. Gravis nodded. "So, what's the reason?" he asked. "As long as you remain in the early minor circulation immortal realm, you can condense your avatar whenever you want. This means that she is not under any pressure. Additionally, as an immortal, it will become easier for her to learn more laws. This should save her some time and money," Jake said. Gravis furrowed his brows. That actually made a lot of sense. But there was one thing that Jake didn't say. Gravis turned to Xianxia. "Has he told you about comprehending the body laws as soon as you become an immortal?" he asked. Xianxia nodded. "Jake told me that it will become more difficult to learn the initial body laws when I'm an immortal." Gravis nodded. As long as Jake told her this, everything was okay. Xianxia was an adult and she was responsible for her own decisions. Gravis wouldn't choose to become an immortal without checking out a ton of body laws. But Gravis wasn't Xianxia. Xianxia was her own being, and everything was up to her. As long as she was sufficiently informed, everything was on her. Gravis was not an overprotective parent that didn't realize that his child was an adult now. Gravis went to the smart cultivator to get his next virtualization array. Paying 10 million immortal stones every time felt horrible, but it was necessary for his power. Next on the list was Frost, the level 3 law equivalent of water. Gravis knew the related law of graphite and the antithesis of inferno. Just like with everything else, Gravis knew 2 laws that would help him. The more powerful the elements became, the more they changed. Water had been one with a weak offense and great healing, but that changed with Frost. Frost was nearly as offensive as Inferno but still had some minor healing capabilities. "You're Gravis, right?" a voice transmission said to Gravis as he just finished his trade. Gravis looked outside the shop with his spirit and noticed someone in the streets. It was a man in black, casual clothing with a long and thin sword on his back, which only had one edge. Gravis immediately noticed several things about this person. First of all, the person was wearing the weapon on his body, which indicated that he was probably a weapon cultivator. Additionally, that weapon was a world weapon. Only weapon cultivators would pay so much money for a world weapon. Gravis also noticed the power of this person. This was an early major circulation immortal. This meant that this person was 4 levels above Gravis since the difference between the late minor circulation and early major circulation realms were 2 levels. This would be a formidable opponent in their own right. Yet, this human also had a will aura which was more powerful than his realm. His will aura was in the middle major circulation realm. "Yes, I'm Gravis," Gravis answered evenly. "Could you come outside for a bit so we can talk?" he asked. Gravis lifted an eyebrow but complied. He teleported out of the store and onto the streets. "Yes," Gravis said coldly. He already felt a feeling of animosity from this man, which was why he wasn't polite at all. A certain person has requested a favor of another person, who has requested a favor from another person, who requested a favor from my friend, who requested a favor from me. "That's why I'm here," he said with neutral eyes. "That's a lot of favors," Gravis said slowly. "Who might the first person be?" Gravis' senses were pulled to the sky community, to the flying statue. It had been around 740 years since Gravis had encased that scammer. "Him? Really?" Gravis asked. "Why didn't you just break him out yourself? You have the power." That would help him once, but he would never be able to come back to Opposer City like this. He wants it cleanly so that he doesn't lose his trading spot in the sky community. "That's why I'm here," he said. "So, you're willing to pay the 1,000 immortal stones?" Gravis asked. "No," he said. "The reason why I'm here is to tell you that this person will be under my protection from now on. No one will pay you, but you will free him." "Ho!" Gravis cooed. Isn't a favor from you worth more than 1,000 immortal stones? Why go to such lengths? Why I have been tasked with this has nothing to do with you, the man said. You only have to release him and leave him alone. And what if I don't? Gravis asked. Then you will have to fight me, the man said. We are inside the city, Gravis said. As soon as you launch an attack, the guards will drag you away. If I were to attack without your consent, yes, but you will consent, the man said. Why would I consent? Gravis asked. Because you believe you are powerful enough to fight with me, the man said. I can feel it from your powerful will aura. Your will aura is even far more powerful than mine, and someone with such a will aura won't flee from a fight that they can win. Would you do that? Gravis chuckled a bit. You're right. I wouldn't flee from such a fight. Yet, when you already accept that I can fight you, why would you want to fight me for some nascent nourishing scammer? Just because you believe that you can win against me doesn't mean that I believe that you can win against me, the man said. I think you are overestimating your own ability a bit. Oh, am I? Gravis asked with a smirk. You are, the man said with narrowed eyes. Both of them glared at each other as the surrounding people felt the air heat up. Most of the people walking on the streets were either below the immortal realm or beggars at the beginning of the immortal realm. This was not something that they should come into contact with. Hey, we can talk about this, all right? A third voice appeared as someone teleported beside them. Both of them looked at the new arrival. It was Jake. The man looked unsure when he felt the power of Jake, or more like didn't feel Jake's power. This was, at least, an immortal king. Jake, keep yourself out of this, Gravis said coldly. Hey, Gravis, I'm only here keep yourself. This, Gravis said slowly and aggressively to Jake. Jake was a bit taken aback by Gravis' violent tone. This guy was 4 magnitudes of power above Gravis. No one in the immortal realm could jump 4 levels, and even if there were a person like this, they would be the most secret disciple of the peak sex. Come back, Jake, Xianxia said as she pulled him over. Jake didn't resist his girlfriend but still looked with uncertainty at Gravis and the new person. Are you willing to see your father die? Jake asked Xianxia with a voice transmission. I know that he's powerful, but the realm difference is just too much. Additionally, this person also has a powerful will aura. Jake, Xianxia said like he had just said something silly. Trust in my father. He is far more powerful than you think. This wouldn't be the first time he jumped 4 levels. Not the first time? Jake asked with shock. Have you seen that for yourself? No, I didn't, she said. But I heard it from very trustworthy sources. Jake looked like he didn't believe her. Just watch, Xianxia said to Jake. Jake wrestled with himself for a bit, sighed, and decided to watch. You are that confident, huh? The man asked Gravis. I am, Gravis answered. Gravis activated the full power of his will aura and concentrated it on the man. The man harumphed and also activated his will aura. As soon as he activated it, Gravis' will aura was pushed back until Gravis was the suppressed one. The level difference was just far too significant. Jake looked with uncertainty at Gravis. Gravis activated his level 2 law of apathy. As soon as it activated, the man felt his will aura being consumed. It was like Gravis' will aura was destroying the will aura of the man. The man narrowed his eyes and felt his will aura being pushed back a bit. Yet, the law of apathy didn't eat enough of the will aura to resist the endless push of new power. One shouldn't forget that the source of a will aura was unlimited. As long as the speed of consumption wasn't faster than the will aura's release, nothing would change. The law of apathy, huh? The man commented. I also have that, he said, and as soon as he finished his words, Gravis felt his will aura being consumed. The decay of Gravis' will aura stopped as a superior law countered it. Gravis had activated the level 3 law of minor death. The apathy on the man's will aura seemingly died, but Gravis' apathy was still consuming the enemy's will aura. Additionally, the law of minor death weakened the edges of the enemy's will aura, like they had been affected by old age. This increased the effect of Gravis' law of apathy. The man was shocked, but he didn't relent. He had no idea what this law was, but he could feel its effect. This law had something to do with death, but he had never even heard about a law associated with death. Gravis was still slightly suppressed, even with the help of the law of apathy and minor death. Bang! Another layer appeared, and as soon as it showed itself, the man's will aura was violently pushed back like it had been punched. The man took a deep breath out of shock as he felt that he was on the losing end now. Right now, none of the two were suppressed, but the man was closer to being suppressed than Gravis. The man would have never believed that someone so many levels below him could suppress his will aura. This was absolutely insane. What was this law? Gravis had activated his level 4 law of major suppression. The world around them turned to a shade of gray and black as suppression and death combined their power. The power of the level 4 law of major suppression was incredible. The man gritted his teeth as a fire burned with battle intent inside his eyes. Right now, he believed that Gravis might be able to fight him. He was still sure that he would win, but the fight would definitely not be easy. The surroundings had been cleared as the earth around the two of them shook with power. A cold feeling of death, helplessness, suppression, and emotionlessness encompassed their surroundings. Yet the guards didn't intervene. As long as nothing was destroyed, they wouldn't care. Jake took a deep breath in shock. He was powerful and knew a lot about laws, which was why he was so shocked. Gravis knew the law of apathy and the law of major suppression. As an early circulation immortal, this was absolutely insane. Even more shocking was the fact that he didn't recognize the law of minor death. He had no idea what this law was. The man felt his will aura nearly being destroyed as he felt like he lost all control over it. It was like his will aura was a wild animal that he had to rear in to control, making it far harder to resist Gravis' will aura. Right now, the man was the one that had been suppressed by around 20%. 20%. This was insane. What had Gravis just activated? Gravis had activated his level 4 law of control. This law had destroyed the control of the enemy, making it far more difficult for them to resist. The man looked with severe uncertainty at Gravis. Gravis took one step forward. His body transformed into his beast form. Gravis was now 2 meters tall with 6 powerful arms. His entire body was made for battle, and even without weapons, he was armed to the teeth. 6 different weapons appeared in Gravis' 6 arms as the laws of cold, heat, punishment lightning, minor death, soul, and dead world were infused into them. A cacophony of destruction was displayed by his weapons. A black and red armor appeared around Gravis as he stepped forward another time. The man could barely resist Gravis' will aura, and Gravis' last step created an opening. Bang! Gravis' will aura pushed violently into the man, destroying it for a second. Bang! The man immediately jumped backward for several kilometers. If this had been a fight, he would have died right now. Getting his will aura broken meant that he had been under the full effect of Gravis' will aura, making it nearly impossible for him to do anything but move back slowly. Gravis didn't chase the guy and only looked coldly into his eyes. Gravis had been able to fight 4 levels against the Tornado Emperor when he had been a level 5 king. Yet, what had Gravis comprehended after that? How many powerful laws had Gravis learned during this time? The man released a nervous sigh as Jake couldn't believe what he was seeing. What was it with this absolutely unreal battle strength? This should be impossible. The man relaxed and looked at Gravis. "A favor is not worth my life," he said. And then he teleported away. Now only the imposing form of Gravis remained in the middle of the street. The enemy had fled. Gravis stood in the middle of the road as he looked into the direction his enemy had fled towards. He didn't say anything, but his imposing and cold aura still shook most of the onlookers. What was he thinking about? Should I have attacked regardless? Gravis thought as he looked into the distance. As far as I know myself, I would have expected me to directly attack and kill him. Yet, I purposely showed my power in front of him to dissuade him from attacking. Is it because I fear putting my life at risk after not fighting for such a long time? Gravis thought as he analyzed himself. No, I don't think so. he thought after several seconds. My power has grown tremendously ever since my fight with heaven. If the guy had been able to resist my pressure, he would have still been able to put up a fight, but he hadn't been able to. Someone that isn't able to resist my pressure is not a true opponent. So, logically, it wasn't that I feared for my life. Am I going soft? Gravis thought. When Commander Rhyme interfered in my fight, I decided to kill him, even though I knew that he didn't want to hurt me. This guy wanted to kill me, but I simply scared him off. This is definitely not normal. Gravis just continued standing there as he thought about himself. I think it's because of my law of freedom, Gravis thought. I didn't want to accept it in the past, but most of the time when I killed such people or beasts, it was my lightning commanding me to do it. They had acted aggressively towards me, which meant that they had to be killed with everything I got. In the past, I always believed that this was also what I wanted to do. But was that really true? Gravis thought. I think it was a coping mechanism. I heard about lightning's temperament in the lower world, and I became so strongly connected to lightning that it would be hard to even distinguish myself from it. I think I simply couldn't accept that I had an inner conflict going on. I thought I had everything under control, blinding me to the truth. My father reminded me of the words I spoke after I found Sky's dead parent. Apparently, I said that I am I, and that won't change no matter how much I change. Yet, I don't think that these words are accurate. These words might be accurate for every other living being, but not for me. Orthar has also said something similar. He said that he was himself, but he was not the only himself. I'm not sure what he was referring to, but I can see a connection between myself and these words. I am I, but lightning is also I. Yet, does that mean that there is only one of myself? When I think of the time I suppressed my emotions against heaven, I would think that this person wasn't me. Yet this was definitely me. I know that nearly everyone has a good side and a bad side in them. After all, I have never met a truly evil being before. The lower heaven acted like a tyrant against me without me even provoking it. Yet, the lower heaven probably only wanted to protect itself and show its competence towards its parent heaven. The high priest in the lower world also reigned like a tyrant, but he was also stuck in his position forever, without any chance of becoming more powerful. Additionally, if heaven wanted, it could have killed him. People with a weak will would also lose their minds in that position. I don't even need to think about the beasts. Every beast was gunning for supreme power, and stepping over others is natural. Even the middle heaven only followed the orders of the highest heaven. Everyone has a story and a good and a bad side. Yet, this might not be true for me. Azure has already commented several times that it is very unusual that I can adjust my own mindset this quickly and without issues. When I believe that I am right, I can kill an entire world without feeling bad. Yet, I can also spare this person that acted aggressively towards me. From an outsider's perspective, this would make no sense. When has this entire thing started? Gravis thought as he went through his life in his mind. When was the first time my mindset rapidly changed? Some seconds passed. Manuel, Gravis thought. It was right before I entered the heavens trial. Manuel said that I had a ton of emotions bottled up, and I had realized that he had been right. I was able to accept such a devastating thing without thinking much about it. The next time was when Nero told me about his philosophy about darkness. After that was my talk with Sky after I killed the lower heaven. I had felt like a monster, but just some simple words from Sky made me completely throw most of my guilt out of the window. Was this supposed to be that easy? All of these instances happened after my spirit had become acclimated to lightning. Before that, I hadn't experienced any of these kinds of rapid changes. Additionally, I even spared the middle heaven just because I wanted to spite the highest heaven. Would I have done that in the past? Would I have let someone go that terrorized me for hundreds of years? Definitely not. Lastly, there are the words that the black magnate spoke to me. He said that I have an inner conflict and that he didn't know how this would play out. The more I'm thinking about this, the more sense it makes. In the lower world, I completely followed and did whatever my lightning wanted. The first time I didn't follow it was when I didn't immediately kill Joyce's teacher after he mistakenly attacked me. It was like my lightning was dictating my actions, and me not wanting to see this truth, thought that this also concurred with my own personality. After that incident, it was more like we made a compromise. I didn't fully follow my lightning anymore. After all, if I did, all these beasts that confused me for Eris would have died since they charged at me with aggression. Then came the incident with the Middle Heaven, and as soon as I comprehended the law of freedom, I started to be the one in charge. My lightning is angry. I feel it. My lightning hates me for not killing the Middle Heaven, but it can't. My law of freedom is more powerful than punishment lightning. My law of freedom grants me freedom, even from myself. My law of freedom is suppressing my lightning. Gravis took a deep breath. But what about the time when I convert my body from punishment lightning into divine lightning? What then? Then my lightning will be more powerful than my law of freedom, and therefore also more powerful than my true self. What will happen? I can only see two scenarios. Either my lightning directly kills me, or it takes over control, forcing me to follow its rules. It all depends on the rage of my lightning. Is it angry enough that it would even kill itself to kill me? Or is its survival more important than revenge? Energy doesn't have this problem since energy can become everything. It has no personality. It has no temperament. Gravis moved for the first time in several minutes and summoned some lightning in his hand. It seemed completely normal to everyone, but to Gravis it felt angry. I might be lightning, but is lightning me? Is that really true? Is this another form of myself or something else entirely? I don't know. The only way I can see out of this situation is to comprehend the level 6 law of freedom before using divine lightning. With the power of my avatar supporting the law of freedom, it would still be more powerful than my lightning. Yet, that would only constitute as postponing the problem. It would be like running away. As soon as I reach the highest world, I would be able to come into contact with the next level of lightning, and I would face the same issue again. I need an actual solution to this, but I can't think of one right now, Gravis thought as he scratched his metallic chin. Excuse me, someone said from beside Gravis, and Gravis looked over. He wasn't really angry at the interruption, just a bit annoyed. A law comprehension cultivator contacted him from the Sky community, and Gravis looked back. The man became incredibly nervous, but he had to say it now. I have the 1,000 immortal stones, sir, he said politely. Whoop. Then he summoned the immortal stones. Apparently, he had seen that using force didn't work or would cost more than 1,000 immortal stones. Gravis was already confused about why someone would hire such a powerful immortal for a mere nascent nourishing cultivator. This seemed like absolute overkill. Gravis realized what the guy wanted. Whoop! Gravis pocketed the immortal stones and also took back his ore. The statue in the Sky community became a human again, and the scammer took a deep breath in shock. He was free. He was finally free. He had been in this prison for over 740 years. That was over 20% of his entire longevity. He had expected that Gravis would run out of patience first, but Gravis hadn't been bluffing when he said he would stay here for a long time. So, in the end, he had to ask for several favors and lastly pay his debt. Several people appeared around him, but they weren't looking with happiness at him. All of them looked with severity at him, like he owed them money, which was actually the case. He better repay them. After releasing the scammer, Gravis sighed and transformed back into his human form. He also deactivated his will aura, which had still been active during the time he was thinking. The surroundings calmed down, and the eagle-eyed guards stopped paying attention to Gravis. As long as he was not destroying or hurting anyone without their consent, they didn't care. You look troubled, Xianxia said in a soft tone as she came closer. Gravis sighed again. This confrontation has given me a lot to think about, Gravis said solemnly. Xianxia felt a bit nervous, and Gravis noticed. Pack. Gravis put his hand on Xianxia's scaly head and stroked her for a little bit. You don't need to worry about me, he said with a warm smile. I won't just disappear like Orthar. I simply need some time to think about things. Xianxia felt a bit embarrassed, but she also felt relieved when Gravis reassured her that he wouldn't disappear. Gravis, I'm sorry for getting involved, Jake said as he also came closer. It's all right, Gravis said. You couldn't have known about my power. You only wanted to help, and I understand. Maybe I shouldn't have used such an aggressive tone towards you. Jake was relieved when he heard Gravis. Jake was far more powerful than Gravis, but Gravis was one of the most important people to Xianxia. Jake truly loved Xianxia, and if Gravis disapproved of him, there could be consequences for his relationship with Xianxia. That's good. Thank you, Jake said. Gravis nodded. Right now, you're not part of the family, but in the future you might be. Just treat Xianxia with honesty. That's all that I want. As long as you do that, you and I will have no problems with each other. Jake felt a bit reassured by Gravis' words. He hadn't intended to betray Xianxia or anything similar in the first place. This meant that there would be no issues between them. I need to think and concentrate on my laws, Gravis said. We can hang out some other time, but right now I need to be alone. Xianxia still felt worried about Gravis. Something wasn't right with him, but she also knew that she couldn't help. Something that stumped even her father wouldn't be something that she could help with. She could only offer her support with his problems. The three of them said their goodbyes, and Gravis quickly went back to his room. He already had the virtualization array for Frost, but he didn't immediately activate it. He simply sat in his room and tried to think of a solution to his problem. How would he even go about solving this issue? Every solution Gravis could think of was unfair. Letting his lightning run wild would endanger his life and would suppress his true self, maybe forever. So this was not an option. What about comprehending the more powerful law of freedom to suppress his lightning? This was also a bad idea. After all, his lightning was also a victim in this case. If Gravis looked at his lightning like it was another person, right now, it would be like a person that was inside another person's body without any ability to do something. Gravis' spirit acted as an actualization of the ethereal will of lightning. Thanks to Gravis' spirit, his lightning was able to think for itself and come to its own conclusions. The fact that Gravis had been able to reason with his lightning in the past was proof of that. Being able to think but not being able to act or do what it wanted was one of the cruelest forms of suppression. Yet, if his lightning left his body, it would be like it died. It would lose access to Gravis' spirit, and therefore also lose its rationality, personality, and self. This would be no different from death. So, in short, they were both stuck in this together. No matter who was in control, one of them would always be suppressed. Swapping control? That wouldn't work. They were inside the same spirit, mind, and body. No one would want to see themselves do things they severely disagreed with. This was not some dissociative personality disorder. They were not two separate beings, but the same being with different mindsets. The borders between them were far blurrier. On top of that, Gravis had been the one that invited the lightning into his spirit. It didn't force itself into Gravis, but Gravis opened the door for it, knowing what could happen. This was a consequence of his own action. Additionally, this wasn't just some stranger. Gravis had benefited from his intrinsic connection with lightning for several thousand years. Without it, he would have surely already died. So, right now, Gravis felt like he had pulled an innocent bystander into his house and forced them to work for him without giving them any payment. This was not something that Gravis wanted to do at all. Gravis loved freedom, and because of that, his mindset also abhorred suppressing others. Yet, he was suppressing a dear and helpful friend of his right now. Freedom can only be taken by the person themselves, Gravis said. Yet, my freedom automatically means the suppression of my other self, if it even is another self of mine. I'm still not certain of that. If I annihilate the will of my lightning, if that's even possible, it would be like killing it. If I give it control over my body, it would be like killing myself. By swapping, none of us would be happy. As soon as anything significant happens, we both would want to take control. We wouldn't be willing to see something, in our minds, terrible being committed by ourselves, Gravis said to himself. Gravis sighed. I'm sorry, Gravis said, but I need to stay in control. I know you very well, but I also don't know you at all. I can only stay in control until I find a solution to this problem. Right now, I don't have any other choice but to suppress you. When I ever find a solution to this issue, you can be angry all you want. Obviously, this didn't calm his lightning at all. Lightning hated being suppressed, and no matter what Gravis said, it would continue to hate it. Gravis only said these words for himself because he knew that his words changed nothing. The situation would still continue until there was a solution. There would be no immediate consequences now, but in the future all of this might change. At the latest, the consequences would rear their ugly head when Gravis needed to use divine lightning in order to survive. This time would come at some point. Gravis was certain of it. This meant that he had to find a solution until then. Sadly, no amount of thinking could solve the issue right now. No matter what powers Gravis used, he wouldn't be able to solve the issue. He didn't even think to ask his father or anyone else about this because this was his problem which he had caused. He was an adult and he had to deal with this problem. After several more hours of thinking, Gravis finally gave up. He didn't have the power to change anything right now, but that didn't mean that he would never have the power. As long as he became more powerful, he might be able to find a solution. So Gravis started to comprehend Frost. Only power would give him a chance to find a solution for this issue. Gravis put the virtualization array into the socket. There was no reason to continue thinking about his issue. In the future, he would find a way. He was sure of it. Sir. Mist and ice appeared in the room, coating it in a bluish-white color. The ice broke down and turned into mist, which broke down after a while and turned into ice again. It was a magical circle of transmutation without any rhyme or reason. Bang! Some of Gravis' scales broke off due to the cold, exposing his flesh. This happened a couple of times, but Gravis easily had enough life energy to heal himself. One shouldn't forget that Gravis had learned the law of energy healing while fighting heaven. Such injuries were no problem for him. Interesting, Gravis thought as he looked at his freezing and dying hand. Just like nearly every other element, Frost attacks the outer layer first. The only two elements that attack something else are deep wood and brilliance. Deep wood directly attacks the soul, while brilliance attacks the entire body. I had thought that maybe more elements had peculiar forms of attack, but that isn't the case, apparently. I was a bit surprised when brilliance completely ignored my scales and my entire defense, directly attacking my most vulnerable parts. Yet, its attacking power was far weaker than all the other elements. However, if someone used brilliance against someone with an incredible defense, it could probably be the most useful element out of all. Yet, if the enemy only has a weak defense, it won't be even nearly as effective as the other elements. Advantages and disadvantages. Gravis concentrated on the frost and let it destroy his body all it wanted. The smart cultivator tuned these virtualization array just perfect for him. One had to remember that Gravis had a beast body and also knew a ton of life laws. Such a powerful virtualization array might actually kill even a late minor circulation immortal. Of course, that was only true if they didn't know much about the life laws. This time, Gravis only needed 60 years to comprehend the level 3 law, his fastest one yet. If Gravis were to tell anyone that he managed to understand a level 3 elemental law in just 60 years, they would probably not believe him unless he used his law of honesty. The reason why Gravis had been so fast was because of all the other laws he knew. Gravis knew graphite, inferno as the antithesis, the law of cold, the normal law of water, the general law of the elements, several life laws connected to water, and the general temperature law. Water was related to many different law categories, and Gravis knew a lot of these categories. SSSSHHH. Gravis turned the frost into energy and retrieved the virtualization array. Usually, he would have smiled and felt great about his accomplishment, but he didn't feel like it this time. The entire problem with his lightning had unveiled itself, and Gravis couldn't completely let go while this problem was still going on. Without saying anything, Gravis exited his room again and directly went to the smart cultivator. Not even looking into his living room. He just couldn't be bothered with anything else right now. Becoming more powerful and fixing this problem with his lightning was his highest priority right now. Additionally, by relaxing, Gravis would feel like he was betraying his lightning. A close friend of his was being suppressed by him, and he had the gall to go out and have fun? This was not the person Gravis wanted to be. "Shadow, please," Gravis said to a random clerk as he handed over the virtualization array for Frost. The clerk accepted the array, checked the store database for Gravis data, tuned the shadow virtualization array, and gave it to Gravis. Only 2 more to go, the clerk said with a smile. Will you also take the higher pure elemental one after that? No, Gravis said. I could earn the money, but I doubt that I would be able to learn it in 3 centuries or so, which would need me to work for several centuries more. I'm not yet ready to spend around 1,000 years on only a single law. You don't need to, the clerk said. As long as you get the law to around 60%, you can get the rest via tempering. Maybe you won't get it in one shot, but every real fight pushes your understanding forward. Gravis scratched his chin. I'll think about it, he said. Then he teleported away with the virtualization array for shadow. The higher pure elemental law was the level 4 law comprised of all the level 3 pure elemental laws. There had also been a level 2 variant of that law, but Gravis had directly skipped it by understanding the mixed elemental law first. The higher mixed elemental law was a level 5 law and included all the level 3 mixed laws. Just understanding all the components would take Gravis 1,000 years or so. This was not something he wanted to do right now since it had already been around 800 years since his last fight. Gravis hadn't fought anyone in 800 years, his longest break yet. He would at least want to get one fight in between millennia of cultivation to keep his edge sharp. Gravis retrieved the virtualization array and put it into the socket. Shadow was the level 3 law equivalent of darkness. It was related to water, earth, and had light as its antithesis. The law of cold also slightly helped with comprehension. This was the first law where Gravis understood all 3 components. Absolute darkness appeared, and there was absolutely 0 light in this room anymore. Even worse was the fact that this darkness also clouded Gravis' spirit. It wasn't that shadow attacked his spirit, but that it was so dark that it could even hide things from spirits. There were only very few things that were able to escape the detection of a spirit. One of these things was a very high level in space, another one a far higher cultivation realm, and the last one was the shadow element. Gravis closed his eyes and felt his body. He didn't feel any pain all over his body, but he felt his life energy decrease all over his scales. It was like his body was growing old and dying. Gravis activated his law of energy healing and pushed his life energy production to the maximum. After doing this, Gravis noticed that his life energy regenerated a bit faster than the damage of shadow. As always, the virtualization array had been perfectly tailored to his power. After 45 years, Gravis managed to understand the law of shadow. He knew all related laws and had a ton of law comprehension experience. It was only natural that he understood this law with incredible speed. The darkness inside the room vanished, and its energy density increased. Gravis retrieved the virtualization array again but didn't immediately leave. Darkness and light are a gradient. The more powerful they become, the more they should blur into each other. It's a bit like life lightning and destruction lightning. You can have both of them, but you can also mix them however you want. This means that there is probably an overarching law, which is not just the result of fusing 2 laws together to create a mixed element. Someone able to combine both of them would probably have a level 4 elemental law, which when used as an avatar, would be able to unleash the power of a level 5 law. Level 5 law, huh? Gravis thought as he remembered his years together with the Middle Heaven. The Middle Heaven's power was actually really insane. Even now, with the level 4 law of control and these other new level 3 laws, I would have no chance against it. I would be able to put up a fight. With the law of control, I would be able to fight against the Middle Heaven's will aura to a stalemate. Then, my law of freedom would guarantee that I could use my full speed. Yet, as soon as Heaven would unleash its avatar and level 5 laws, I would very quickly die. The only way I would have been able to fight it would have been to condense an avatar from the law of the dead world, understand the higher pure elemental law, and incorporate that law into my avatar. Then, I would have also been able to unleash the power of a level 5 law. At that point, I would probably win. Gravis looked to one of the walls of the room absent-mindedly. I met the Middle Heaven for the first time around 1,600 years ago, and even now, I wouldn't be powerful enough to kill it. The power difference is so incredibly vast. Gravis sighed as he remembered how he had proudly proclaimed that heaven would die. Oh, what an ignorant fool he had been. What has passed, Gravis thought. Don't think about it too much, but remember your previous mistakes. You have fought one weak heaven before and then one powerful heaven. As far as I can see, probably all heavens have this much battle strength from now on. Well, not exactly. I think the higher heavens are actually even more insane. I could very well envision that the higher heavens even know the law of the living world, which combines the law of the dead world and the law of life. I can't even imagine how powerful such a law as an avatar would be. There is even a possibility that they know the law of the sentient world, which includes emotions. I should never take any heaven lightly again. Gravis sighed again and left his house to exchange for the last virtualization array. Core. Gravis went to the smart cultivator again and got the last virtualization array, which was for core. This was the level 3 law equivalent to metal. It was related to graphite, inferno, and had deep wood as its antithesis. The matter composition laws would also help somewhat, but not that much. Matter in the higher worlds was completely different from matter in the middle worlds. This one might take you a while, the clerk said. Understanding core means understanding around 50% of the higher hard pure matter law, which is a high-tier law. Because of these reasons, understanding core takes several times longer than understanding all the other ones. Gravis looked at the virtualization array. How much longer? He asked. Take the one that took you the longest to comprehend and triple the time. This is about the general time someone needs when they have already understood all the other elemental laws. The clerk said. 3 times, huh? Gravis commented. He didn't feel like it would take him that long. After all, he only needed 45 years for Shadow. 3 times his longest comprehension would be over 500 years. Was the difference really that great? Can I directly rent it for 500 years? Gravis asked. Of course, this decision was risky. If Gravis were to understand it in just 100 years, he would still have paid 500 years. Yet, being able to completely concentrate on the law without having to abort in the middle would be far easier. Gravis was pretty sure that he wouldn't take that long. But he remembered his thoughts when he challenged the middle heaven. He had thought that he would be able to win against the middle heaven, but he had been mistaken. Maybe the same thing was happening again, and he was severely underestimating the difficulty. For once, Gravis decided to trust the opinion of someone else when it concerned his own power. Because of that, Gravis directly rented it for 500 years. The evaluation of the clerk had been over 500 years, but Gravis only rented it for 500. Trusting someone's experienced opinion was one thing, but fully trusting it was something else. The clerk modified the virtualization array again, unloading several godstones into it to increase its storage. No wonder these virtualization arrays are so expensive. Just level 3 virtualization arrays already need godstones. Here you go, the clerk said as he gave Gravis the virtualization array. Gravis paid the 50 million immortal stones, feeling like a chunk had been taken out of his body. This was so much money. Gravis nodded and teleported away. Then, he informed Xianxia about his prolonged cultivation. 500 years was a lot of time, even for Gravis. Xianxia said goodbye to Gravis, but it wasn't that bad. She could still see him in his room if she wanted. His room wasn't isolated or anything, so if she missed him, she could just look at him. Gravis also informed Orpheus, who only wished him success. 500 years was not long for Orpheus. Gravis didn't need to inform anyone else since the remaining people he knew would know how long it would take to understand core. Then, Gravis entered his room and put the virtualization array into the socket. Nearly the entire room was filled with different kinds of metal. On top of that, Gravis could see a particular form of energy entering and exiting the different metals. This was probably the essence of core, which demonstrated the elemental component of metal. In comparison to all the other times, Gravis wasn't attacked by anything. He could just walk around and look at the different materials. As Gravis stood upon the mountain of he couldn't help remembering the time he started his law comprehension journey in his realm stop. Azure had introduced Ferris to him to keep watch over him. This mountain of or reminded Gravis of the time he tried to comprehend all the different pure and complex matter laws. Gravis still remembered how he had needed over 30 years to understand a law. Back then, it felt like forever to him, but now that would have been an incredibly short time frame. Gravis picked up one of the oars and looked at it. I still remember how I thought how horrible it must feel to not comprehend a single law in hundreds of years. Yet now I can count myself lucky when I need less than 100 years. This one is going to take several hundred years. Gravis looked around and released a sigh as he thought about his past evaluations. 500 years is long, but it seems appropriate. This is one of the most difficult level 3 laws to comprehend, and it will also push my understanding of higher hard pure matter to 50%. 500 years for a level 3 law and 50% of a level 4 law seems just right, actually. Sadly, it still feels different, Gravis said to himself with melancholy. Back then, I didn't know what would help me in understanding what. Now I know exactly what I will learn. The wonder of discovery and surprise is gone. Finding out all the related laws and which laws I needed to understand them felt exciting. Now, everything just makes sense, and I know exactly what I need. Well, I guess that's normal. I simply got better at understanding laws, taking a lot of magic out of the process. The black magnate might have been wrong regarding happiness, but when he spoke about the feeling of having supreme power, he knew exactly what he was talking about. The magic of the laws is gone, and only a normal interest remains. In the future, this feeling might even be replaced by boredom or annoyance. Gravis sighed again. It's only a slight inconvenience. My happiness is not defined by understanding more laws and becoming more powerful. Now, this has simply become my hobby and goal. One could also call it work. Many people despise work, but when they don't work for a long time, they become unhappy since they don't have a goal anymore. Work is bothersome for the moment, but it also gives one a goal. Success and happiness are two different things after all, Gravis said to himself. Then, he started concentrating on the different metals. He tried using them to forge weapons but received one surprise after the other. He wasn't able to push them together to create a hardened edge, for example. The matter rejected itself as soon as the pressure increased. When Gravis used even more pressure, the weapon would just shatter like glass. Gravis didn't even try to fuse the materials with other materials. The higher complex laws would be level 5 laws and would be far more challenging to learn than the pure ones. Gravis ignored the stream of core energy for now and concentrated on the different materials. The more he experimented with them, the more he got reminded of the time he tried to learn the complex material laws. For some time, Gravis felt like he had returned to the past. He was simply walking around, looking at one stone after the other, trying everything he could to learn more about it. This is actually far more interesting than I had thought, Gravis said with a light smile. There is something about comprehending different materials one at a time that other laws don't have. Just looking at something is different from manipulating and changing it. One is understanding, while this feels more like playing. Gravis paused for a second and looked around the room. He could envision the stream of water, the forest, and the desert surrounding the mountain. He could also envision Ferris looking at some butterflies, randomly comprehending laws. Gravis had to laugh when he remembered how Ferris annoyed him back then. It was like he had returned to the past. Would I want to go back to that time? Gravis asked himself. Gravis thought about this question for several seconds. Maybe a little bit, but not forever. I have my father, Mom, Xianxia, and Orpheus here. Back then, I had my 3 kids, but I couldn't meet them whenever I wanted. Additionally, our bond hadn't been as close as it is now. I would enjoy feeling the magic of comprehending my first laws again, but I would also miss my family and friends, Gravis said. Right now, if there weren't the issue with my lightning, I would be as happy as never before. Gravis looked around with a smile. I think I'm actually rather content with my life currently. Gravis lost himself to time. For once, he was able to forget everything about himself and dedicated his entire being to understanding the different kinds of stone directly in front of him. It was like the magic of understanding laws had returned, and Gravis felt like it was even more beautiful than back then. Back then, Gravis wasn't able to properly appreciate the feeling of wonder. Only when someone lost something and regained it much later would they truly be able to appreciate it. It was simply a joy to look at all the different stones. Suddenly, the energy inside the ore stopped moving. The metallic essence vanished, leaving behind only dead stone. Gravis frowned as he inspected everything. Was something wrong with the virtualization array? Gravis checked the virtualization array, but it didn't move at all. It had simply stopped working for some reason. Gravis concentrated on the virtualization array and felt that there was no more energy inside it. It was empty. Empty? Gravis asked himself. Then his eyes widened. Are 500 years already over? But I didn't manage to comprehend the law of core. Gravis inspected his surroundings with his law of time and noticed that 500 years had passed. Sure enough, Gravis had stayed here for the entire duration. What? That was never 500 years. Gravis said. Father, has it been 500 years? He asked. Yes, his father answered. What? How? Gravis asked in shock. I only just started. You were so entranced with the laws that you lost track of time. Gravis. It happens. Just rent it again. His father said in a bored manner. Gravis still couldn't wrap his head around it, but everything pointed at that 500 years had passed. 500 years? Over just like that? Gravis said to himself as he grimaced. So much time has passed, and I didn't even notice. This feels similar to when heaven told me that I had stayed 200 years in the gap between worlds. It feels like time has been stolen from me. After a while, Gravis sighed. I guess these occasions will happen more frequently in the future. Understanding the laws will take longer and longer. Gravis looked at the mountain. The mountain was still there since the virtualization array only controlled the metal essence, which created different kinds of or on its own. Gravis thought back to the time he met Ferris. Back then, Ferris had been around 3,000 years old. He felt absolutely ancient to me. 3,000 years was such an incredibly long time. I also thought about how much I could learn in 3,000 years. Gravis laughed bitterly. Yet, look at me now. If I add everything together, I'm already around 3,650 years old. I'm even older than Ferris back then. Felt like I had been only 100 years old only 1 year ago. I have become ancient. Time is unforgiving, Gravis said. But I already know that. Gravis remained silent for a couple more minutes, just thinking. Then he sighed again and pocketed the Ur Mountain. This was a byproduct of the virtualization array, and it belonged to Gravis. One could say it was a nice bonus. Gravis estimated the ore's worth and concluded that this was around 3 million immortal stones worth of ore. This sounded like an enormous number, but one shouldn't forget that Gravis paid 50 million immortal stones. On top of that, Gravis had seen the clerk putting around 25 godstones into the virtualization array. So, in total, this ore was not even nearly enough to make up for the cost of producing it. After that, Gravis pocketed the virtualization array and inspected the city to find Xianxia. He wanted to talk to his daughter after such a long time. Gravis' eyes widened in surprise when he found 2 people in his living room. One of them was Jake, while the other one was a cute girl, seemingly 20 years old. The girl was also an early minor circulation immortal. Already? Gravis asked himself. Gravis teleported over to them and looked with wonder at his daughter. She had pale skin with extremely long black hair. Her hair actually reached the floor, and for some reason, Gravis got reminded of a scorpion's tail when he looked at it. Her hair kind of looked dangerous. Father! Xianxia shouted in surprise as she jumped into Gravis' embrace. I'm a human now, she said with excitement. I can see that, Gravis said with a bit of shock and a smile. Then he put his hand on her head and ruffled her hair. You look beautiful. Honestly, if you had a different hair color, you would look very similar to your mother. Xianxia halted. Mother? She asked uncertainly. I have actually never seen Mother. Back then, I was very deep in the philosophy of beasts and didn't care about meeting her. Now that I think about it, I think I regret not meeting her. You never saw her? Gravis asked in surprise. I thought you would have seen her at least once, he said as he broke the embrace to look into her eyes. Yursi looked towards the ground and shook her head. No, I didn't, she said. Do you want to see her? Gravis asked. Yursi hesitated a little bit as Jake remained silent. He didn't want to interrupt the reunion. Then Yursi nodded. Gravis used the element of light to create an image of Azure. Then he adapted his will aura and spirit to emulate Azure's aura. Lastly, he used the wind to emulate her voice. Gravis decided to show Yursi the time he first met Azure, in the middle of the competition for her future mate. Yursi looked with confusion at her mother. She told herself that this was her mother, but she couldn't feel a connection at all. Looking at the images of her mother felt very foreign and weird. Gravis showed her a lot of his conversations with her, and when Azure said that she didn't care about her children, Yursi winced a little. Yet she knew very well how beasts were. She only had to look at Sarah and Eris. Hearing these words from her mother hurt her, but she could also understand her. It was not her fault. This was simply how beasts were. Thank you, father, Yursi said. I think that's enough. Gravis stopped the simulation and looked at his daughter with a complicated look. There was no love between your mother and me, Gravis said. Yursi nodded. I know. I can understand your predicament, and I also know how beasts think, she said. But then, she smiled at her father warmly. But even when everyone else said you don't need to care about us, you still watched over us and helped us. Even when we rebelled against you, you only showed us the error of our ways. I'm glad that you're my father, she said wholeheartedly. Gravis felt like his heart stopped when he heard that. A sweet wave of love, happiness and caring went throughout his body as he hugged his daughter again. Thank you, Yursi, he said. Yursi only giggled a bit. Why? I'm only telling the truth. You don't have to thank me for that. Yursi had seen her mother now, and she had realized that she and her mother had no chemistry. Azure was prideful and distant. Even when Gravis showed Azure's constant complaining, she had still felt somewhat distant. It was like her inherent pride didn't allow anyone to get too close to her. Because of this, Yursi could finally say goodbye to the mother she never had. They simply were two different beings from different worlds. You're very impressive, Gravis, Jake said from the side with a distant look. It was like he fell into melancholy and was thinking about someone dear to him that he had lost. What do you mean? Gravis asked. Jake sighed. Many people try to create a loving and close family while still cultivating. Yet, as you know, not everyone can keep up. For mortals, a century is their entire life, while for us, it's basically nothing. When cultivators create families, they always have to decide between cultivation or their family. One law comprehension session can take multiple centuries, and even spirit-forming cultivators would see their entire life end during that time. To us, not seeing our family for 100 years is not a big deal, but to someone far weaker, it may even be their entire life. We feel like we take a lot of time for our loved ones, but our loved ones feel abandoned since we haven't visited them in over a decade. Families break apart and get estranged. The children will feel like their father had never been part of their life, while for their father, it only felt like a coffee break. When someone that still chases after power creates a family, it nearly always ends in tragedy. But not you, Jake said. You managed to have a loving daughter while still chasing power. You can take your breaks to comprehend laws and return while nothing has changed. Instead of appreciating the sentiment, Yursi felt sad. She knew exactly why Jake envied Gravis. How powerful was Jake? How long had Jake lived? How long would one law comprehension session of his take? To put this into perspective, Jake planned to dedicate himself to a 10,000-year-long law comprehension session as soon as he had worked enough. This would be 5 times as long as Yursi had already been alive. This was like a 20-year-old meeting their love for the first time. Then, that love would leave for 100 years until they would return. How long would that feel? Their love would have been gone for far longer than the person had been alive for. Because of this, Jake made the decision to extend his shift for another 10,000 years. Only when they had been together for 10,000 years could he feel comfortable enough to leave for 10,000 years. Yursi was keeping Jake away from his cultivation, and she felt guilty for that. Jake wanted to become more powerful, but he had to put his goal on hold because of Yursi. Additionally, what about after that? Yursi was probably not powerful enough to survive her first tribulation, which meant that she would die in about 48,000 years. If Jake wanted to continue cultivating while still keeping in contact with Yursi, he would probably cultivate for around 20,000 of the 48,000 years. This meant that Yursi would only see him for around 50% of her life. What about completely abandoning cultivation until Yursi was gone? Then, Jake would have lost an entire 25% of his longevity. After 50,000 years of peace, would he even find the strength to risk his life again? Jake loved Yursi, but this love also hurt him. He wanted to become more powerful, but he couldn't accept leaving her for this long. Yet, cultivating in shorter bursts wouldn't be nearly as effective as concentrating fully on the law. It would be a waste of time and money. Yursi decided to tell her father about Jake's worries. Yursi and Jake had talked a lot about this topic. Jake always said it was not such a big deal, but Yursi knew that he was only saying this to reassure her. Yursi knew precisely how important cultivation was to Jake. In the past, Jake had had a family already, but it had ended in tragedy. Back then, he had vowed to never create a new family again until he achieved true power. This had continued for over 100,000 years. Then, he met Yursi and he immediately felt like she was the one. He also felt like he must not let this opportunity slip away from him, or he would never get this opportunity again. Jake and Yursi leaned against each other. Jake spoke slowly and quietly with some humor in between to disguise his pain, while Yursi had some tears in her eyes from time to time. She knew that Jake was only hiding his actual pain and regret. Gravis listened to all their worries and looked to the side. Yet, he didn't look to the side with an expression of pain. He had an expression of pure rage in his eyes. "Highest heaven," Gravis said with gritted teeth. Yursi and Jake were surprised by Gravis' rage. "What do you mean?" Yursi asked. "This is the highest heaven's doing," Gravis said as he looked back at them. "You said you wanted to stop cultivating. You were fine with being an immortal. Yet what would that mean for me? It would mean that there was a chance that you would already be dead when I return. I don't know how long I will stay in the higher worlds, but it might be several times my normal longevity. I know this, but I still decided to go through with this. Yet, while doing so, I will lose you. I accepted that since this was your own life, and I want you to be happy. However, when you die, there would be one less person to use against me in the future. Then, just a short time after you decided to stop cultivating, you just so happened to meet a perfectly compatible life partner that swore to never have a family again. Yet, after over 100,000 years and seeing billions upon billions of beings, this one person just immediately fell in love with you and broke their oath. Staying with you means pain, but that person still decides to stay with you. Giving you pain might not motivate you to continue cultivating, but giving pain to the most loved person in your life will. Heaven is doing this so that you will decide to continue cultivating because as long as you become stronger, your longevity will increase. And the more your longevity increases, the happier you two will become together. And it can use you against me in the future. Jake looked with awkward confusion at Gravis, while Yursi also wasn't sure what she should think about Gravis' words. She knew that Gravis had beef with the highest heaven, but this sounded more like a conspiracy. Did Gravis see the highest heaven's hand behind every minor setback? Bang! Gravis punched the ground, destroying a lot of it. "And the worst thing is that I can't even be angry at it," he nearly shouted. "What am I supposed to be angry about? Am I supposed to be angry that the highest heaven brought your one true love to you? Am I supposed to be angry about that? I can't," Gravis said with aggression. "It gave you an incredibly sweet reward, free of charge, but then it said that you will get an even sweeter reward if you do something for it. Yet, in the end, it's not forcing anything on you. If you want, you can keep that sweet reward without doing anything. I can't get mad at something like that. Yet, I am furious," Gravis shouted. Yursi felt worried for her father while Jake narrowed his eyes and stepped in front of Yursi. "Calm down, Gravis," he said with a deep voice. "And just to be clear, are you insinuating that I am manipulating Yursi?" he asked with aggression. Of course not, Gravis shouted back. You are a victim just like her. You can't do anything about this. I know that you love her with all your heart. That's exactly the thing that makes me so angry. Absolutely nothing bad has happened. Not even the highest heaven has done anything bad. Yet, it still feels like I'm being suppressed. Gravis, Jake said with furrowed brows, you are paranoid. Not everything bad that happens is the fault of heaven. I know that you have quite a shaky past with heaven, but that doesn't mean that everything bad that happens to you happens because of heaven. This is simply how the world is, Jake said. Sometimes, we simply decide to be together with someone we love, even if we already know that the love might end in tragedy. Why? Because we love them, and our time together outweighs the pain of the tragedy, Jake said. Gravis took a deep breath to calm down. He knew exactly how crazy he sounded right now. No one would believe someone if they said that the overpowering ruler of the world involved themselves into their life this much. This showed an extraordinary delusion of perceived grandness about oneself. Forget what I said, Gravis said. I have handled the situation incorrectly and made it about myself. This is your life, not mine. Not everything revolves around me. Jake's eyes sparkled with a hidden gleam of shock, but he didn't let it show. Then Jake nodded. I know it's painful, but as long as you understand, everything is fine. Xianxia felt torn and wasn't certain what she should feel right now. She felt like Gravis didn't mean what he said, but she also knew that Gravis never lied. Because of that, the things that he had just said must be true, right? Let me just calm down and finish my comprehension about core, Gravis said with a superficial, warm tone. We can talk all we want after that, okay? He said as he stroked Xianxia's hair. Xianxia's body shook when she felt Gravis' touch, and some tears streamed down her face. She looked at Gravis and nodded. Okay. Then, Gravis teleported away. Silence. While Gravis was flying, he felt his lightning, and it was absolutely furious. Jake had seen it because of his superior power, and Xianxia had felt it due to her close connection with her father. Gravis had lied. Gravis got another 200 years added to his virtualization array since he was sure that he wasn't close to comprehending it. The clerk wanted to have some small talk, but Gravis blocked it and left quickly. Gravis felt guilty. When was the last time Gravis had lied? That had probably been before his mind had become attuned to lightning. Lying after such a long time felt like a betrayal to Gravis, even if he lied for a good reason. Gravis entered his room again but didn't put the virtualization array in it immediately. Instead, he only stood in the empty room, staring blankly into space as he was lost in thought. Gravis wasn't sure what he should feel since this was a complex situation. He wasn't even sure what he was actually thinking about. It was more like processing emotions and trying to make sense of what he was feeling. After around 10 minutes, Gravis sighed. I'm overcomplicating things, he said to himself. When I can't make sense of this situation, it's most likely not as complex as I think. Gravis made his decision and left his room. Xing. Gravis appeared in front of Jake and Xianxia again, who were still not certain what they should do. Listen, I think I've handled the situation incorrectly, Gravis said slowly. Jake was positively surprised that Gravis returned this quickly. Immortals often took months or even years to think about their decisions, but Gravis returned after only a couple of minutes. You don't need to apologize, father, Xianxia said. I know that you have not been truthful, but I can also understand you. You didn't want to worry me and betrayed your own principles so that I can feel better. Gravis sighed again. Hearing his daughter's words only made him feel even more guilty. I know, but that was wrong of me, he said as he came closer. I was treating you like a child, not like an adult. You are over 2,000 years old, and I'm sure that you can handle and understand these kinds of problems. I've already said that you don't have to apologize, Xianxia said with a quiet voice. You have done nothing wrong. Most people would lie to protect their loved ones, and I don't think that there is anything wrong with that. Xianxia looked at Jake. After getting to know Jake, I know how much we want to protect the ones we love, even if it hurts us. In my opinion, You not being entirely honest to protect me only shows that you care about me. Gravis went closer and held his daughter close to him. What had he done to deserve such a wonderful daughter? She was so compassionate and understanding of his problems, even though these were problems that shouldn't involve her. As a parent, it was Gravis' responsibility to deal with all these problems. A minute of closeness passed. Xianxia felt her father's feelings, and she also felt happy that Gravis had been her father. Gravis' life had not been easy, and she knew that he had to deal with a lot of problems. Yet, even with all these problems, he still found the time to protect her. Gravis had also never belittled her problems in the past. Well, except for that one time when her two siblings thought that Xianxia was going through hell under the Tornado Emperor. But that truly wasn't anything major. This couldn't be used as an example. Gravis slowly stepped away from Xianxia and looked at Jake. Jake, I think it's time that I tell you more about my life. You have been together with Xianxia for a long time and have treated her honestly. You deserve at least this amount of respect from me. Jake was not an arrogant and unreasonable person. In his opinion, he also didn't fault Gravis one bit for his lie. After all, Jake also had often said that not cultivating was not a big deal for him to make it easier for Xianxia, when in fact it was a huge deal to him. I'm fine with hearing it, Gravis, he said. The three of them sat down on the shore and looked at the gigantic lake as Gravis started to tell his story. Xianxia had told some things about Gravis' past to Jake, but not much. After all, it was her father's decision if he wanted to share his past or not. The first thing that Gravis said to Jake was the fact that he had zero karmic luck. In the past, telling someone about karmic luck had been a no-go, but that was because of the individual heavens. The individual heavens controlled karmic luck, and the lower heaven didn't want anyone to know anything about it that it didn't want them to know. In the middle world, karmic luck had become irrelevant since no one had karmic luck. And in the highest world, every powerful cultivator knew about karmic luck. At some point in their journey, they would be able to unravel the mystery of luck. Because of that, the highest heavens saw no point in trying to keep it secret. Jake had already heard that all of the opposer's children had this trait. This was nothing new to him. But when he heard about the actual effects of karmic luck and what the lower heaven had done, the reality set in for him. Thinking that having worse luck than everyone else didn't sound bad. After all, you only had to be more powerful than everyone else. Then, luck didn't matter anymore, right? That might be true to an extent, but Gravis' bad luck in the lower world was not entirely due to his lack of karmic luck. The bulk of his problems came from the lower heaven constantly trying to kill him or stop him from becoming more powerful. The first huge shock came to Jake when he heard how Gravis had adapted his spirit to destruction lightning. Sure, with Jake's current will aura, he wouldn't have any issues dealing with the pain, but to deal with such pain as someone in the energy-gathering realm was simply insane. On top of that, this made no sense in regards to any laws he knew. Jake knew a ton of laws due to his realm and due to his job. One could say that his comprehension of laws was outstanding, even among peak immortal emperors. Yet, in his mind, it was absolutely impossible to fuse something as destructive as destruction lightning with something as fragile as a spirit. The next shock came when Gravis said how he had killed the lower heaven. Jake had never heard about anyone having killed any kind of heaven before. He hadn't even known that this was possible. To the cultivators in the highest world, heaven was only a concept, a kind of amalgamation of rules. There seemingly was no intent behind heaven as it only enforced rules. Almost everyone believed that heaven wasn't even sentient, but just the laws themselves. When the opposer revolted, they all felt like he was trying to destroy the world with heaven always stopping it. To them, it felt like someone was attacking an immovable wall, the debris killing a ton of bystanders. Why would you attack such a passive wall? Because of that, the opposer was universally hated by everyone, but of course, no one dared to show that hatred. Yet, the more Jake listened to Gravis, the more he could see a personality in heaven. The fact that heaven could become angry when someone didn't break the rules was the perfect example. Something without a personality wouldn't get angry because of some words, but Gravis managed to enrage the lower heaven with his words and even managed to enrage the middle heaven with his words. Getting angry at provocations was what living beings did, not dead things. Jake felt more nervous as he listened to more of Gravis' story. It was like he had lived in a village on top of a mountain for his entire life, not knowing that the mountain was actually a gigantic, living beast that listened in on everything. And right now, Jake felt like another village kid was insulting this beast by simply unveiling what it had done in the past. Gravis noticed that Jake became more nervous and quickly reassured him. Heaven didn't care. It was a believer of true power, and even if Jake ever became a heaven's magnate, heaven still wouldn't care. After all, everyone was under heaven's control. Jake managed to calm down somewhat, but it still felt scary when someone spoke unpleasant things about something much more powerful. This felt no different than if someone insulted the opposer in front of Jake. This was just unnecessarily putting their life at risk. The nail in the coffin was Gravis' showdown with the middle heaven. The fact that it didn't immediately kill Gravis and that they talked quite a bit showed the cunning and planning nature of heaven. This was not a mere concept but an actual living being. And that is why I still believe that this is one of heaven's schemes, Gravis said. My most important friends are all still alive while my less important friends died. What's the chance that the 4 closest friends I made in the lower world would all reach the higher worlds? This chance is probably 1 in a trillion. It's insanely unlikely. That is also why I believe that Manuel will also continue cultivating in the future. Heaven won't allow for his longevity to run out. I don't know if it truly wants to repay me or if it wants to use everyone as a backup plan. It might even be both, Gravis said. Heaven is achieving its goal and is changing and running part of my life without me being able to change it myself. Yet, at the same time, it's doing it in a way that is only a net positive. It's like someone coming over and shoving huge amounts of God's stones into your spirit space without you being able to stop them. Should I become angry with that? I mean, it's a net positive, so I shouldn't become angry. Yet, it also feels like I'm losing control over my freedom. This is an insanely effective method of suppression. Gravis looked over at Xianxia. I know that you don't want to continue cultivating, and I would really prefer if you didn't. Simply live your life however you want. Live life however you feel like it. Gravis sighed. At least that's what I would want to say, he said. Yet, even if you followed these words perfectly and did exactly that, in the end, you would most likely still return to cultivation. Heaven's methods are soft beyond belief, and I've already noticed a pattern. Heaven never forces you to do something, but it changes your environment and perception until you see and believe that the path it wants you to choose is the best one. It will grant you nearly everything you want but will leave exactly one path open to make your life even better. And this last path is the path that heaven wants you to tread. In the end, you will decide to follow heaven's path out of your own free will, and you will feel happy while doing so. That's why I'm so frustrated, Gravis said, because no matter what I do, it feels like I will still follow down its path. Gravis, don't take this the wrong way, but I don't see the problem, Jake said. Isn't being happy the goal of all of us? So what if I have to follow someone else's orders to become happy? I feel like this is a worthwhile trade. I don't see it as a form of suppression, but like the guidance of a parent figure. Older, more experienced beings know more about the world than us, and when they help us in achieving what makes us happy, what's the problem with that? Jake asked. Xianxia was undecided on this issue. Both things seemingly had a good and a bad side. Gravis sighed. I know, and that's a valid opinion. This is not something black and white. Following heaven isn't even a detriment for many peoples, while having a better life is a great reward. As I've said, it's a net positive. Then why are you so angry about that? Jake asked. He wasn't trying to anger Gravis but was genuinely confused. In his mind, he saw no problems with that. Happiness was happiness, right? It didn't matter where this happiness came from. Because happiness is only part of my goal, Gravis said. My other goal is freedom because if I can't have freedom, I can't guarantee the longevity of my happiness. I want to be in control of my life, not someone else. I'm chasing freedom to be free of suppression. How are you certain that you need freedom? Jake asked. I don't get your chase for freedom. If you want to be free, you need to be stronger than heaven, and that's impossible. Also, are you sure that you even need freedom to reach great power? What if following heaven is the only way to become powerful? Gravis looked at Jake. Jake, you're an immortal emperor and you know a lot more about laws than me, but in regards to these things, I can tell you with absolute certainty that I know something you don't. Jake furrowed his brows. What do you mean? You know what laws you need to become a heavens magnate? Gravis asked. Jake hesitated a little. Nearly no one knew anything about the heavens magnates. It was even a general consensus that they actually didn't exist. No one ever saw them, and no one heard about meeting one for millions of years. One had to remember that Jake hadn't been involved with the peak powers until he met Xianxia. The legends say that you need the law of the true world, Jake said with a bit of uncertainty. Gravis nodded. Correct. What categories is the true world comprised of? Gravis asked. Jake wasn't sure since he had never gotten any conclusive info about that topic. These power levels were simply too far away from him. I think it should be the dead world and true life, right? He asked. Gravis nodded. Yes, but you also need the pure emotional laws and the laws of perceived reality, Gravis said. Jake furrowed his brows. I get the emotional laws, but what do you mean with perceived reality? He asked. Gravis was a bit surprised when he heard that. Not even Jake knew of the category of perceived reality. Gravis was sure that Jake knew some laws inside of that category. After all, they had once talked about them before. We talked about them before. They are the situational laws, Gravis said. Oh, them? Jake said as he remembered. You need those to create a true world? He asked. Gravis nodded. The laws of perceived reality are the last step to becoming a heavens magnate most of the time. As far as I know, there should be 5 of them: danger, safety, suppression, freedom, and control. Without all 5 of them, you can't create the law of the true world. Jake scratched the side of his head. I know of danger, suppression, and control, but I don't know of the other 2. Are you sure that the law of freedom even exists? It seems like a very abstract concept. Gravis summoned his avatar. Look at it, Gravis said. Jake hadn't seen Gravis' avatar before, and when he inspected it, he became shocked. He didn't recognize this law at all. This is the law of freedom? Jake asked. Gravis nodded. This is the high-tier variant of the law of freedom. You also know that I know the law of the dead world. Yet, are you not surprised that the law of the dead world is not my avatar? Gravis asked. Jake's eyes widened. Right? Gravis knew the law of the dead world. Why wasn't the law of the dead world his avatar? This shows my dedication to freedom, Gravis said. This is how important freedom is to me. It's so important to me that I would rather choose freedom over pure power. And this avatar also symbolizes the first time I ever managed to escape out of heaven's grasp. By abandoning the path that heaven had chosen for me, even if it was the best path, I have managed to taste freedom. That is why I can't ignore heaven's schemes. Xianxia listened in from the side, letting Jake and Gravis talk. She was glad that the 2 of them could talk about something serious together. Jake remained silent for a while and sighed. Then you are simply different from me, he said. I don't put as much value in freedom as you, and even if all of this is orchestrated by heaven, I don't mind. Jake pulled Xianxia closer to him. If this is orchestrated by heaven, I should thank it because it has introduced me to my one true love, he said as he looked at Xianxia with a warm smile. Xianxia blushed a little and leaned on Jake's shoulders. She was also happy to be with Jake. That's all right, Gravis said. My father told me that his fight is not my fight, and I will tell you that my fight is not your fight. Even if you decide to become faithful worshippers of heaven, our relationship won't change. Xianxia felt a slight bit of guilt. It was like she was betraying Gravis' feelings by even considering to follow heaven's path. Yet, she also knew that it was her decision and that she shouldn't feel guilty. This was not her fight. Jake looked Gravis in the eyes and nodded deeply in respect. Thank you, Gravis, he said. This means a lot to us. Gravis smiled weakly at them. Freedom is freedom, even if it means that everyone close to me does things I don't like. I want freedom, so it's just fair that I give everyone else the choice to do what they want. Yet, when Gravis said that, he got reminded of his lightning. He had just said these grand words, but he was suppressing his lightning at this very moment. Due to that, Gravis felt like he was saying empty words without any meaning behind them. Gravis kept his problem with his lightning secret since he didn't want to worry either of the two. This was not something they could help with, and knowing about it would not change anything, except for making them more worried about him. Sure, if they asked him about it, he would tell them, but he wouldn't involve them out of his own volition. Some seconds in silence passed. "Man," Jake said. "It's really a shocker that heaven's magnates actually exist. Does that mean that your father is a heaven's magnate, Gravis?" Gravis furrowed his brows and looked at Jake in confusion. "How did you come to that conclusion?" he asked. Jake scratched the back of his neck in confusion. "Well, we only ever hear some news about divine gods. Even the sect leaders of the peak sects are divine gods. Since no one has heard of any heaven's magnate for millions of years, most people don't believe that they even exist. Because of that, the world thinks that the opposer is a mighty divine god." "A mighty divine god?" Gravis asked with furrowed brows. "Does that mean that people also think that the sect leaders can fight him?" Jake scratched his chin as he evaluated the question. "Probably only the most powerful ones, but if several of them band together, most people would think that your father would die." Gravis became more and more skeptical. "And why would he get away with killing every star god then?" he asked. "Because the powerful divine gods don't want to risk their lives," Jake said. "At least, that's the general consensus." "Ha!" Gravis uttered as he looked at the lake again. "So, even the highest world has a limited horizon. Not everyone knows the power of the world. So, is your father a heaven's magnate?" Jake asked. "There are several heaven's magnates," Gravis said, surprising Jake quite a bit. "I had even met one just a bit more than 1,000 years ago. According to how he phrased it, I think there are at least 7, maybe even 10, but they keep themselves out of everything for a reason I don't want to share right now. I wouldn't feel comfortable talking about these things without permission. After all, it's personal information." Jake scratched his chin. "But if there are several, why have they not stopped your father yet?" "No offense," he said. "Because my father is not a heaven's magnate," Gravis said. "As far as I know, Father is the only being in existence that can fight heaven, and heaven is definitely, at least, a realm higher than a heaven's magnate. In front of Father and heaven, there is no difference between an immortal and a heaven's magnate," Gravis said. "They can squash either of them like bugs." Jake almost couldn't believe these things. "Then why is there only one opposer?" he asked. Gravis chuckled a bit. "Isn't it obvious?" he asked. "Because if there were a second opposer, heaven would already be dead. And heaven won't allow a second opposer to rise if it is not absolutely certain that they won't go against it in the future." Gravis furrowed his brows and looked at the ground. "And that's probably also the reason why it's trying to butter me up as much as possible." The three of them talked about seemingly random things for the next couple of hours. By the end of it, Jake also wasn't sure anymore if this entire dynamic was one of heaven's schemes or not. The possibility was there, but for Jake this made no difference. He only needed to look at Xianxia to know that everything else was not important. The only important thing was that he had met Xianxia. After their talk was over, Gravis went back to comprehending core. His conscience regarding his lie had been cleared, and now he had to deal with his lightning, and for that he needed power. The virtualization array created more and Gravis went back to comprehending. He was seemingly lost again, but not entirely. The problem with his lightning was always in the back of his head. After around another 100 years, Gravis understood all the materials he could see. Now, he concentrated on the metal essence going through all the different materials. This was the only thing he didn't understand yet. Thanks to his understanding of all the different materials, Gravis made incredible progress with the metal essence. He found one connection after the other. Yet there was still a ton to learn. Boom! And after another 80 years, Gravis finally managed to comprehend core. Yet Gravis also had to sigh. 680 years to understand core, huh? He muttered to himself. This is even more than the clerk expected. Gravis retrieved the virtualization array and looked around the ore. In comparison to other virtualization arrays, the created or didn't just vanish. Gravis simply remained standing in this position, looking at the entire mountain as understanding filled his mind. He knew how all of these ores worked, and he had also seen a lot of connections between the ores. He knew how the different ores interacted with each other and what attributes were shared among each other. Sir, Gravis grabbed some of the ore and melted it down to create a weapon. He hadn't tried to melt more than one material at a time since this would encroach on the high-tier hard complex law, which was definitely out of his reach. Gravis simply played around with the different kinds of ore and mixed them together how he wanted. He only wanted to see what would happen. After some minutes, Gravis noticed that some ores could stick together and compress on their own. This surprised him quite a bit since compressing ores was normally only something one could do when they understood the corresponding law, and Gravis was sure that he hadn't understood the high-tier hard pure law yet. Because of this, Gravis looked at other fusions and was able to create some patterns. Some hours later, Gravis used only one ore and forged a weapon. Gravis looked at his newly created weapon as he scratched his chin. Theoretically, he said as he trailed off. Then, he pushed them together in a very special manner as his spirit moved individual particles around to certain places. He had noticed how these particles had aligned when he had mixed this or with another one. The weapon creaked as it was about to break apart again, making Gravis narrow his eyes. "Something's missing," he uttered. "It's like there is a wall that the metal has to break through in order to stick together. When I push them together, it's like the metal is rejecting itself, but as soon as it is compressed to a certain degree, everything just automatically sticks together. Yet, the problem is that the metal will break apart due to the pressure before reaching that compression stage. This kind of reminds me of magnetism. Two magnets of the same charge reject each other, but if they fuse, they create one big magnet," Gravis commented. Gravis summoned more of his lightning but used the law of magnetism with it. Bang! Gravis' eyes widened when he saw that the ore immediately rammed into another piece after his magnetized lightning bolt passed between the two. Gravis' mind went into overdrive as he tried to understand this concept. Bang, bang, bang. Gravis moved his loaded lightning through certain pathways, making the different pieces of or stick together in a certain way. Without an absolutely inhuman amount of control over lightning, this would have been impossible. After some minutes, Gravis looked at his finished saber, which had a compressed edge. "Huh! Is it actually magnetism?" Gravis asked. Boom! Gravis' eyes widened again as he dropped the weapon. Had he just? Yes, he had. Gravis had comprehended the high-tier hard pure material law. "Oh, I get it," Gravis said as he slapped his thigh. "It actually is magnetism. By moving the ore in a specific way, I can use the force of the magnetism to make them attract to each other without repelling them. At least, that's how normal cultivators would do this. In comparison, I can simply shoot my lightning through it to destroy the repelling forces," Gravis said with a bright smile. "No wonder it took me that long," he shouted as he laughed. "I was only supposed to learn the metal essence, not all the individual materials. Yet, I concentrated on the individual materials first before going for the metal essence." Gravis scratched his chin. "But that does not completely make sense," he uttered. "I just comprehended a level 4 law from a level 3 virtualization array. A business wouldn't make such a mistake. After all, they would lose a ton of money like that." Gravis looked around again and checked out the ore. The first virtualization array had the same materials as the second one. They probably only show around 50% of the different ores that exist in the higher worlds. Like this, people wouldn't be able to understand the high-tier hard pure material law. Then, Gravis smirked. "Lucky for me, the last step to understanding the materials is overcoming the magnetic resistance. Others would probably need to see far more materials to find the correct path to fuse all of them, while I can just use my law of magnetism with my control over lightning. Who would have thought that my lightning would be so crucial to understanding my first real high-tier law?" Gravis said as he chuckled a bit. "Anyway, this concludes my law comprehension session," Gravis said. "It's been 1,530 years since I returned to the highest world, and I hadn't had a proper fight during that time. That's nearly the entire half of my life, and I should return soon. By now, I know exactly 86 laws, and I'm a bit over 3,800 years old. I think this is a good point to return to my actual cultivation journey. Even now, I am still weaker than the middle heaven, but I can't rest easy and cultivate for such a long time while this issue with my lightning persists. All these different elemental laws can't increase my offense, but they will help in my defense. But when I understand the high-tier pure elemental law, I will be able to wield them. On top of that, this law would be able to boost the power of the elements by an entire level, allowing all my elements to unleash the power of level 4 laws. Right now, I should still be able to fight 4 levels above me, but that is only considering if my opponent is average. As soon as I am engulfed in a world of humans again, I will see many more geniuses. Beasts all follow the same path, while the paths of humans are varied and result in great gulfs of power. In order to boost my battle strength to another level, the fastest way would be to understand the high-tier pure elemental law, and that will probably take me several centuries at least. On top of that, I would need to spend a ton of money, requiring me to work for several centuries more. I'm not willing to stay here for another millennium. Gravis took a deep breath as he made his decision. In just a couple of years, he would enter the higher world. His 2 goals in staying home had been achieved. Gravis had finally cemented this world as his home, and he had comprehended the different elemental laws. The only reason to remain here would be to spend even more time with his family, but that was not a necessity anymore. Xianxia was happy, Orthar was gone, and no one else from his family would die in the next millennia. This was the perfect time to return. Xing. Gravis teleported away and reappeared in front of his father. His father opened his eyes and looked at Gravis, and Gravis looked back. "I'm done," Gravis said. "I'm ready to continue my journey in a couple of years." The opposer looked at his son and nodded. "It took you longer to comprehend the high-tier elemental laws than I had anticipated, but you managed to understand the high-tier hard pure material law during this process. All in all, this is better than expected. I also agree that this is the perfect opportunity to continue your journey. Waiting for too long might weaken your resolve. If you wanted to stop your cultivation, there wouldn't be any problem, but you don't." Gravis nodded as he accepted a cup of coffee from his father. "I have stayed here for a long time, and I finally know the highest world more than before. Yet, I also realize that the outside of the highest world is probably very different from the city." "It is," the opposer said. "The city is peaceful, but the outside is not peaceful. This city is the only peaceful place in this world, and that only because it acts as the major trading hub for the highest world. No major power wants Opposer City to be destroyed since its economy allows people between the Unity and Star God realm to find the things they need to become more powerful. The outside world is different. Any city or power can be destroyed, and no one would feel any kind of consequence. When you return, you shouldn't assume that you know the highest world just because you stayed in the city." Gravis nodded. "I know. I have been reminded of that when I heard Jake ask about your power. I had expected that everyone knew that you were the only being stronger than a heavens magnate. But that isn't the case, apparently." The opposer drank a mouthful of his coffee. "People have different horizons, Gravis," he said. "Many people have heard about heavens magnates, but they can't accept that there are people that much stronger. They see their exalted teachers, who are ancestral gods, but know of the illustrious sect leaders of the most powerful sects, who are divine gods. Believing that there are people that could kill their exalted teacher with but a wave of their hand is already hard to accept. But believing that there are beings that can extinguish these mighty sect leaders with a wave of their hands is even harder to believe. It is only natural that people wouldn't want to believe that there is someone that can extinguish heaven's magnates with a wave of his hand. If someone were to come up to you and tell you that there is someone that can wipe out heaven with a wave of their hand, you would also not believe them, even if it were true. Your horizons have only reached as far as mine, after all." Gravis nodded. "I always believed that the highest world would be this all-powerful place where everyone knew everything about the world and heaven's secrets. But I now know that this thought was naive. They are people just like everyone else." The opposer nodded. "When do you want to go?" "I think 170 years sounds good," Gravis said. "I think I will stay until my 4,000th birthday and then leave." This should act as a nice, last get-together for everyone I know, Gravis said. Sounds good, the opposer said. Right now, you are the most powerful early minor circulation immortal that exists, Gravis, but you need to keep comprehending laws. Remember that being the strongest in your realm is not your goal, but freedom is, and you can only achieve freedom by being more powerful than the heavens and the old bastard. Gravis surprisingly didn't feel happy when he heard that he was the strongest person at his level. Everyone else would be happy and proud, but Gravis felt like this wasn't good at all. Gravis had seen the gigantic gulf between normal people and a heaven. Even being able to annihilate everyone else in a world with a wave of one's hand wouldn't even be powerful enough to resist one wave of heaven's hand. One truly had to break all kinds of conventions to reach the absurd heights of a heaven's power. The fact that Gravis was the most powerful early minor circulation immortal only made it harder for him to evaluate heaven's power. If there were more powerful immortals, he would be able to compare his powers with them and see how far away he currently was from heaven's power. Sadly, that was not the case. Gravis could only theoretically estimate heaven's power but couldn't directly see it. Even now, I am weaker than the middle heaven, Gravis said. You are, the opposer said directly. You know that you have only one because the middle heaven had underestimated you. Some people would argue that it didn't matter. You have indirectly killed it, which means that you are more powerful. In some sense, that is true, but relying on something like that is relying on luck, and we don't have that luxury. Luck, huh? Gravis commented. Then he sighed. Father, has Jake been introduced to Xianxia because of heaven? Gravis, the opposer said. You are no longer a child. As an immortal, you could even cultivate in the highest world already. You have truly stepped on the path of cultivation, and you're no longer a kid in regards to the laws. In regards to cultivation, you are now a young adult, and with adulthood comes responsibility. These are things that you have to find out yourself and understand yourself because you have chosen a path that doesn't rely on my power. The same thing is true for your issue with your lightning. You have decided to go through with attuning your spirit to destruction lightning, and you're now old and mature enough to carry the responsibility for this action. You can request help with your issues, but you must still resolve them yourself, Gravis, the opposer said. Gravis sighed. For a bit, he felt guilty that he had asked his father about Jake. Gravis knew that these were his problems and that he should resolve them. You're right. Sorry, father, Gravis said. Nothing to be sorry about, the opposer said. I have informed you of the most important things in the past, so it is only natural that you would ask me. I simply want you to be more responsible and self-reliant. If you don't know how to handle these issues now, you won't have the experience to make the correct choices later in your life. Gravis sighed again. No matter how much time passes, I always feel like a kid when I'm in front of you, he said. And that will never change, the opposer said. Even when you ever reach my power, you will still feel like a kid in front of me because I'm your father. This shows our deep bond between father and son, Gravis. As long as you don't feel like a kid in front of others, there is no problem with that. The opposer put his hand on Gravis' shoulder, and Gravis could feel the love his father had for him. Right now, the two of them were as close as never before. The distance that Gravis had always subconsciously felt between him and his father had nearly vanished at this point. The opposer pulled his hand back and summoned a third cup of coffee. Then, he put the cup of coffee to the right of him, which was the left of Gravis. Gravis looked at the cup of coffee in confusion. Mother doesn't like coffee, Gravis said. This is not for your mother, Gravis, the opposer said. Then, the opposer changed his sitting position, which he usually never did. He always sat with crossed legs on the ground, but now he sat with one leg beneath him and the other angled in front of him. It looked like a knight kneeling in front of their lord, but more relaxed. Yet Gravis saw and felt that this was not a position of respect for his father. This was a relatively comfortable sitting position that also allowed him to quickly stand up. Xing. The opposer's saber appeared in his hand as he rested his arm on his knee. For the first time, Gravis could see his father's weapon from close up, and what he felt surprised him. It was nothing. This weapon exhibited absolutely nothing, not even laws. It was like this weapon wasn't part of this world at all, similar to how the opposer felt to others. What was his father doing? Gravis, the higher worlds are the most important stop on your journey, maybe even more important than the highest world, the opposer said. The higher world will decide if you will ever reach my power or not. But for that, we need to talk with someone first, the opposer said. Gravis' eyes widened as he realized why his father had changed his posture and summoned his weapon. There was only one being that could make the opposer raise his guard. Now, Gravis knew who the cup of coffee was for. Old bastard, sit down. We need to talk. Gravis felt nervous. The highest heaven would appear right beside him? It was one thing to meet a heaven, but it was something entirely different when meeting someone on his father's level. This was one of the two beings at the absolute peak of the cosmos. Gravis waited for some seconds while nothing happened. Meanwhile, his father started looking over to the side with narrowed eyes. Clink! The quiet sound of a cup being moved could be heard, and Gravis saw the third cup levitating seemingly out of its own volition. Then, it angled, and the coffee that poured out of the cup vanished into nothingness. Obviously, the highest heaven had already arrived, and it had just taken a sip of the coffee. Yet, Gravis was unable to see the highest heaven. He knew that it was beside him, but it was simply invisible to him. However, the fact that it was invisible made it appear only more frightening. It was one thing to know that one was constantly watched from afar, but it was something entirely different when that mysterious being sat right beside him. Right now, the highest heaven was sitting just beside Gravis. If he extended his arm, he could probably even feel it. Because I don't trust you, the opposer seemingly said out of nowhere. Gravis looked at his father, but his father was only looking coldly at the empty spot beside Gravis. Some seconds passed. Better to be prepared and not need it than need it and not be prepared, his father said again. Gravis realized that his father was speaking to the highest heaven right now, but Gravis could not hear it. The highest heaven had probably made a comment to his father about his pose and the fact that he carried his weapon in his hand. Because I will tell my son about the brand, the opposer said. Clink! The third cup broke in two. Apparently, this so-called brand was something special. Otherwise, the highest heaven wouldn't have had such a reaction. Some seconds passed. You were the one that showed that he was willing to go all in, the opposer said. So prove it. Show me that you honestly mean it and allow me to tell Gravis about the brand. Gravis grew more nervous. Yes, the highest heaven had never shown any indication that it would attack him, but that didn't mean that it couldn't. Rules only worked for so long, and the highest heaven could break and create the rules as much as it wanted. Just because his father was there didn't mean that Gravis was safe. The opposer and the highest heaven had the same power, but protecting something was far more difficult than destroying something. If the highest heaven wanted, Gravis would die since his father couldn't defend himself and Gravis at the same time. The only reason why the highest heaven hadn't killed Gravis yet was that the opposer would flip the entire world upside down, probably killing every being in existence. The billions of years of time investment would be wasted, just like that, all because the highest heaven had killed a mere immortal. This was obviously not worth the trade. Gravis' potential was just that, potential. Having potential did not mean that one could achieve their full potential or live long enough to fulfill it. Gravis still had 6 major realms in front of him before he was in striking distance of their power. Gravis guessed that this brand was probably something integral to reaching the opposer's power. Otherwise, the opposer wouldn't have invited the highest heaven to talk. Just reaching the power of a heaven's magnate wouldn't be enough to warrant such measures. I'm not asking you to stop, the opposer said. Some seconds of silence. What I mean is that I want you to not do something if Gravis manages to become a star god in the higher world. After all, he wouldn't be in the highest world, which means that you shouldn't get involved. Sounds fair, doesn't it? The opposer asked. Some more seconds passed. Stop derailing the conversation, the opposer said with a huff. So what if he looks? He's in my house and he's my son. Gravis' heart raced for a second, and he averted his gaze. Without noticing, he had looked at the location of the highest heaven without looking away. Gravis would also feel weirded out if someone kept looking at him that intensely. I don't care. Give me an answer, the opposer said. Some more seconds passed. Look, we can do this the easy way or the hard way, the opposer said. I am going to tell him no matter what. Either you accept it and maybe add some conditions, or you are forced to kill him, but you know what will happen next. Nearly 30 seconds of silence passed. Now look who's looking, the opposer said with a huff. You've just complained about my son looking at you, and now you're staring at him like he's a freak. Gravis' heart and mind raced. The highest heaven was looking at him intensely? It was one thing to know that he was being watched, but it was something else when the most powerful being looked directly at Gravis from such a short distance. If Gravis simply turned to the highest heaven, their eyes would probably even meet. For some reason, this thought was terrifying to Gravis. Name them, the opposer said. Some seconds passed. I wouldn't even try such an obvious plan on you. I hate you, but it doesn't mean that I think you're an idiot, the opposer said as he carefully drank from his coffee. Obviously, he was fully on guard. Gravis had never seen his father so careful before. Gravis could even feel a sense of doom and foreboding emanating from his father. It was like the apocalypse was being held at bay by a paper wall. Just one small poke and everything would explode. For the first time, Gravis knew how the highest world felt. No matter what he did, his survival depended entirely on the whims of these two beings. Even if they didn't target him, just a careless move of theirs would kill him faster than he could comprehend. No one in the world knew that a meeting took place that could result in everyone's death. If the highest heaven decided not to cooperate or kill Gravis, the entire cosmos would stop existing. The mortals, immortals, and gods went about their day as always, not knowing that all their lives were currently hanging by a thread. I don't agree, the opposer said with narrowed eyes. Gravis balled his fists as he broke out in a sweat. Because it's impossible, the opposer said after some seconds. To reach that power, he would need to comprehend laws for such a long time that your implemented soft longevity cap would easily reach the point where you can kill him while staying in the rules. If I agree to that, he will die. Some seconds passed. So? One guy has billions of years while the other will be how old? 100,000, 200,000, 500,000 years. How about you give him 100 million years? That would only be around 1% of your firstborn's longevity. It would still be vastly unfair, but I'm willing to agree to that, the opposer said. Some seconds passed. Then the opposer smirked. Oh, now it's suddenly against your rules? Yet, wanting Gravis to fight your firstborn is not against the rules? Stop bullshitting. You only disagree because you know that after 100 million years, Gravis will easily wipe the floor with your firstborn. Some seconds passed. What's with your constant dodging? The opposer asked. Weren't you the one that forced the middle heaven to train Gravis? Didn't you want him to become powerful? Some seconds passed. Oh, shut up, the opposer said. As if you care about that. Give me a better condition. The opposer narrowed his eyes, and Gravis felt like the apocalypse was closing in. Right now, the opposer was threatening heaven with his aura. Some seconds passed. Then, the opposer pulled back his power and fell into thought. A minute passed. I can agree to this, but only if you change the soft longevity cap somewhat, the opposer said. Instead of using your privilege of doing it yourself, I want it to continue happening. I don't care where you get the people or beasts from, but his soft longevity cap should continue. Of course, he is not allowed to consume them. Some seconds passed. I don't care from where you get them. Create them, summon someone from our world, or whatever. As long as their powers fit the usual criteria, I don't care, the opposer said. Some seconds passed. So what? Don't act like you can't protect the world. Just isolate them or something, the opposer said. Some seconds passed. The opposer nodded. Obviously, if he does so, you can kill him. Gravis' nervousness returned. His father had obviously referred to him. Then we have an agreement, the opposer said. Now, would you be so kind as to fuck off? The opposer glared at the spot where the highest heaven should be for a while. Some seconds later, the opposer huffed, crossed his legs, and put his saber away. The highest heaven had left. Gravis released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. This entire conversation was far more stressful than he had believed. Gravis looked with relief at his father, who summoned more coffee and drank it violently. Bang! The cup hit the ground with a loud bang, but it didn't break. "I hate that guy," the opposer said with anger. Some seconds of silence passed as Gravis calmed down. The past minutes had felt like he stood at the edge of chaos. Just one wrong step and he would stop existing. "So, what is this brand?" Gravis asked. The opposer looked at his son. "What I am about to tell you will never be repeated again, and you are not allowed to talk about these things with anyone, including your mother. Don't even talk to me about it with a voice transmission after our talk is over, since the danger is too great that someone will overhear your voice transmission. If anyone ever hears of this, no matter who, they and you will be immediately extinguished by the old bastard. Absolutely no one can hear about this," the opposer said severely. Gravis felt like a colossal weight pressed on his entire being. This was obviously something of paramount importance, which the opposer had never shared with anyone, including his wife. Probably only two beings in existence knew of this thing, and Gravis was about to become the third one. Gravis took a deep breath and released it. Then, he looked at his father with conviction and nodded. "I will never repeat anything you will say to me during this talk." The opposer nodded. "You are only allowed to speak of this when you are directly in front of me, and only when I give you permission to. If you handle this incorrectly, you will stop existing." "Understood." Gravis nodded again. "Yes, father." The opposer looked at his son for several seconds. "Good," the opposer said. "I will now tell you why it is impossible for a second opposer to exist." Impossible, Gravis thought. It was one thing that reaching this power was very hard, but straight up impossible? This will also explain to you why I specifically targeted the star gods back then, and not the more powerful gods, the opposer said. Gravis nodded again. When a heavens magnate steps into the next realm, they will be able to somewhat resist the old bastard's power. I won't tell you the details since that power level is simply too far away from you and might move your cultivation into a different direction, the opposer said. When I reached that realm around 50 billion years ago, the old bastard immediately tried to kill me. That had always worked, and he thought that this would continue to work. Then the opposer smirked. But he underestimated me. I managed to resist him just long enough to ensure my survival. With my survival ensured, I managed to cultivate in peace until I broke through again and reached the power of the old bastard. That's when I returned and fought him. Broke through again? Gravis thought with surprise. Does this mean that Father is not only one realm higher than a heavens magnate but two realms? That's insane. No wonder they are so powerful. The old bastard realized that he had committed a fatal mistake and vowed that nothing like this would ever happen again. Because of that, he implemented the brand, the opposer said. A star god is called a star god because they condense a star inside their being. They become connected to that star, and it will act as the embryo for all their future advancement. The star is the very thing that allows them to become stronger. As their power increases, their star transforms multiple times until it finally gives you the ability to retreat into your own space, absent from the old bastard's control. That's when you reach the realm after a heavens magnate. The brand is an infusion of the old bastard's essence and control into your star when it condenses, and its purpose is to grant him access to your star when necessary. This means that the protection of the realm after the heavens magnate realm doesn't work anymore. Because of this, you can't protect yourself against the old bastard. You can imagine the rest, the opposer said. Gravis nodded. Not being able to run from someone an entire major realm above themselves spelled certain death. Battle strength also didn't matter since the highest heaven probably had the most powerful battle strength out of anyone alive, except for the opposer, maybe. Additionally, the highest heaven would be an entire realm higher. That was why the opposer said that it was impossible to reach the realm after the heavens magnate realm. No one could escape from the highest heaven. Infusing a star with this brand costs the old bastard a lot of energy, and that energy will only be reclaimed when the star god becomes an ancestral god, the opposer said. That's a lot of energy, Gravis thought. Yet he still had a question. Then doesn't it mean that the highest heaven loses most of its energy? After all, only a select few will ever become ancestral gods, Gravis said. The opposer nodded. Correct. Just this brand alone probably slows down the growth of energy in the cosmos to 80% of its full potential. It's a significant expenditure of energy. Yet, the old bastard would rather waste this much energy instead of allowing a second opposer to appear. Now, Gravis understood why the highest heaven became so enraged when the opposer killed the star gods. The highest heaven had just used an incredible amount of energy to brand the star gods, but not even one of them would ever be able to repay that energy. Additionally, the opposer had probably killed future ancestral gods, divine gods, and maybe even future heaven's magnates. This was a truly devastating strike. This is also the reason why cultivators reach the highest world at the peak immortal emperor realm instead of the star god realm. The higher worlds can't bring up the sheer amount of power required to infuse the stars with the brand. Additionally, the old bastard would never trust any of his children with something that important. As long as he deals with everything himself, nothing can go wrong, the opposer said. Gravis had already thought it unusual that the higher worlds didn't follow the ascension pattern of the lower and middle worlds. Now, he knew the answer to the question of why. If anyone finds out about the brand, the entire purpose of cultivation will vanish from the world, the opposer said. Everyone believes that there is a chance to reach my power, even if it is slim. Additionally, the heavens magnates have not given up hope. Yet, if they know that it is straight up impossible, the entire goal would be put into jeopardy. Far more people would decide to not continue on their path. That is why the old bastard is so adamant about keeping the brand secret. It not only endangers his own survival but also the growth of his cosmos. If anyone hears of this, the old bastard won't stop until they stop existing, the opposer said with severity. Gravis took a deep breath. This piece of information was truly heavy. Just knowing it felt like Gravis was weighed down by a heavy burden. I understand, Father, Gravis said solemnly. Good, the opposer said. Right now, by knowing about the brand, you are the second most dangerous being to the old bastard. Even if he had to kill all heaven's magnates to kill you, he would do it without hesitation. The only thing protecting your life is my threat right now, and that also only because I keep my word. As soon as I break my word, it would mean that the old bastard can't negotiate with me. And when he sees that he can't negotiate with me, he has to get rid of me, even if it means sacrificing billions of years of energy. If this gets out, I am forced to let you get killed. Otherwise, everyone I love will die, and maybe even I will die. Gravis nodded again. I understand, he said again. The opposer nodded. Now, in order to reach my power in the future, you obviously need to avoid getting that brand. Yet, if you reach the star god realm in the highest world, you will be branded. Because of that, you need to reach it in the higher world. Of course, the higher world doesn't have enough energy to create a star god. Even if you consumed the entire world, you wouldn't be able to become a star god. But there is one being in each higher world that has enough energy to push you to the star god realm, the opposer said. Gravis nodded. Heaven, Gravis said. The opposer nodded. This means that to ever have the chance of reaching my power, you need to kill and consume a higher heaven. You know how powerful the middle heaven was, and you might be able to imagine the power of a higher heaven. Yet, this time, no one will protect you when you initiate the fight too early. Additionally, the old bastard wants you to fight his firstborn, the most powerful higher heaven. Otherwise, he wouldn't agree. Gravis, the opposer said, you believe that you know the power of the higher heavens, but you are still far off. To put it into perspective for you, the firstborn of the old bastard has lived for over 10 billion years, and it has comprehended every single law that exists in the higher worlds. Every single one? Gravis asked as he took a deep breath. But doesn't that mean? He said as he trailed off. The opposer nodded. Yes, Gravis. It even knows the higher law of the true world. This thing is an absolute monster, even for my standards. Gravis had to take a deep breath. He knew that the higher heaven would be powerful, but that powerful? Gravis knew that he was also very powerful, but he couldn't even imagine reaching such an insane level of law comprehension as an immortal emperor. But Gravis remembered the words that his father had spoken to the highest heaven. "But I'm not supposed to fight someone that powerful, right?" Gravis asked. The opposer nodded. "More or less," he said as he drank more coffee. "The only way for you to not receive the brand is to fight the old bastard's firstborn. But the firstborn won't be allowed to unleash its full strength. In the end, we agreed that the old bastard's firstborn would only be allowed to unleash the law of the living world," the opposer said. Gravis took a deep breath again. This was still incredibly powerful, but at least he could see a chance. "I presume this does not include the emotional laws?" Gravis asked. The opposer nodded again. "It's only the law of the dead world combined with the law of life. Yet, the old bastard's firstborn has the law of the living world as its avatar. This means that all elemental, material, and life laws can be wielded on a higher level. You will have to fight against someone that can unleash a vast multitude of different attacks on the level of level 7 laws, also called highest laws." Gravis nodded. The level 7 laws were called highest laws because cultivators only came in contact with these laws in the highest world, and this heaven would be able to unleash a ton of them. "How many immortal emperors know the law of the dead world?" Gravis asked. "Depends on which one you mean and where," the opposer said. "The mid-tier law of the dead world is not common at all since the immortal emperors in the higher worlds have no way to look at weaker materials from a middle world. In comparison, in the highest world, around 1% know the mid-tier law of the dead world. Jake is one of them." Gravis nodded. "The high-tier law of the dead world is basically unseen at this level. Right now, there are 2 immortal emperors in existence that know it. It only becomes more common in the star god realm, but it's rare even among them. As for the high-tier law of the living world," the opposer said as he paused, "no one below the ancestral god realm has ever managed to learn this law. Well, except for me, of course," the opposer added as he drank more coffee. Gravis nodded absent-mindedly as he stared into space. His mind was currently still trying to process the entire dynamic. He was supposed to fight the highest heaven's firstborn. Yet what if he didn't want to? Agreeing to this would mean that Gravis would be following the highest heaven's path again, which he didn't like at all. Gravis loved freedom, but his freedom was once again constricted, being forced to fight someone he didn't even know. The opposer knew what his son was struggling with, but this time, he remained silent. Gravis was an adult, and he had to find the answers to his questions himself. Gravis should be smart enough to make the right decision. After nearly a minute, Gravis sighed. "Short-term investment for long-term benefit," Gravis commented. The opposer knew that his son would make the right decision and nodded. "Exactly. Right now, you only have a trial version of freedom by refusing to follow the old bastard's path, not the real one. If you want the real one, you need to be willing to pay the price." Gravis nodded lightly. "This time, I need to follow what you two have agreed upon. Otherwise, I will never gain my freedom in the future. It's a necessary sacrifice for my future goal." Gravis drank from his coffee. "I presume this world is also a battle world?" he asked. "Yes," the opposer said. "Battle worlds follow the cultivation techniques and paths that give you the most powerful battle strength out of all of them. The ascenders from battle worlds are very dominant when they arrive in the highest world, and whenever one of them appears, a lot of sects try to recruit them." Gravis lifted an eyebrow. "The most powerful battle strength?" he asked. "I thought it depended on the individual cultivator." "Mainly, yes," the opposer answered. "But on average, the cultivators in battle worlds are more powerful than cultivators from other worlds. The main reasons for their overwhelming power are the weapon laws." "What's so special about them that they allow cultivators to become so powerful?" Gravis asked. "Cultivating weapon laws is very different from cultivating all other laws," the opposer said. "But I don't want to tell you more about it. It's better when you enter the world and learn it yourself. I can only give you the advice that you need to advance very far in your weapon law if you even want to have a chance against the old bastard's firstborn. This part will be integral to your success." "That important, huh?" Gravis uttered as he thought about his saber. "Having a world weapon probably helps with that, right?" The opposer nodded. It helps a lot. Having a world weapon makes it far easier to comprehend a weapon law since it has a far closer connection to you, but I would advise you to keep your world weapon or your ability to create them a secret. Gravis nodded. Because the higher world doesn't have them, right? No, the opposer said, surprising Gravis a bit. The higher worlds also have world weapons? From time to time, someone will be able to understand the mid-tier law of the dead world and invent the concept of a world weapon themselves. Yet, these cultivators don't share their knowledge or their services with others. Because of that, the general public does not know how world weapons work. There are some world weapons laying around in the higher world, being kept under strict guard in the powerful sects. New disciples will try to adapt to the world weapon but will most likely fail. After all, their aura needs to be nearly identical to the previous owners to work, the opposer said. So, when you show that you have a world weapon, every major sect will go crazy for it, and if you show your ability to forge them, you will be held in custody forever, being forced to create world weapons. If you refuse to make them, you will be killed. After all, if they can't have it, no one can. Gravis nodded with a frown. This meant that he had to disguise his world weapon and only use it when absolutely no one was around. Yet, Gravis couldn't guarantee that no one was watching. After all, as long as someone's realm was higher than Gravis' will aura, Gravis wouldn't be able to feel them as long as they didn't want to be found. Sounds like I should create my entire equipment with the high-tier hard pure material law and keep my world weapon hidden. Additionally, I can only use my world weapon to practice in a safe environment, Gravis said. Gravis looked out of the window with narrowed eyes as his mind tried to come up with a solution. Got it, Gravis said with a smirk. What's your solution? His father asked. Lightning fork and a high-tier life ring, Gravis said. Yet, Gravis suddenly started frowning again. Wait a second. Life rings don't have access to the laws, he said. They don't, the opposer said. But specifically for weapon laws, that doesn't matter. It doesn't, Gravis asked in shock. How was it possible that it didn't matter? When he couldn't feel the laws, how was he supposed to understand them? It doesn't, the opposer repeated. Take it as some free advice from me. Your solution works. Gravis smiled and nodded. Thank you, father, he said. No problem, the opposer said. You are an adult and you should be able to resolve your problems on your own, but I can still give you some advice from time to time. After all, I'm your father. Thanks, he said again. So, now we know what waits for me. Are you afraid? The opposer asked. A little bit, Gravis answered. This will be the hardest fight of my life, and there is a high chance that I won't win. Yet, it's the path I have chosen, and I'm willing to risk everything for it. Let's see how it goes. Gravis and his father spent a couple of days together, talking about random things. The important conversation was over, and from this point forward, Gravis would never speak of the brand again. The danger was just far too great that someone could overhear him. After some time, Gravis' mother joined them, and everything immediately became livelier with her around. She took some potshots at the opposer's ego in a playful manner, but the opposer didn't mind. One of the reasons why he loved his wife was because she talked to him as equals. No one in this world but heaven talked to the opposer on the same level. Even the black magnate still had some reservations. Some days later, Orpheus also joined them. He had been called over by Gravis since he wanted to include Orpheus. Orpheus was his family just like his mother and father. Gravis didn't call for Xianxia, since he didn't want to interrupt Xianxia's alone time with Jake. Yet, Xianxia appeared of her own volition after a while with Jake in tow. It was about time that she introduced Jake to the rest of her family. In the beginning, Jake was incredibly nervous as he stood before three far more powerful beings. Especially the opposer frightened him to a high degree. Of course, with Gravis' mother being here, this awkward atmosphere didn't last long. Yet, with a seemingly innocent and normal question, the entire atmosphere changed again. Could I ask for your name? Jake asked Gravis' mother. Some awkwardness appeared in the atmosphere, surprising Gravis, Xianxia, and Jake. This was a normal question. Why didn't Gravis' mother answer? Don't ask about the names of people at the ancestral god realm or higher, Orpheus said. Jake was surprised, and Gravis also realized something very strange. He didn't know the name of his parents. Wasn't this a bit abnormal? Why not? Gravis asked before Jake could ask. Because names are powerful, the opposer said. Names are just names in the star god realm and below. But later, they change their meaning. Could you explain? Gravis asked. When you step into the ancestral god realm, your star changes into your own space. This is like your spirit space, but even more distant than that. Being able to invade someone's private space is nearly impossible, even if you are far more powerful, the opposer said. Everyone's private space is different as it has been created by your own being, emotions, mindset, laws, and everything else. It receives its own unique status and being. Some beings share your name, but there are no beings that have an identical private space. Your name, therefore, takes on a different meaning, as it not only refers to you as a being but also to your private space, which is separate from the cosmos. Because of that, the name of the cultivator interacts with their private space, allowing a connection to be established. I apologize, Jake said as he bowed a little. I didn't know that. It's normal, Orpheus said as he shoved Jake in a joking manner. Everyone learns that at some point. What exact effects does the name have? Gravis asked as he still wanted to know more. Well, Gravis' mother said as she tried to find the right words. Your private space gets summoned by the call of your name. If you speak someone else's name, you will receive some feedback from an unknown place. With a sufficient understanding in the laws of space, you can then teleport to this place, which is the private space of someone else. In short, you could compare it to someone else inviting themselves into your spirit space. That's why no ancestral gods or more powerful share their names with anyone. Some of them even kill every being that knows their full name. Oh, right, Gravis' mother suddenly said as she remembered something. This only works with the full name. The first name is not enough to create a resonance. Is that why I don't know my own last name? Gravis asked. Gravis' mother nodded with a smile. Exactly. Our last name exists, but it only exists in your father's head. Like this, none of our children can fall victim to this since they don't even know their own last name. Therefore, they also can't tell anyone. Gravis blinked a couple of times. Wait, does this mean that not even you know our last name? Gravis asked in shock. Gravis' mother nodded sheepishly. Sadly, yes, only your father knows our last name. If you want to be shocked even more, I don't even know your father's first name. Everyone was surprised, even Orpheus. Not even the opposer's wife knew his first name? This was far too weird. It's to protect her, the opposer said. My private space is as powerful as the old bastard's, which means that if it creates a resonance with this cosmos, two equally powerful forces will collide. None of the two of us would die or get injured, but an uncountable number of beings across the cosmos would die. Because of that, the old bastard will kill absolutely everyone that knows my first or last name, no matter who it is. My name has been a pretty common one back then, but as soon as I gained my power, the old bastard changed the entire world. No single being can think of my first or last name as long as they are not being told by someone that knows it. Even if you try out every possible combination of letters, you would subconsciously skip the right one without noticing. If you put your head to it, you might be able to find a way to find out my name, but the old bastard will just kill you before you can even get close, the opposer said. This explained why Gravis didn't know his last name and why he didn't know the names of his parents. After some seconds, Gravis sighed and looked at his mother. I presume that you are also not allowed to share your name since you share the same last name as father, and knowing your name would make it easier to find our last name, right? After all, they would only need to try last names with you to find the correct one. Gravis' mother nodded. Sadly, yes, but it's a necessary precaution. I don't want so many beings to die. Jake remembered something. That also explains why my boss only gave me his title, Jake said. I guess that ancestral gods and divine gods only refer to each other by their title, right? Right, Gravis' mother said. My title, for example, is the economistress? she said with pride and a smile. Pfft. Gravis let out as he heard that name. Seriously? The economistress? He asked as he started laughing. Gravis' mother also started laughing. It's great, isn't it? I came up with that title all on my own. Everyone shared a good laugh at that. For some reason, this title didn't fit her, but it somehow also did fit her. It was a weird feeling of not knowing if it fit her or not. Did I come at the wrong time? A new voice said as the black magnate appeared with a complex expression on his face. Jake and Yersi didn't know who this person was. Additionally, this person just entered the opposer's room just like that. No, it's a good time, Gravis said with a smirk. Why don't you come join us? Come out of your shell and partake in some festivities. The black magnate had an unsure grimace on his face. He wasn't really a fan of parties. He only came back to talk with the opposer some more. Yet, Gravis didn't let the black magnate get away. Jake, Yersi, Gravis said as he gestured to the black magnate. This is the black magnate, one of the few heavens magnates, Gravis said with a smirk. Yersi was not very surprised, but Jake's eyes nearly fell out. One of the legendary heavens magnates? Jake almost couldn't believe that one of the legendary heavens magnates stood right before him. Just some years ago, Jake didn't even know that they existed, but now one of them was standing right in front of him. Yet, as time passed, Jake noticed that the black magnate was also just a guy. He talked like everyone else, and he also started some conversations with Jake. After talking with him for a while, Jake noticed that he was simply another cultivator, just more powerful. Oftentimes, people put someone's grand accomplishments above the person, attributing a near divine-like status to that person, even though that person just casually talked with everyone like everyone else. Their accomplishments were not their being but something they did, like any other hobby from any other person. After some days, most of the people scattered again. Gravis spent more time with Orpheus, Yersi, and Jake since he didn't need to comprehend any laws anymore until he left. Comprehending some laws for a bit more than a century was unnecessary since he wouldn't gain anything good out of it anyway. Gravis was already done with the elements for now. Sure, there also were attributes of the other elements that didn't involve their composition, but they were the last laws Gravis needed. The only thing that Gravis could theoretically comprehend in maybe 100 years were the laws of extreme heat and extreme cold. Yet, after a short talk with Jake, that also fell through. Apparently, there were no level 3 laws for heat and cold. The level 2 laws of heat and cold culminated in the level 3 law of temperatures, and the next level would be the level 4 laws of heat and cold, which would then culminate in the level 5 laws of temperatures again. Understanding another level 4 law in such a short period of time would be impossible. Yersi had comprehended the level 2 laws of heat and cold already, and her next stop would be the level 3 law of temperatures, which would then act as her avatar. Yet, Yersi decided against comprehending this law for now since she wanted to spend as much time with her father as possible. After all, there was a chance that she would never see her father again after he left. An immortal emperor had a longevity of 200,000 years, and if Gravis reached that in the higher world, 20,000 years would have passed in the highest world. Sure, Yersi would still have 30,000 years left at that point, but Gravis also told Yersi that he would not return until he killed the higher heaven. Yersi asked why Gravis wanted to kill this heaven, even though he hadn't even met it, but Gravis could only say that he couldn't tell her the reason why. It was simply something that had to be done. How long would it take to reach such incredible power? The chances were high that Gravis would overstep his soft longevity cap several times over, and then, even with the time dilation, far more time would have passed than Yersi could live for. As they all spent more time together, Yersi started to feel worse. She knew that Gravis loved her, and she knew that if she begged him to stay, he would probably comply. Sadly or fortunately, depending on one's perception, love meant that someone wants the best for the other person. Yersi would never ask Gravis to stay. Yet, Yersi knew that Gravis would feel horrible if he never saw his daughter again. Just imagining Gravis' grief hurt Yersi. On top of that, Jake was postponing a ton of time of his cultivation just to be with her. Jake loved cultivation, and he would definitely reach the level of a star god in the future if he kept at it. Yet, Yersi was making it harder and harder for him to cultivate. What about her siblings? Eris and Sarah had a high likelihood of reaching the highest world. They would not take nearly as long as Gravis, but how would they feel when they, as maybe even star gods, returned and saw their sister, an immortal? They wouldn't feel disappointed about her power, but they would feel disappointed that they would only see her again for maybe only 20,000 years or so. This was not that long for star gods. One cultivation session might even take longer. Everyone she loved was becoming more powerful and leaving her behind. Everyone said that they didn't mind that Xianxia decided to stop cultivating. But that hurt her even more. It felt like the others were making sacrifices to ease her feelings. The years passed with Xianxia appearing more and more absent-minded. Jake and Gravis noticed this very quickly and also knew exactly what she was worried about. They said several times that the only thing they wanted from Xianxia was for her to be happy. Yet, every time Xianxia heard these words, she felt a sting. They only wanted her to be happy, but she couldn't even accomplish that. How could she be happy when she saw all their sacrifices for her, and when she imagined their pain when Xianxia inevitably died in her tribulation? For the first time, Xianxia envied the simple mindset of regular beasts. They had no real loved ones, which made the future much brighter. They were living for the day, trying their best, and if they died, they died. There were no close ones grieving over them. Yet, if Xianxia died, a tsunami of pain would wash over all her close ones. The guilt nearly felt overwhelming to her. Should she continue cultivating? This was not simple to answer. She wasn't interested in continuing, but the potential rewards nearly made it worth it. Being able to live longer than her close ones, being able to accept the pain of their passing while sparing them the pain of her passing, being able to spend more time with them, all of these things held great attraction to Xianxia. Xianxia would have long decided to continue to cultivate if there weren't the fact that she could die even faster if she decided to continue. Gravis had already explained the concept of karmic luck to Xianxia since they were now in the highest world, and with that knowledge, she was able to see the effect it had on her past. Without her greater karmic luck, she would have died twice already, at least. In her perception, this showed that she was actually not destined, talented enough, or powerful enough to even become an immortal. Every other being would have died while she had been artificially boosted to the immortal realm by her karmic luck. In her mind, her talent was already below average in comparison to all the beings who managed to reach this level without the effect of special karmic luck. These beings were more talented than her, and their average talent would only increase the more powerful Xianxia became. Xianxia had spent millions upon millions of immortal stones to close in on the law of temperatures. How many other immortals had such an insane amount of wealth? How many immortals were able to condense an avatar with a good level 3 law? As far as Xianxia knew, around 20% of immortals had an avatar that was not the law of space. Yet, how many immortals had her insane wealth? Probably less than 0.001%. But even after spending so much money, Xianxia still hadn't managed to comprehend the law of temperatures. Everything was crashing down on Xianxia. What was she supposed to do? Should she risk it and try to get more power to potentially live longer? Or should she accept that all her loved ones would feel incredible grief at her death? The decision was hard, but in the end, Xianxia decided to continue cultivating. And with that, heaven got its way again. As always, Xianxia didn't tell Gravis or Jake about her decision. If she did, they would probably try their best to talk her out of it since they didn't want her to do something she didn't want. Maybe it was better for them to believe that their sacrifices gave Xianxia some happiness. After she made her decision, Xianxia felt like a crushing weight had left her shoulders. She was no longer torn between two choices but had committed to one. Whatever happened, happened. The last couple of years felt like a dream to everyone. Knowing that one may not be able to see a loved one again in their life made the time spent together that much sweeter. Yet, there was also the ever-present feeling of future doom looming over them. Sadly, the last couple of years passed far faster than any of them wanted. Even Jake had built a significant connection to Gravis. In terms of age and power, Gravis couldn't even come close to Jake. But Gravis still felt like a dear friend to him. Sometimes it even felt like Gravis was a big brother to him, even though Jake was far older. Gravis' horizon and mindset towards cultivation inspired Jake, making him adapt a lot of these philosophies. Especially Gravis' mindset about the disconnection between happiness and power opened Jake's eyes. Cultivation did not result in happiness. It was better to look at it as a hobby instead of one's entire purpose. The more time passed, the happier Jake became that he met Xianxia and Gravis. His life was as good as nearly never before. The only time he might have been even happier was when he was still together with his old wife, who had sadly passed away many years ago. Gravis' birthday party came quickly, and everyone gathered in the opposer's room. Jake, Xianxia, Orpheus, the black magnate, the opposer, and his wife were there. Gravis would have wished for Orthar and his other 2 children to also be there, but that wasn't possible. This time, there were no presents. Gravis was no longer young, and anything that others could give to him might do more damage than good. In actuality, it was the opposite. Gravis was the one that made a gift to Xianxia. Gravis handed the CMO over to Xianxia. She was already an immortal but didn't know much about the life laws. The CMO showed nearly all the mid-tier life laws. If she concentrated on the CMO long enough, she might be able to comprehend all the mid-tier life laws in the future. Additionally, looking at it was also mesmerizing. Even if it didn't help her, it would act as some entertainment. First, Xianxia didn't want to accept the gift, but after Gravis said that he didn't need it anymore, she accepted it. Gravis was about to enter a new world full of more powerful laws. Keeping the CMO wouldn't help in any way. The party went on for 3 days, and when a lull in the conversation occurred, Gravis decided that it was time. The happy atmosphere immediately turned into a sad one as Xianxia even started crying. There was a high chance that she would never meet Gravis again. Orpheus also felt horrible, but he kept it hidden behind a cheerful smile. This was his brother, and he had watched him grow from a 14-year-old boy into a powerful immortal. Gravis went over to Xianxia and embraced her with all his heart. It actually took all of his willpower to hide his intense feeling of grief in front of his daughter. He knew that he would never see her again. This was the last time he would ever see and feel his daughter, and he wanted this moment to last forever. He didn't want to let go, but he had also made his choice. Xianxia was happy, and that was everything that was important. Gravis would gladly accept the grief he felt right now if it meant that Xianxia's life would be full of bliss from now on. He was her father, not her life companion. Jake would be able to give Xianxia more happiness than Gravis ever could. After today, she would feel horrible grief over him, but she would get over it. Her family was there and Jake was there. With all of their support, she would be able to get over Gravis leaving very quickly. "I love you," Gravis said quietly as he embraced Xianxia. Xianxia also tried to hide her pain, but her will wasn't powerful enough. Streams of tears appeared in her eyes, and she felt guilty for it. She wanted Gravis' potential last look at her to be a happy one instead of a sad one. Xianxia put something in Gravis' hand. It was a jade token. "Keep it," Xianxia said with a tearful smile. "As soon as you enter the higher world, look at it." Gravis looked at the jade token. He felt like something very important was in there, and he wanted to look at it, but he would respect his daughter's wishes. So he nodded at Xianxia. "I will." After some minutes, Gravis went over to Jake and put his hands on Jake's shoulders. "Make her happy," he said. Jake nodded solemnly. "I will," he said. Gravis nodded. "Thanks," was all he said. Then, Gravis looked at the black magnate and smirked half-heartedly. "See you later," he said. "See you always," the black magnate said. "I'll be watching." "Oh, right," Gravis said awkwardly. "I forgot you can do that." "There isn't much I can't do," the black magnate said with a smirk. Gravis nodded and went over to Orpheus. "See you soon, big bro," he said. Orpheus' smile didn't falter, but he felt a horrible sting inside of him. "See you soon, little bro," Orpheus said. Then, Gravis walked over to his mother, but before he could do anything, his mother pulled him into a tight embrace. "This is only temporary, Gravis," his mother said quietly. "The pain will pass with time, and we will see each other again. I'm sure of it." Gravis' resistance to his mother was the weakest, and he almost unveiled the deep grief he currently felt. They simply embraced for around a minute until they parted again. See you soon, Mom, Gravis said. Gravis' mother only smiled at him with happiness. I'm proud of you. Always remember that, she said. I know, Gravis said. After that, Gravis walked over to his father and nodded. His father nodded back. Portal appeared beside the opposer. As always, I'll be watching. Remember, don't engage heaven too early. Take your time and don't overestimate your own power. Don't compare yourself to others, but compare yourself to your previous self. Gravis' expression changed into a solemn one. I will, he said. Then go, Gravis' father said with power. This is not something that can stop you. Gravis nodded at his father again but turned to Xianxia one last time. Then, he took out the jade token she handed him and waved it around. I'm sorry, but I couldn't wait, Gravis said, making Xianxia feel nervous. But if that's your decision, go through with it. I won't stop you. Xianxia felt like she was in a dream. Her father had not disagreed. She would have expected that her father would feel betrayed, which was why she only wanted him to look at the jade token when he already left. The jade token told Gravis that Xianxia was returning to Cultivation and why. So, see you soon, Xianxia, Gravis said with a smirk. Xianxia's tears streamed down her eyes, and she nodded. See you soon, Dad, she said. Gravis smiled and stepped through the portal without hesitation. Silence came over the room as no one spoke for several seconds. You didn't tell him, the opposer said to Orpheus. Orpheus released a deep breath, and some tears appeared in his eyes. I always showed Gravis a facade to not make him worry. My wife has been dead for a while, and my longevity will run out in another 20,000 years. I wanted his departure to be a happy one. He doesn't need to know about my incoming death, Orpheus said. Xianxia and Jake felt shocked when they heard that. Orpheus would soon die? His wife was dead? They had no idea. Just like Xianxia had her secrets, Orpheus had his secrets. People often kept their pain hidden to not worry their close ones. Gravis' vacation in the highest world was over, and it was time to return to his cultivation. He already missed his family, but he only needed to become more powerful to see them again, and when he ascended one more time, he would be able to stay with them all the time. This would be the last time he was away from his family for an extended period of time. Gravis stepped out of the portal and appeared in a gigantic, gray hall. He looked around, surprised that he appeared in a man-made structure immediately instead of in the wilds. On the walls, Gravis could see a ton of different weapons hanging there. Gravis quickly checked out the weapons and realized that they had all been crafted with the high-tier hard pure law, which meant that they had the power of a level 4 law. This would be quite impressive for any new ascender since no ascender knew level 4 laws. On top of that, the weapons were crafted really well. As Gravis looked at them, he could even envision what kind of cultivator would use these weapons. Greetings, Ascender. A voice came from Gravis' left, from the entrance of the hall. Gravis was currently looking at the weapons but hadn't dropped his guard. He had noticed this person from the beginning, but the person didn't seem to have any hostile intent towards Gravis. Hello, Gravis answered without looking at the person. He didn't mean to be rude, but he was just too interested in the weapons. The man didn't take it to heart and came closer. Gravis turned his gaze to the man and noticed several things. He was wearing light armor, gray in color. On his back, Gravis could see a rather long spear. Sure enough, he carries his weapon on his back, Gravis thought. This is probably a weapon cultivator. These are symbols of power from the different sects, the man said as he stopped beside Gravis. As you can see, there are over 100 of them, each one representing one sect. They serve as a demonstration of the sect's ways. Gravis nodded. I can feel different elements in different weapons. I can also feel laws like heat, cold, and several others. I can even sense some mixed elements. Yet, the surprising thing is that nearly half of them have no element at all. The man, a guard probably, had a shocked look on his face. You can feel all these laws? He asked. Gravis nodded. I know a lot about the elements and I'm pretty good at forging. That's why I can tell, Gravis said. You are no purist then, I presume? The guard asked. Gravis furrowed his brows. What's a purist? he asked. The guard looked surprised since he hadn't expected that question. How do you not know that? He asked. Are you joking with me? Gravis scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. Does it have something to do with weapon cultivation? He asked. The guard narrowed his eyes in uncertainty as he tried to evaluate Gravis. You talk like you know nothing about the path of weapons. Then he looked Gravis up and down. I also don't see any weapon on you, he added. Gravis nodded. I'm not a weapon cultivator, Gravis said. Not a weapon cultivator? The guard asked in shock. But then his friendly attitude immediately vanished. Please tell me that you're joking. Gravis looked at the guard with interest. As I've expected, this is a battle world, and the weapon laws reign supreme. Anyone that does not follow the weapon laws is seen as inferior, Gravis thought. I'm not joking, Gravis said. Then, the guard harumphed in disdain. Then leave this place, servant. You do not deserve to gaze upon the sect's glory. Gravis raised an eyebrow. Servant? That's a new one. Why do you call me a servant? He asked. Xing. The guard pulled out his spear. Silence, servant. Leave or feel my spear, he shouted. Gravis didn't take the threat seriously. This guy was a mid-early circulation immortal, nothing dangerous to Gravis. Yet, of course, this guard wasn't alone. Several other guards looked in from outside. There were over 100 of them, and Gravis noticed that their number was the same as the number of weapons in the hall. On top of that, they all held different weapons and armor. So you are an envoy of one of the sects, I presume? Gravis said calmly. Xing. The guard pointed his spear at Gravis. This is my last warning. Leave, he shouted. Gravis only smirked. Pack. Gravis moved so fast that the guard couldn't even react. What was up with that ridiculous speed? Gravis didn't even use anything. But his speed was absolutely abnormal. How was Gravis so much faster than someone an entire level higher than him without using any law? The answer was his body. For over 1,000 years, Gravis had lived among beasts with monstrous bodies. All of them had such powerful bodies that Gravis' body only counted as average. The power of Gravis' body had even become irrelevant in the middle world. But now, Gravis was among humans again, and humans were not known for their physical power. Gravis grabbed the shaft of the spear with one hand and looked at the guard's shocked expression. At the same time, Gravis also looked at how the other guards reacted. Sure enough, none of them intervened. They were rather shocked about Gravis' speed, but none of them even made an attempt to save the Grey Guard. As I've thought, they're in competition or at war. I'm not sure how this world tempers itself, so I can't be sure about their relationship, Gravis thought. You dare touch my weapon? The guard shouted angrily. Arrrrrr. A wave of earth came out of the spear's shaft as spikes tried to impale Gravis' hand. Gravis wanted to use his composition law of core to destroy the earth, but he decided to stop. Crack! The spikes hit Gravis' hand but broke. Meanwhile, Gravis' hand was not even injured. Even though Gravis was in his human form, the ridiculous defense of his scales still worked. On top of that, this wasn't even core. This was the basic earth element with the help of a level 2 law. Additionally, this was not an attack created by the actually dangerous part of the spear. This was simply a makeshift attack to push Gravis away. The eyes of the guard nearly fell out. Why was this new ascender so strange? Yoink! Gravis pulled the spear to him but pulled the guard with it. Gravis was a bit surprised that the guard didn't let go of his weapon. It seemed like he would first need to lose his arms before he let his weapon go. Crack! Crack! And that was exactly what the guard did. Gravis cut off both of the guard's arms with a chop and pointed the guard's spear at him. The guard looked like doomsday had arrived. It was like his closest companion had been killed. Servant, Gravis asked with a smirk. As soon as Gravis took the spear away from the guard, the entire atmosphere changed. The guards on the outside no longer looked gloating into the hall. Instead, they narrowed their eyes in fury. Gravis noticed this and raised an eyebrow. So they are not at war. It's probably a form of competition, he thought. Well, that's why I didn't kill the guy. As long as I don't kill him, nothing bad will happen. Bang! The guard fell to his knees in despair. Boom! And then he exploded. Gravis couldn't believe it. Why did that guy explode? He didn't want to kill the guy in order to not create a deep enmity, but that guy just killed himself. Was he so mad about his weapon being stolen that he wanted to pull Gravis down with him? Xing! 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 All the guards teleported into the hall, and it became very crowded suddenly. On top of that, their angry eyes bore into Gravis. "What guts?" a guard in red armor said. "It has been a while since an ascender dared to kill one of us." "I didn't kill shit," Gravis shouted as he pointed at the smoldering remains of the dead guard. "I only wanted to teach him a lesson. But that guy just exploded. How the fuck is that my fault?" "Stop lying," another guard shouted. "It's common knowledge that one's path is severed when one loses his weapon." Gravis blinked a couple of times in surprise. "Really?" he asked. "You can't talk yourself out of this one, servant?" another guard said as he stepped forward with his weapon. "Today you will die. Servants that don't respect the weapon are worthless." "I truly didn't know," Gravis said, activating his law of honesty. At once, all the guards became shocked. Their will aura couldn't keep up with Gravis, and they immediately believed him. One of the guards sighed. "So you truly didn't know?" the guard said. "Xing!" The guard pulled his saber and pointed it at Gravis. "Then consider this bad luck," the guard said. "You have killed one of us in the most disrespectful way possible. Not knowing doesn't absolve you of your deeds." Of course it wouldn't be this easy, Gravis thought. Even if someone confesses to a crime honestly, they will still get their punishment. "I wonder, is this because of my karmic luck?" Gravis thought. "Now that I'm among humans again, I will probably run into more instances of bad luck. So you will kill me no matter what I say. Is that it?" Gravis asked evenly. "Xing! Xing! Xing!" Nearly all guards took out their weapons. "We would have given you the privilege of serving us, but a servant that does not know how to respect their masters is worthless," one of them said. Gravis rolled his eyes. "Again with this servant shit." "Actually," Gravis said with a slight giggle, "I find it amusing that you value the cultivator's path over their individual power. I agree that weapon cultivators are in general stronger than other cultivators, but this only refers to the general populace, not everyone. Sometimes, there are people that break the convention," Gravis said as he gestured to them with his open palm. "Like me, for example." An apocalyptic pressure pressed down onto everyone. The bodies of the guards shook as it became incredibly hard for them to move. Their weapons lowered as their arms couldn't withstand the pressure. Immediately, all guards noticed that they had committed a fatal mistake. This was not a normal ascender. Gravis slowly lowered his outstretched arm. And with the lowering of his arm, his will aura intensified. Some of the guards lost their footing and kneeled on the ground, but others managed to hold. For the first time, fear and respect appeared in their eyes. They had never seen or even heard about such a powerful ascender. Over 100 cultivators, an entire level above Gravis, had been made helpless in front of him. "There are several paths to power," Gravis said with a smirk. "One of them is weapon cultivation, but it isn't the only one. With my will aura alone, I am undefeatable by every minor circulation immortal." "But there's more," Gravis said with a smirk. The hall shook as the ground below Gravis started to vanish. A crater appeared around the standing Gravis as everything around him got its composition destroyed, transforming everything into dust and energy. A black void appeared around Gravis as everything around him turned into void. Gravis knew all the high-rank elements and the hard pure law. Light, darkness, earth, air, stone. Everything was turned into nothingness as a swirl of white dust and energy flowed around Gravis. The power and sound of the destruction of everything assaulted the guards, heightening their fear and astonishment to incredible levels. Gravis took one step in the void as the black, destructive nothingness traveled along with him. Everything that touched Gravis turned into nothingness. "Composition is another path to power," Gravis said. 18 balls appeared around Gravis' body, each one representing a different element. The inner circle was comprised of the pure elements, while the outer one was comprised of the mixed elements. The balls around Gravis started circling as they absorbed the power of the destroyed material all around him. You might look down upon the elemental cultivators, but even elemental cultivators can reach an incredible power, Gravis said as he stepped forward. Brrr. Suddenly, the entire hall became incredibly hot, as the guards even felt their armors and weapons heating up. Yet, no matter how hot their weapons became, they wouldn't drop them. Brrr. Then, everything froze over as it became even harder for the guards to move. The temperature laws can also be quite dangerous. The guards shivered, but they weren't sure if it was because of the cold or fear. But I don't specialize in any of these examples, Gravis said with a smirk. You want to know what I specialize in? He asked. None of them could answer. Bzzzzz. Punishment lightning appeared in front of Gravis as it unveiled all the lightning-related laws that existed up to this point. I specialize in two things, Gravis said as he summoned his saber. Gravis slowly moved his saber through the lightning ball and absorbed it with his saber. Now, the saber crackled violently with power as Gravis' impossibly powerful will aura magnified the power of his lightning manifold. The guards realized that this was a technique of weapon cultivators. Only weapon cultivators could infuse their weapons with so much power. They could feel the power in Gravis' saber and grew incredibly shocked. The power was colossal, but that wasn't the shocking part. After all, there were several people on Gravis' level that could create such a powerful attack. What truly shocked them was that Gravis' saber was absent of any weapon law. How was it possible to push a technique from weapon cultivation to such an insane degree without using the very thing they all concentrated on? My first specialization focuses on lightning, as you can see, Gravis said. And my second specialization, Gravis said as he trailed off. Then he lifted his outstretched hand. Are my will aura related laws? And he lowered his hand. Boom! All guards immediately collapsed onto the ground, a crater appearing around them as their bodies were pressed into the ground with so much power that it couldn't hold. The guards felt pain as their muscles and bones screamed at them that they were being destroyed. Gravis' will aura alone was killing them right now, and the guards felt that their death had come. Whoosh! Yet all the pressure vanished suddenly. He stopped. They all thought in shock. They were alive? And I think that weapon cultivation will help me more in combining my powers, Gravis said calmly. I have a powerful body, powerful elements, and a powerful will aura. Yet all of these things are separate from each other. I want to combine them into one, and I think weapon cultivation is just the thing I need. So, Gravis said as the guards slowly stood up again. Take me as a novice of weapon cultivation, but an expert in pure power. Gravis waited some seconds until all the guards stood up again. Right now, everything was identical to the time when the guards had just teleported into the room, with them standing on one side with their weapons and Gravis standing on the other. Yet one thing was different. No guard dared to look at Gravis with anger or disrespect. Instead, all of them feared and respected him. These were the legendary heights of battle strength every weapon cultivator strived for. This was what they had chased for their entire life. Gravis smiled as he looked at them. I want to join a sect to learn about weapon cultivation. Of course, I will follow the sect's rules and will give you access to my abilities. So, my question is, will one of you accept me into their sect? Senior, join my Burying Earth sect, a guy shouted suddenly, and as soon as he opened his mouth, the floodgate was opened. No, join my Dark Descent sect. Join my Burning Light sect. All of the guards immediately started stepping forward and assaulting Gravis with offers. Usually, they would take turns in getting the Ascenders. That was also why only the Grey Guard appeared in the beginning. If an Ascender didn't fit their sect, the next sect would be allowed to make an offer. Shut up. It's the turn of my Flowing Water sect, a blue guard shouted. Yet no one cared. Even if they had to break the agreement, they had to get Gravis. Someone that knew so many laws would increase the power of every disciple immensely. Gravis could teach them a lot about their auxiliary element and all the other kinds of laws. Gravis' status had transformed immensely. Weak elemental cultivators were called servants, but powerful elemental cultivators were called elemental teachers. A weapon sect that used an auxiliary element would need these elemental cultivators to comprehend more laws so that they could teach the disciples these new laws. Elemental teachers were very valuable to every element-related weapon sect, and it was basically unheard of that an ascender was already one. Usually, the sects would have to create their own elemental teachers out of servants. Gravis only smiled. Power is everything. That's true in every world. The weak become suppressed while the powerful ones gain freedom. Gravis mused in his mind. Calm down, Gravis said with a smile. I really appreciate all your offers, but I'm looking for a specific one. The guards calmed down immediately, waiting for Gravis' words. Would they be the lucky ones? I specialized in lightning and sabers, Gravis said. Is there a fitting sect? Immediately, all the guards started grimacing, except one. Yes, here. A guard in white and blue armor stepped forward. He had a saber on his back, and Gravis could feel some lightning inside the guard. One had to remember that humans kept their elements separate from their energy. The elements lived in the entire body of the beast, but they only lived in a small part inside humans. Additionally, their element was fragile in its base form, but would be able to unleash an incredible power when they infused it with energy. Oh, Gravis asked. You specialize in lightning and sabers? He asked. The guard nodded thrice in quick succession. Yes, we do. Gravis scratched his chin in thought. That's unusual, Gravis said. As far as I know, spears and normal swords are more common among people with the lightning element. It's quite surprising that there is an entire sect dedicated to lightning and sabers. Instead of becoming offended, the guard looked embarrassed. Yes, we hear that everywhere, he said quietly. The other guards looked with disgust at this guard. Gravis noticed their actions and realized several things. This is not the look of envy or jealousy. Well, at least that's not all of it. They also look at this guy with genuine disgust. Additionally, sabers and lightning normally don't really go hand in hand, which would make it very hard to find new disciples. People that reach the immortal realm have already refined their battle style as much as possible, which means that they won't easily change. This means most of the ascenders have already chosen a more fitting weapon for lightning. This means that nearly no ascender would choose this sect. With fewer recruits, the entire sect won't be able to fill up the elites of the sect since not everyone can reach sufficient power. So, this sect probably has a very weak overall power in comparison to all the others. Yet, this sect is still able to get a spot for a guard here, Gravis thought as he looked at the hall. The fact that over 100 guards of different sects are here means that this is probably an ascender hub or something. This means that the ascenders come into this world in fixed locations and not at random. So, if such a weak sect can get a spot here with a weak upper echelon, it probably means that they have someone holding down the fort. They probably have a mighty sect leader or ancestor or something similar. Otherwise, this sect wouldn't have the opportunity to vie for something as important as ascenders. Well, as long as there is someone powerful enough to actually teach me something, I don't mind. Gravis had thought of these things in just a few seconds and nodded at the guard. Sounds perfect, he said with a smile. The guard perked up when he heard Gravis' agreement. For a second there, he had feared that Gravis would notice the conduct of the other guards and realize that their sect was relatively weak. Luckily, Gravis had noticed none of this. The other guards looked away. If they weren't fearful of Gravis, they would have sneered at him. How had this ascender become so powerful without the ability to discern context clues? All of them thought that Gravis didn't notice their activities, when in reality, he had noticed more than they would have thought possible. Yet, as long as there was one powerful person in a sect, they would be able to teach Gravis. Now, Gravis only had to find out how powerful this person was and how far along on the path of weapons they were. However, for starters, it would be enough to learn from anyone. Gravis was probably the only immortal in the world that didn't even know the basics of weapon cultivation. What's the name of your sect? Gravis asked. The guard puffed out his chest in pride. Punishment Cleaver Sect. he announced with pride. Gravis rubbed his chin. How did your sect get that name? Gravis asked. Our ancestor created the punishment cleaver, an incredible attack that allows him to remain undefeated in his level. Our sect has been named after this attack since it serves as our basis and core teaching, the guard said with reverence. Punishment cleaver, huh? Gravis mused. Yes, the guard said with a nod. The attack you demonstrated earlier looks very similar to our sect's technique but weaker. Weaker? Gravis asked in shock. The guard became nervous as he realized that he might have phrased that statement incorrectly. I don't mean weaker but less refined. Your attack is missing two essential things. One of them is saber intent while the other is proper law focus. Oh, Gravis uttered with interest. What's that? The surrounding guards were shocked when Gravis asked this. These two things served as the absolute basis for weapon cultivation. Even though Gravis wasn't a weapon cultivator, he should know these concepts. These concepts were about as basic as moving one's energy through one's element to create an elemental attack. It was like this ascender had never seen a weapon cultivator before. Yet, how is this possible? All worlds below them followed the path of weapons, and even though there might be worlds where the path of weapons doesn't rule supreme, there should still be enough weapon cultivators walking around. This ascender was incredibly strange. How was it possible to become so powerful while having absolutely no knowledge about weapons? Whom had this ascender fought to become so powerful? Had he never fought a weapon cultivator? Had he been living among beasts for all his life? Well, saber intent is -. The entire hall started shaking as an intense pressure appeared suddenly. Who dares to kill my soldier? A mighty voice appeared. Everyone looked outside with shock at the new arrival. It was a middle-aged man with a gray beard, a gray spear and gray armor. Meanwhile, Gravis narrowed his eyes. Finally, this is getting interesting now. I want to have a proper fight, he thought. This was someone in the early major circulation immortal realm, 3 cultivation levels but 4 power levels above Gravis. On top of that, this person was a weapon cultivator. Oh no! The guy from the Punishment Cleaver sect said. A corps captain from the Dead Earth sect. What's your name? Gravis asked the person from the Punishment Cleaver sect. The person was shocked that Gravis seemed so calm. Roger, he answered out of reflex. Okay, Roger. Would you please inform your higher-ups about this situation? He asked as he stepped forward. Roger immediately realized what Gravis wanted and nodded. I just informed them that they should arrive as quickly as possible. You need to survive until then. Gravis only smiled. That's not what I meant. What I meant was that they should be ready to negotiate with the Dead Earth sect. After all, the death of someone in the major circulation realm is probably not a minor thing. Roger almost couldn't process what Gravis just said. What was he talking about? Why would a major circulation immortal die here? But then, it hit him. Wait, did Gravis just say that he would kill a major circulation immortal? That was impossible. Gravis teleported out of the hall before anyone could react and reappeared in the sky. And for the first time, Gravis saw the higher world in its full glory. The light caressed the land, and Gravis saw a lot of buildings all around them. Yet, he was sure that they were not inside a city. There were simply a ton of wooden huts with fields of rice everywhere. The hall that Gravis had just left was the only relatively imposing building for thousands of kilometers around. Gravis could also see several mountains, but in comparison to regular mountains, they seemed to be shorter but steeper. Rivers crossed the land, and Gravis could also see a lot of cows, chickens, and other kinds of livestock living around the area. Where there were buildings, there were humans, and Gravis could see that one family generally owned one wooden hut and several surrounding fields. Obviously, Gravis was in the middle of a community of farmers. After a closer inspection, Gravis also saw that most households had at least one energy-gathering cultivator in their midst while the remainder was in the body-tempering realm. Are these the mortals of this world? Usually, only the mortals without any cultivation experience run farms, but here basically everyone but the little kids have at least some accomplishment in the body-tempering realm, Gravis thought. Also, I get why people eat rice but so much. Can't you also get some wheat and make some bread or something? Why is everything just rice? Gravis thought. Are you the servant that dared to kill my soldier? The person in front of Gravis asked with narrowed eyes. Gravis' attention moved back to the person. Yes, but not on purpose, Gravis said. The man huffed. How can you kill someone a level above you mistakenly? He asked with a tone that showed that he obviously didn't believe anything Gravis said. He pointed his spear at me, and I felt it was only fair to reciprocate. So, I took his spear and also pointed it at him, Gravis said. Insolence! The man shouted with righteous anger. You stole the path of a weapon cultivator? This is even worse than directly killing him. Gravis rolled his eyes. I know that now, but I didn't know it at the time. Xing. Speaking to you is a waste of my honor and time, servant. The man said as he took out his spear. You have taken a life of my sect, so you will pay with your own life. The man pointed his spear at Gravis, who simply looked back evenly. Yet, surprisingly, the man pulled his spear back slightly as his eyebrows furrowed. Or you can repay your debt by working for our sect, he said with a less offensive tone. Gravis lifted an eyebrow. That's unusual. His sect is probably allied with one of the others, and a guard from an allied sect informed him about my abilities. That's the only thing I could think of that would warrant such a change in attitude. Not interested, Gravis said. If someone threatens me, I will strike back. I have power, and I will use this power to gain my freedom. Xing. Gravis summoned one of his sabers and also pointed it at the gray man in provocation. Like I am doing right now, he said with a smirk. The man narrowed his eyes in rage. Xing. The man teleported with incredible speed as he appeared directly behind Gravis. Gravis had felt the teleportation coming, but it had still been hard for him to react with enough speed. But he managed to turn around and blocked the attack with his saber. Boom! The surroundings shook as the weapons clashed. The surrounding buildings down on the ground were obliterated by the shockwaves as mortal families were reduced to ashes. When the powerful ones fought, the weak always suffered. The guards in front of the hall almost couldn't believe what they were seeing. Just a couple of kilometers above them, the gray man and Gravis stood there with their weapons interlocked. None of the two moved as they were in a deadlock. How was this possible? Gravis was 4 power levels below his opponent, but he wasn't pushed back at all. One had to jump levels by using the laws with more finesse than their opponent. Using brute force to resist someone that much more powerful was impossible. The man also felt like he was dreaming. How was it possible that someone on that level could directly block his attack without any laws? Sure, he also hadn't used any laws in his attacks, but he was an entire circulation above this ascender. According to logic, this ascender was supposed to shoot into the distance with several broken bones, at least. This truly is a different world, Gravis thought with a smirk. How had Gravis managed to directly block such a powerful attack without any issues? He hadn't been able to do that in the middle world. The reason for that was the body. Gravis had a beast body, and he had always fought other beasts. Their bodies were overwhelmingly powerful, and fighting multiple levels above himself always required him to counter these overpowering bodies. Yet this was not a beast. This guy was a human, and humans were not known for their physical powers. Gravis' body was just as powerful as the body of this man, even though an entire circulation was between them. If I wanted to, Gravis said, taking the man out of his stupor and making him retreat. You would be dead right now. Gravis could have ended the fight right then and there, but he didn't want to. First, he wanted to see how weapon cultivators fought. It was important to test these things in a safe environment so that Gravis wouldn't get surprised when an actually dangerous opponent used something unforeseen. How about you take this a little more seriously before you die to your own arrogance? Gravis said with provocation. The rage of Gravis' opponent immediately exploded. Insolence! He shouted again like it was his catchphrase. Xing! The man appeared behind Gravis again, but this time Gravis was prepared. Gravis noticed that several laws started to become active on his opponent's weapon and calculated their power. Boom! An even more powerful shockwave appeared as Gravis and the man were deadlocked again. How? The man sputtered. He had just infused his weapon with the law of Earth's power, making it several times heavier and stronger. How had this ascender blocked this attack too? Gravis only smirked. He had also infused his weapon with laws but different ones. Gravis had already felt that his weapon didn't have it easy when blocking the first strike, which meant that this guy probably also owned a weapon created with the high-tier hard pure law. If Gravis didn't block this attack correctly, his weapon might actually receive damage. So, Gravis used the law of core to strengthen his weapon. The earth element allowed weapons to become heavier and increase their attacking capability by increasing the force behind the attack. Meanwhile, core, or the metal element in general, increased the sharpness and durability of the weapon by a lot and the weight only a little bit. With that law, Gravis' weapon was no longer in danger of being damaged. Yet, that still left the increased physical power of his opponent unaccounted for. So, Gravis also infused his weapon with graphite, the level 3 law version of Earth. His opponent had only used a level 2 law, but he was still an entire circulation above Gravis. This meant that Gravis' level 3 law and the opponent's level 2 law had about the same power. "How disappointing," Gravis said. "Your teleportation is awfully fast. But that only shows that you condensed an avatar with the law of space. No wonder you are simply some captain of some guards instead of a core disciple or whatever your sect names them." The man wanted to talk with Gravis again since Gravis had shown incredible power. Such a person would do wonders for his sect. Yet, when Gravis said these things, he felt his weakness attacked and decided to just kill Gravis. Xing. The guy teleported away again. Insolence. And then, the laws around him started to be thrown into disorder. He was readying an actual serious attack. Gravis furrowed his brows. Now, let's see what weapon cultivators can do. The air around Gravis' opponent shook as he gathered a ridiculous amount of energy. Gravis looked at the process very closely to learn more about weapon techniques. First, the laws were gathered around the person. Then, they got absorbed by him. Gravis couldn't feel what was happening inside his opponent's body during that time. After that, a powerful force entered the man's spear as he readied himself for a strike. Crack! The space around Gravis cracked as the enemy used space confinement to block teleportation and to restrict Gravis' movement. Like this, an average opponent would have no choice but to parry or block the attack. Evading would be out of the question unless the enemy also had an avatar of space. Gravis could use his law of freedom to escape, but he wanted to actually feel the power of his opponent. The enemy also activated his will aura to suppress Gravis' movement. The man pulled his spear back as he loaded his entire being into the attack. "Burial ground!" The man shouted with power as he struck forward with his entire being. Boom! The air behind the guy seemingly exploded as he shot forward with incredible speed. Gravis hadn't expected that his opponent would be able to unleash such speed, but it was still in Gravis' ability to handle. The man closed in on Gravis, and his strike finished just as he arrived in front of Gravis. Then, with his full power, he unloaded his strike into Gravis. Boom! Kilometers of ground were destroyed below them as the air shook. Crack! Gravis' shield, which he had just summoned, broke into pieces as Gravis got shot into the distance, leaving a massive trail of blood and body pieces behind. Bang! An explosion occurred on the horizon as Gravis smashed through several mountains, the debris raining onto the surrounding fields and houses. Then silence. The guards grimaced as they saw Gravis' blood and metal fragments falling to the ground. No early minor circulation immortal could survive such an attack. This was what made weapon cultivators so powerful, unsurpassed offense. Their techniques held absolute destructive power, and when someone got hit by such an attack, they would die. Blocking a weapon cultivator's attack was suicide. The man released a breath. He had almost feared that Gravis could block this attack too. But that obviously wasn't the case. The man had unleashed 20% of his entire reserves into this attack, which was a lot. One had to remember that humans had access to spirit and also had many times the amount of energy of beasts. When a human unleashed 20% of their energy, a beast would need to use 100% to replicate that amount of energy. One also had to remember that this meant that the man could unleash this same attack for more times. Beasts were dangerous because of their bodies, but humans were dangerous because of their explosive offense. Xing. The atmosphere seemingly froze as Gravis teleported back to his earlier location. The guards were shocked into silence. The man was shocked into silence. Everyone was shocked into silence. He was still alive? This was impossible. Yet, calling Gravis alive could be described as debatable. Several of his limbs were missing, and half of his upper body was smashed into unrecognizable pieces. The only remaining relatively undamaged part was his head. But even his head had some blood flowing down from a wound. Gravis was barely hanging on to life. Holy shit! Gravis thought in shock and terror. That was far more powerful than I had expected. I literally used absolutely everything I had in my defense. I used everything I had on my shield, all my life laws on my body, and even put on my armor, which is now scattered across the sky. Yet, my shield and my armor got obliterated like they didn't even exist. Even the defense of my scales was penetrated like it was normal skin. If I hadn't used all my life laws to barely heal the important parts, I would be dead right now. On top of that, I needed to use my law of freedom and my will aura to free myself from his restriction to even block appropriately. Fuck. If I had actually fought that one guy in the highest world and would have taken his attack, I would have died 100%. That one guy was definitely more powerful than this one. For the first time since arriving in this world, Gravis felt nervous and even a little terrified. It felt like he had just had an intimate brush with death. One wrong move and he would have died. Note to self, never receive an attack from a weapon cultivator that is an actual danger to me, Gravis thought. You are incomprehensibly powerful, Gravis' opponent said calmly as he relaxed his stance. I can't even grasp the fact that you even managed to withstand my burial ground without dying immediately. Yet, you just had to fight someone far above your league. In your next life, I hope you will follow the true path of weapons. The guy obviously thought that he had already won. After all, Gravis' body was decimated. Stopping death would be impossible, not to speak of actually putting up a fight. Meanwhile, Gravis got reminded of something. Speaking of, Gravis spoke with a weak and rough voice. Why did you shout the name of your attack? The man was taken aback. This ascender was about to die, and that was his question? On top of that, what kind of question even was that? Everyone shouted out the name of their attack. They did that to motivate themselves to unleash even more power and to intimidate their opponent. Additionally, it looked pretty cool. The man shook his head slowly. I don't understand you, he said with a serene and kind voice. Peacefully go into the next life. The man put his spear on his back and bowed lightly to Gravis with a praying gesture. It was like he was praying for Gravis to find a good next life. With this gesture, he was showing his respect to his opponent. Gravis blinked a couple of times in confusion. What? Why did the guy shout out his attack? Why was he talking about a next life like it was a fact that reincarnation existed? Why was he praying for Gravis? The fuck was going on? Fuck that, Gravis thought. Gravis' damaged body started moving and shaking as it looked like something inside his body was violently crawling around. Splash, splash, splash. Perfectly healed parts of his body shot out of Gravis' torso in an instant. In just a second, Gravis had regenerated back to his peak. After all, one had to remember that Gravis knew the level 3 law of energy healing, the same law that Sari had learned back before she ascended. Gravis could use his energy as a replacement for life energy and heal himself. Sadly, healing himself to his peak condition took around 20% of his energy, which he had to regain by his passive energy absorption. The minds of the onlookers stopped working as they couldn't process what just happened. Gravis had already shown that he knew a ridiculous amount of laws, but he also had similarly incredible achievements in the life laws. How was any of this real? How could anyone like this even exist? So, why did you shout out your attack? Gravis asked as he stretched his new fingers. He still hadn't gotten an answer from the guy, and he wanted to know why. Why would anyone shout out their attack? That not only gave the opponent a chance to react but would also tell them what attack would be coming. Shouting out one's attack was like telling an opponent what one would do now. It's just stupid. The man hadn't used his spirit to keep track of Gravis since he was sure that Gravis was basically dead. Yet, when he heard Gravis' now healthy voice, he looked up at Gravis. And he continued looking at Gravis, not turning away. It was like what he saw just didn't register. Gravis looked into his opponent's eyes. "Tell me," Gravis said. "I really want to know what kind of backward justifications and logic you have to use to rationalize such a stupid act." Slowly, the man's face transformed from serene kindness and peace to shock and fear. "How are you still alive?" He sputtered loudly as he pointed at Gravis with a shaking finger. "What is going on?" Bang! Gravis exploded forward with his full speed, and his speed was so fast that it was impossible for his opponent to react in such a distressed mindset. Bang! Then, Gravis landed a clean fist on the opponent's cheek, breaking parts of his skull as he got flung into the distance. "Stop sidetracking the conversation," Gravis shouted. "I want to know why you are shouting out the name of your attack." Gravis' opponent stopped several kilometers away in shock. He still couldn't wrap his head around the fact that Gravis was still alive. How could someone an entire circulation under him block his most powerful strike? Sure, he didn't use all his energy, but he used 20%. "This is not real," the man shouted with rage and denial. "You must have used a trick. No one on your level can resist my attack." Bang! Gravis exploded forward again, but this time, his opponent was ready. Gravis punched again, but the opponent blocked the punch with his spear. Yet, a second punch was closing in from Gravis' other arm. Luckily, the man also managed to block this attack. Such basic attacks couldn't hit him. Bang! Suddenly, the man felt an impact in his abdomen as he was thrown into the distance again. What happened? Gravis' legs hadn't moved. This wasn't a kick. Gravis had summoned an additional arm from his beast form to punch his opponent. He had 6 arms, and it would be a waste to not use them. I said, "Stop sidetracking," Gravis shouted with annoyance. "I want to know why you shouted out the name of your attack." The onlookers went through one shock after the other. Gravis even knew enough life laws to summon additional limbs? He had an immortal body. Summoning additional limbs needed knowledge in level 4 laws of life. Did this mean that this ascender knew a level 4 law? How? Sadly for them, they didn't know that Gravis' body was a beast body with 6 arms. There were no laws in place when Gravis punched. Gravis' opponent felt the pain of Gravis' punch, and his expression turned into one of rage. More tricks dash bang. Gravis shot forward again and unleashed a barrage of punches. The guy tried to block them, but Gravis had the edge in a fistfight due to his superior quantity of arms. Bang! 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 Gravis' opponent received several punches across his body, and he quickly realized that he couldn't win against Gravis in a fistfight. What a disgrace! Clank! Gravis hit something solid and felt his hand break. His opponent had summoned a tower shield. Obviously, he had conceded the fact that he couldn't win in a fistfight and resorted to using a shield. "You think that will stop me?" Gravis asked. "I will get an answer out of you no matter what." Gravis closed in again and used his superior speed to move around his opponent. Additionally, Gravis was using 4 arms and even equipped them with different weapons. The fistfight was over, and Gravis unleashed a fierce barrage of weapon attacks from all angles. Clank! 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 Yet all attacks got blocked. Gravis' superior quantity of arms and superior speed wasn't enough to break through his opponent's defense. Sure, Gravis managed to unleash attacks at areas where there was no shield, but some sort of barrier appeared in the shield's place. "My sect has powerful attacks, but we also pride ourselves in our defense," Gravis' opponent shouted. "You might be able to resist my attack with a trick, but you won't be able to break through my defense." Clank! 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 Gravis didn't stop attacking, but it was no use. Even with his superior attacking speed and speed in general, he just didn't have enough power to break through his enemy's defense. Bzzzzzzz. Gravis created a lightning crescent and glared at his opponent. Yet, his opponent, even after feeling the power of the lightning crescent, wasn't impressed. "Foolish!" he shouted. "You, A mere servant, believe that such a makeshift weapon technique can break through my defense? I have to say that your attack feels very powerful, but my defense is there to block weapon techniques of other weapon cultivators on my level. At best, your attack is only as powerful as others on my level, but how much energy do you have to use? You will long run out of energy before I can even feel the drain. Realize that it is meaningless to resist. Simply come with me to my sect and work off your debt, he shouted. Gravis snorted. You can't kill me, so now you say that I am only supposed to work? Don't act like you didn't give it your best shot to kill me earlier, Gravis shouted with a smirk. The man remained silent. I fucking hate Earth cultivators, Gravis thought with narrowed eyes. Always with their fucking defense. It's a pain in the ass to fight them. Additionally, I don't think that he's lying. A lightning crescent probably won't injure him too much. Gravis unloaded his saber, retrieving his stored energy and spirit. The guy smirked. Finally, you come to terms with your situation. Just give up and come with me to my sect, he said. Gravis only smirked. You believe yourself to be immortal in front of me, eh? He asked. The guy snorted. You can't break through my defense. Gravis chuckled a bit. Well, then I have just the right attack for a turtle like you. Bzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. A gigantic spear appeared beside Gravis, and with it, an impossible amount of intricately woven lightning. All the runes were connected to Gravis' body to make it impossible for his opponent to destroy the connection with his will aura. Gravis unleashed everything he had into the spear and runes as they shone brightly. Then, he pulled back and readied himself for a throw. The guards at the ground nearly felt their eyes leaving their sockets. What was this technique? They had never seen anything like it. What were these runes? Why was the power inside the spear distributed so unevenly and strangely? Even after looking at mortality for a while, they couldn't make sense of it. This didn't seem like any weapon technique they had ever seen. Was this even a weapon technique? Yet one thing was certain. It was powerful. Very powerful. Really powerful. Bang! Bzzzzzzz. The air around Gravis sizzled with a ton of laws as the lightning runes started spinning crazily. The air around him shook as tremors went through the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Gravis' opponent felt terror. This attack was far too powerful. Could he resist that? Probably. Maybe. Maybe not. Unlikely? No? To quote you, go in peace into your next life, or something. I didn't really listen that closely, Gravis said. And as for you shouting the name of your attack, you can take that secret to the grave with you. Xing. The atmosphere around Gravis halted as everything seemingly clicked into place. His next move would unleash his technique. Junior brother, wait! A shout suddenly came. Everyone turned to the direction that voice came from and they saw someone. Someone new had arrived, and this person was not weak at all. In fact, he was in the mid-major circulation immortal realm. Everyone looked at the new arrival. It was a young man with whitish-blue robes and a saber on his back. Gravis also felt some punishment lightning inside of the person, which confirmed his identity. This was probably one of the core disciples of the Punishment Cleaver sect, the sect that Gravis would join. Junior brother? Gravis asked. I'm not your brother yet, so please refrain from addressing me like that. The expression of the new arrival remained kind, but Gravis could feel some slight changes in him. It was difficult for Gravis to properly evaluate the inner thoughts of someone so many levels above him, but he was sure that this person wasn't as kind as he showed himself to be. Junior brother, the man said, you have already agreed to join our sect, and with this you have become my junior brother. As far as I am concerned, you are one of us already, and we need to help each other. Gravis didn't like that this guy called him junior brother but decided to let him finish his explanation. But you can't keep on doing this, junior brother, the man said with a smile. We of the Punishment Cleaver sect are kind and respect others, but you are bullying someone weaker than you right now. This is not the way of our sect, and I know that you are better than this. Look at this poor guy, he said as he gestured to Gravis' opponent. He can only retreat into his shell and hide from you. Do you not feel guilty when you see someone weaker than you cowering before you in fear? This poor guy only made a mistake, and you have punished him enough. Let bygones be bygones. People make mistakes, and we shouldn't kill them for every minor mistake they made. Let him retreat and lick his wounds. I'm sure that he will become a better person because of this. Yet, if you kill him, he has no chance to rectify his mistakes in the future. Give him a chance to repay you. Kindness begets kindness. Never forget this, junior brother, the man said with a kind tone. Yes, yes, Gravis' opponent shouted. I acknowledge my mistakes, and I won't repeat them again. I'm sorry for attacking you, but my intent has never been to kill you. I only wanted to gain some justice for my dead soldier. Gravis looked evenly at his opponent and then turned to the new arrival. Come on, junior brother, the new arrival said with a smile. We are all one big family, and we need to stand together against the armies of beasts. Families bicker from time to time. If every family started killing each other because of a mistake, there would be no families left. Gravis looked evenly at the new arrival. Then he sighed. I was mistaken, Gravis said with regret. That's good, junior brother, the new arrival said. Only when we realize our mistakes can we grow from them. Gravis looked unamused at the core disciple from the punishment cleaver sect. Bang! Gravis moved his hand forward, and the spear shot with incredible speed at his opponent. Before anyone could react, mortality hit Gravis' opponent's shield. Bang! A violent explosion appeared as the shield barrier was destroyed. Yet mortality didn't stop and hit the shield. Crack! Mortality dug through the shield until it was stuck inside it, half of it behind the shield and half of it in front. Everyone looked with shock at the spear. Gravis' opponent couldn't even process what had happened. Right now, he was looking at a spear tip just centimeters in front of his eyes. Had he survived? Boom! And then the spear tip exploded. The surroundings of Gravis' opponent turned into lightning as he was completely consumed. Yet, just a second after the explosion, everything vanished, and a violent storm appeared as the vacuum was filled with energy and air again. Gravis never looked away from the new arrival, the right side of his face lighting up in bluish light due to the explosion, and his eyes narrowed. I was mistaken when I attributed your mindset to your element, Gravis said coldly. I preferred a lightning-based sect because of the mindset that lightning brought with it, but I was mistaken. As far as I can see, you act more like light cultivators. When Gravis had returned from the lower world, he had learned that mindsets being influenced by the elements was actually not normal. The clerk from back then said that the elements were a weapon, and a weapon should not change the user. In the middle world, Gravis was among beasts, and beasts had very close connections to the elements. Because of that, their mindset was also fitting to their element. Yet, now that Gravis was among humans again, he finally saw with his own eyes that this was not the case. The elements had no effect on anyone's mindset in this world. When Gravis heard the core disciple speak, he had to hold himself back to not puke at this disgusting hypocrisy. Bullying the weaker ones? That guy was an entire circulation above Gravis. Not trying to kill Gravis? That guy unleashed his most powerful attack against someone an entire circulation below him in power. Learning from mistakes? What, so everyone can just try to stage an assassination on Gravis and he had to let them go? Repayment with kindness? That worked for some beings, but not for these kinds of people. This guy would probably just go to his superior and tell lies about Gravis to protect his flimsy reputation. Yet, in Gravis' mind, he hated this core disciple even more than his previous opponent. At least the last one was honest with his intentions. It was a normal fight, something that happened all the time. But this guy was talking grandly about kindness and twisted the facts to unbelievable degrees. Suddenly, Gravis was the aggressor, and Gravis was in the wrong by defending himself against someone trying to kill him. I'm not your junior brother, and I won't join your sect, Gravis said. It's obviously not the sect for me. Gravis glanced at the ground to Roger. Roger was different from this core disciple, and Gravis could feel that difference clearly. If everyone in the punishment cleaver sect were like Roger, Gravis would be more than happy to join. Yet Roger was only a guard while this guy was a core disciple. Roger was a mask and representation, but this core disciple showed the true face of the sect. And that face showed individual sacrifice for the greater good. The core disciple's body shook in rage as he glared at Gravis. This guy looked just about ready to explode. Gravis only looked back with narrowed eyes. This guy was powerful, and he definitely wasn't one of the weaker mid-major circulation immortals. There was a 90% chance that Gravis would die in such a fight, but that wouldn't be the first time. But on the other hand, one had to choose one's fights carefully. Going into a fight with a 50% chance of victory was excellent tempering, but going into a fight with a 10% chance of victory was far too risky. Gravis would only want to enter such a fight when he had no other choice. After some seconds, the core disciple seemingly calmed down and sighed. "Junior brother, you are obviously talking out of a very emotional dash. Don't call me Junior brother." Gravis seethed slowly and powerfully, his rage and disgust very evident in his voice. He wouldn't want to enter this fight, but he also wouldn't lick this guy's boots. The core disciple felt Gravis' rage and disgust and became angry himself. How dare this early minor circulation immortal feel disgusted towards him? Everyone had to be respectful in front of him. No one talked like this in front of him. Why had the core disciple wanted to stop Gravis earlier? Because of money. If Gravis killed an early major circulation immortal, the Burial Ground sect would want reparations from the Punishment Cleaver sect. Such an immortal was worth a ton of money, and for the good of the sect, he couldn't possibly accept such a cost. Yet he also really needed this new ascender. This ascender was definitely worth more than some early major circulation immortal. Sadly, the core disciple was too greedy and wanted both. He didn't want to pay for Gravis' deeds, but he also wanted Gravis. That was why he still called Gravis his junior brother. One of the two options had already flown out of the window, and he couldn't lose the other one too. "Very well," the core disciple said as he crossed his arms. "I will take you back to the sect so that you can calm down. You will thank me in the future." Immediately, the core disciple felt a powerful hit in his spirit. Gravis had activated his will aura, the minor law of death, the law of major suppression, and the law of control. "No," Gravis said slowly. Meanwhile, the guards on the ground felt like the world had stopped. They weren't the target of the will aura, but they could feel its fluctuations from a distance. What was this will aura? How was it possible that a will aura could be so incredibly powerful? The core disciple was also shocked, but he quickly narrowed his eyes and activated his own will aura. Gravis' will aura was pushed back, and Gravis felt suppressed. The level difference was just far too great. Right now, Gravis was suppressed by 20%, even though he had used everything he had on his will aura. "Doesn't matter," Gravis thought. "My avatar of freedom ignores even will auras." Gravis glared into the core disciple's eyes. "I will not join your sect." Gravis and the core disciple glared at each other as the atmosphere seemed to electrify. The only reason why Gravis even considered fighting this person was that he had the lightning element. Destroying this person's lightning element wouldn't kill him, but it would weaken his offense significantly. Yet, this person still had a will aura just as powerful as his realm, and he obviously knew how to fight very well. The explosive power of his energy, even without lightning, would still be hazardous to Gravis. If this guy didn't have the lightning element, Gravis wouldn't even consider fighting them. "I will take you back to the sect," the core disciple said with narrowed eyes. "Try it," Gravis said back. "If you try to force me into something, one of us will die. I guarantee it. There are two things I hate above everything else: suppression and hypocrisy. I will not join any sect that harbors people with these traits." The core disciple's will aura intensified. "Is that an accusation?" he shouted in righteous anger. "What do you think?" Gravis answered. "You are trying to suppress me by pulling me away and talk on and on about kindness. Have you spared every guy that attacked you? If not, then you're talking out of your ass." The core disciple had never felt so disrespected before. He was a chosen of the sect. Even when he had been a mere nascent nourishing cultivator, everyone else treated him with respect. Yet, this guy was disrespecting him like never before. Sadly, not everyone was able to see their own hypocrisy. Gravis had also been the victim of that before. "You have no choice," the core disciple said with anger. "You are weak, and I will take you back to the sect." Xing. Gravis retrieved his saber, which was sparking crazily with lightning. Gravis couldn't possibly absorb a person's corpse right in front of others. Consuming others to become more powerful was an ability of beasts, not humans. Additionally, Gravis was not willing to consume the corpse of another human. Sure, in the lower world, Gravis had absorbed the energy in other people's dantians, but that was different from straight-up eating an entire human. Gravis was a human, and he wouldn't eat another human. Yet, Gravis was willing to use the lightning as a weapon. The dead opponent had transformed into lightning, and Gravis had changed him into a loaded lightning crescent, which had far more power than normal. Sadly, even though the energy part of the lightning crescent was increased severely, the will aura and spirit part were normal. This would be a powerful attack, but the core disciple might be able to evade the attack or survive it. "Then come and try it," Gravis said as he pointed his loaded saber at the core disciple. "As soon as you attack me, one of us will die, no matter what happens." The guards on the ground felt the shaking atmosphere. Any second now, an intense fight could break out. The entire Ascension Hall might even be destroyed. "Will you join my sect?" An urgent voice transmission arrived in Gravis' mind suddenly. Gravis didn't turn to the speaker, so that the core disciple didn't know that Gravis had been contacted. The voice transmission came from one of the guards on the ground, and just the fact that he had been willing to risk his life by contacting Gravis told Gravis a lot about his sect. If Gravis had looked at the speaker out of instinct, the core disciple might have killed the guard because of some bullshit reason like disrespecting his elders or something. "Do you teach sabers?" Gravis asked back with a voice transmission without looking away from the core disciple. "Yes," the guard answered urgently. "Will you join our sect?" he asked with urgency again. "What if I kill this disciple too?" Gravis asked back. "If you can do that, we would want you even more. Please, you need to answer quickly," the guy said. Gravis inspected the guard with his spirit sense and saw that he wore white robes. He didn't have any lightning element inside him, which meant that this sect was either comprised of people with a different element or entirely without one. Just by his outfit and weapon, Gravis couldn't guess what element this sect followed. "If the rest of your sect is like you, I will gladly join, but you have seen the difference between the guard from the Punishment Cleaver sect and the core disciple. If you are only putting up a show, the same situation will happen again, but this time between me and your sect," Gravis answered. "I hate suppression, and I hate hypocrisy." "Great," the guard answered quickly as his face lighted up. "Don't worry." Gravis narrowed his eyes even further as he looked at the core disciple, who had just turned to the guard. "Xing." The core disciple slashed towards the guard on the ground. The change in expression of the guard had tipped the core disciple off about what was happening. He couldn't allow this guard to contact his superiors. The payment for this action was a problem for the future. The guard's face fell in horror as he saw his life flash before his eyes. A wave of saber intent shot at him from a distance, and he was not nearly fast enough to evade. The air around the slash and the core disciple vibrated as Gravis intensified his law of control. He had already noticed that he couldn't destroy the will upon these kinds of physical attacks. Somehow, these attacks were connected to the attacker. Bang! Suddenly, the head of the guard was pulled away with incredible force, decapitating him. Boom! The slash exploded on the guard's body, completely decimating it. The guards in the surroundings also got injured, but they survived since they had not been the targets. The one guard felt life slipping away as only his head remained. This was it. He was dead. He already felt his spirit rapidly leaving him. Xing. The head appeared beside Gravis. He had pulled the head off of the guard since saving his entire body was impossible. When someone reached the law comprehension realm, their energy and spirit fused in their heads, which meant that it housed everything but life force. The air around Gravis and the head vibrated with a ton of laws as Gravis transformed energy into soul, infusing it into the head to keep the guard from losing his spirit. Splash! The air around the head was transformed into a green ball of water. This was the mixed element loaded water, a level 1 law that combined the level 1 law of lightning with water. Yet, the level 1 composition law of lightning not only had destruction lightning but also life lightning. Then, light appeared as Gravis used the level 1 composition law of light to intensify the life energy. Use your spirit to regrow your body. Gravis transmitted with as much power as he could. He had to get this person out of his stupor. Gravis' voice shook the remaining spirit of the guard. But, spirit, he barely transmitted. Use it. Gravis transmitted forcefully. I am infusing you with pure soul. Hurry. The guard did as told, and he felt like his spirit was vanishing even faster. Yet, just as fast as his spirit was vanishing, it somehow regenerated. Slowly, his neck started regrowing. Condense your organs first. We don't have time. Gravis transmitted with urgency. I know. Law, he transmitted weakly. Gravis gritted his teeth. This was a problem. Regenerating the guy like this would use up a ton of Gravis energy. On top of that, condensing so much pure soul energy was also draining him. Everyone looked in shock at what was happening. This person should be dead. But he was somehow still clinging to life. The core disciple narrowed his eyes. Xing! And shot another saber beam at the head. Bang! Gravis stood in front of it and blocked it with another shield of his. His shield cracked a little due to the difference in equipment quality, but Gravis was able to hold. Such a casual attack was something that Gravis could block. The core disciple gritted his teeth in rage. Bang! And then he shot forward with unreal speed. This time he was attacking Gravis directly. Gravis took his saber and unleashed his lightning crescent. Who killed my captain? The third voice shouted. Boom! Everything happened at once. The guard was being healed. The core disciple attacked. Gravis attacked. A new cultivator appeared, shouting about a dead captain. A vast explosion of lightning appeared around Gravis as he absorbed just enough lightning to not get noticed while also protecting the guard. Gravis was among humans again, which meant that he had to keep most of his powers secret. If they knew that he was inside a beast's body, they might decide to kill him directly since they would think that he was a beast. If they knew that he could remotely control lightning and even absorb it, they might also decide to capture him to learn his secrets. These were very experienced cultivators that had lived for over 1,000 years. They knew what was normal and what wasn't. The explosion of lightning vanished, and space calmed down again. Gravis stood at his previous position, still filling the injured guard with life energy and soul. The core disciple had retreated to several kilometers away with some injuries. If the lightning crescent had hit him directly, he would have died without a doubt. After all, this was a human, not a beast. His physical defense wasn't even close to a beast's. The core disciple had blocked the attack with some kind of weird slash that split Gravis lightning apart, forcing it to miss his head and the middle of his torso. Yet, he still received several injuries. The sides of his body were burned beyond recognition, and one could see that the core disciple had become narrower. It was like the sides of his body had been shaved off. Luckily, all his organs were still intact. The core disciple glared at Gravis with hatred. This mere minor circulation immortal dared to injure him? That's it. He had been nice up to now. But that was over. Something as disrespectful as this was unforgivable. Meanwhile, Gravis looked at the new arrival. Above Gravis and the core disciple floated a young man with brown hair and eyes. The man wore gray robes and carried a spear on his back. This was obviously a superior of the previous person Gravis had killed. Even worse, this person was a late major circulation immortal. This was a power that Gravis couldn't even attempt to resist. If this guy decided to kill Gravis today, Gravis would have no way to survive. The realm difference was just far too significant. The new arrival looked at the core disciple with narrowed eyes but then changed his gaze to Gravis. Gravis could immediately feel the hostility of the new arrival. Then, the new arrival turned to the core disciple again. You are in luck. he said. The core disciple also looked at the new arrival, but he pulled back his aggressive will when he felt the new arrival's power. This was someone truly powerful. In terms of battle strength, this new arrival was probably about as powerful as him, but he was also a level higher than him. He couldn't fight someone like that. What does senior mean? The core disciple asked, neither respectful nor disrespectful. The core disciple still had his own dignity. A soldier and a captain of mine have died here, the new arrival said. My captain was in the major circulation realm, and the only person powerful enough to kill him would be you. The core disciple gritted his teeth. I didn't kill him, he shouted. Surprisingly, the new arrival nodded. I know, and that's why you are lucky, the new arrival said as he turned to Gravis again with narrowed eyes. If I hadn't seen this Ascender's power with my own eyes, no matter how many people would have told me otherwise, I would have never believed them. An early minor circulation immortal killing someone in the early major circulation realm? Something like this is unheard of. Yet, I felt the power of this Ascender's attack just now, and shockingly enough, that is more than enough to kill someone in the major circulation realm, he said. This coincidence has saved your life today. Core disciple from the Punishment Cleaver sect, the new arrival said. Gravis gritted his teeth. I just arrived in this world, and my karmic luck has already reared its ugly head twice. This guy just arrived at the perfect moment to see my attack? Yeah, sure. If that's not shit luck, I don't know what is, Gravis thought. What has happened here? The new arrival asked the core disciple. The core disciple's emotions calmed down now that he knew that he wasn't under suspicion anymore. This Ascender arrived in this world and tore the weapon of your soldier out of his hands without provocation. Bullshit, Gravis shouted. Gravis became unable to move as the new arrival activated his will aura on him. Right now, Gravis was 100% suppressed, and as long as he didn't use his avatar, he wouldn't be able to free himself. The new arrival ignored Gravis' words and motioned for the core disciple to continue. The path of your soldier had been severed, the core disciple continued. Then, this new Ascender intimidated all of our sect representatives into offering spots in their sects. One of my representatives made an offer, and the Ascender accepted to join our sect. The eyes of the new arrival narrowed more at the core disciple. We would have given you reparations, obviously, but what happened after that changed everything. Your captain arrived, and the Ascender fought him. After a short fight, the Ascender had your captain on the defense and ready to mighty attack, powerful enough to penetrate your captain's defense and kill him. That's when I arrived, the core disciple said. I told him that he is not allowed to kill your captain, but he ignored my orders and killed your captain anyways. Our sect won't accept such a bloodthirsty monster into our ranks, which was why I accepted the duty to kill him, and that's when you arrived. That's a lie, H. A guard on the ground spoke up but was turned into dust by a spear image immediately. The other guards felt fear. They were glad that they hadn't been the ones that had spoken up. The new arrival didn't comment on the fact that he had just killed someone and simply nodded at the core disciple. That's enough, he said. Then he turned to Gravis again, pulled his spear out and pointed it at Gravis. You are a bloodthirsty monster without any honor, the new arrival said with righteousness. Keeping you alive is only something a saint would do. Some seconds of silence. Lucky for you, our sect considers itself quite saintly, the new arrival said as he put his spear away again. You will return with me to my sect, and you will follow the will of the earth for the rest of your life to repay for the crimes you have committed. You will spend the rest of your life serving kindness and giving back to the world with the knowledge you have gained with your unethical ways. Thank the kindness of life and earth that you can still see the light of a new morning, the new arrival said. The core disciple didn't react, but inside, he was sneering. This guy saw the worth of Gravis and wanted to get him into his sect and force him to teach their disciples about the earth element. What a disgusting opportunist, the core disciple thought, not seeing the irony in the fact that he was the one thinking these thoughts. Gravis felt an overwhelming mixture of disgust and rage at the moment. The new guy didn't even let anyone speak and immediately accepted the words of the core disciple as fact only to find a reason to pull Gravis forcefully away. On top of that, The new arrival was giving the core disciple an easy out of the situation. Meanwhile, the core disciple was just as disgusting and contemptible. He was twisting the facts to a ridiculous degree so that he appeared like a reasonable, saintly person. He gave his best to kill Gravis? He wasn't even attempting to kill him. He only wanted to pull Gravis to his sect. Of course, this had only been the case until Gravis actually attacked him. As soon as Gravis had unleashed his lightning crescent, the core disciple had developed quite a powerful killing intent towards Gravis. Gravis gritted his teeth. How am I supposed to get out of this situation? Gravis was currently facing a severe crisis, and he could only think of two ways that would help him get out of this situation. Yet, both choices would have devastating consequences and would be even riskier than fighting the core disciple one-on-one. The first way would be to use his avatar to free himself of the suppression of the new arrival's will aura. Then, he would need to quickly kill all the guards on the ground and absorb their energy to reach the next level. Gravis would only need around 6 or 7 of the guards to reach the next level, but then everyone would see his ability to kill and absorb humans. Gravis couldn't allow this, which would require him to kill all witnesses. Additionally, the energy of beings below his realm was useless to his growth, no matter how many he killed. This meant that these guards could, at most, bring him to the mid-minor circulation realm, no matter how numerous they were. The next step would be to kill the core disciple while being under the barrage of the new arrival's attacks to absorb the core disciple's energy to reach the late minor circulation realm. Then, Gravis would need to kill the new arrival. The chances of survival would be slim, and on top of that, Gravis would be on a strict timer. The superiors of the dead guards would arrive very quickly, and if they arrived before Gravis managed to kill the new arrival and flee, Gravis would then need to kill them too, which would gather even more superiors. In no time at all, Gravis would be overwhelmed. Additionally, even if he managed to pull this off, Gravis would have offended over 100 sects. Gravis couldn't guarantee that no one knew the law of time. At least one of them would know the law, which would allow them to inspect the immediate past, revealing everything that happened. Then all the sects would know what had happened, and they would also know who had massacred all their soldiers. After that, the sects would send searching parties and would find Gravis due to his aura. Gravis was fast, but his spirit sense didn't reach as far as the ones in the major circulation realm. This meant that Gravis wouldn't be able to see or notice the searching parties before they noticed him, effectively forcing him to blindly flee into a random direction. With Gravis' luck, he would almost certainly run into a conglomerate of searching parties. This choice would only allow Gravis to survive if he were supremely lucky, and that wasn't the case for him. So, this choice would certainly end with Gravis' death. The second way would be to transform his body into divine lightning, allowing him to use his own body's lightning as an attack. A level 6 law would be powerful enough to annihilate the new arrival. Yet, that would also make Gravis' lightning more powerful than his law of freedom. At that point, Gravis would be at the complete mercy of his lightning, and his lightning hated him right now. If it didn't kill Gravis directly, it would at least suppress him for all eternity, making him a prisoner inside his own body. This was even worse than death, and Gravis would need to depend on his lightning's benevolence to not take revenge on him. Sadly, divine lightning was probably the least benevolent thing in existence. Everything came crashing down. Gravis had just arrived in the world, but he was already in a scenario that would almost certainly end in his death. Everything depended on luck, and Gravis had no luck. Gravis gritted his teeth as his mind was going wild. He had to make a choice. Free me, will, aura. Gravis suddenly heard from the severely injured guard behind him via voice transmission. Gravis gritted his teeth. "Do you think I can even do that?" Gravis asked with stress and rage. "You must," the guard sent weakly. "Trust me," he transmitted barely. Gravis' insides were going crazy. This guard would probably contact his superior, but what would that even do in this situation? Would the guard be able to call upon someone at the late major circulation realm? Doubtful. Even worse, how long would it take for such a person to arrive? On top of that, would his sect even be able to pay the reparations for Gravis' killings? Additionally, with the guard's fragile health right now, contacting someone would almost certainly kill him. Then, even if the superior would arrive, he would only see that his guard had died. Sure, the superior would become angry at the core disciple and kill him, but Gravis was still indirectly responsible for the guard's death. Would he even care about Gravis? Even worse, this would take the control over the situation away from Gravis and hand it over to someone Gravis didn't even know. Gravis would also need to waste basically all his energy to stop the guard from dying after he contacted his superior, effectively making Gravis unable to even kill the weaker guards from a distance. Sure, his will aura was powerful, but killing someone an entire level above oneself with just one's will aura didn't happen instantly. "I will now take the sinner away," the new arrival said to the core disciple. The core disciple nodded with a kind smile. "Thank you for your actions," he said. Then, Gravis felt a teleportation being initiated around him. As long as he was suppressed, he wouldn't be able to resist. This meant that he needed to unleash his avatar right now or it was over. Gravis gritted his teeth. "Fuck it. My path is already muddled. Might as well rely on someone else if all other paths lead to death." A bluish ball of gentle wind appeared behind Gravis, and immediately, Gravis and the guard felt absolutely no suppression anymore. They were completely free. The new arrival and the core disciple looked with shock at the avatar. What was this? What kind of avatar was this? They had never seen anything like it. Cling. Something appeared beside Gravis and started falling as Gravis felt the spirit of the guard being nearly annihilated. Retrieving something out of one's spirit space in this condition would almost certainly kill them. Gravis immediately grabbed the thing and saw that it was some sort of bronze talisman. He had never seen anything like it. "Break!" the guard transmitted with an urgent voice before his spirit started vanishing. Gravis intensified his healing laws to keep the guard from dying. In merely an instant, Gravis had used up all his energy to give the guard a last boost, which would allow him to survive a couple of seconds. But then, his life would end. Crack. Gravis immediately cracked the talisman into pieces. "My energy has run out, and I can't even kill the guards at the ground instantly. As soon as I activate my will aura, the new arrival will immediately stop me and pull me away with force." Gravis was in touching distance of death, but somehow he felt relieved. The burden of choice and responsibility had vanished from his shoulders. Now there was no way back. Gravis had made his choice, and everything that happened from now on was no longer under his control. Now whatever happened, happened, and there was nothing Gravis could do about it. Gravis had no control over his life anymore. Everything happened instantaneously. Gravis freeing himself from the suppression, the summoning of the emblem, the breaking of the emblem, Gravis pushing all his energy into the guard. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The core disciple and the new arrival couldn't react to the sudden and shocking actions of Gravis. None of them had even entertained the thought that Gravis had a chance of breaking out of such a powerful will aura. The breaking of the emblem would make it much harder for them to act as they wished, but it wouldn't be too bad. Someone at the mid-minor circulation realm wouldn't be able to summon someone really powerful. Additionally, the person would take a while to come. Until they arrived, the core disciple and the new arrival would be long gone. Yet they had to hurry now. The new arrival took out his spear and aimed it at Gravis. He simply had to impale Gravis with his spear. At that point, Gravis wouldn't be able to unleash anything anymore, and he would be forced to follow the new arrival to his sect. The new arrival strengthened himself with his will aura and gathered power. Then he shot at Gravis. Gravis simply stood there. He had no energy left, and without energy, he couldn't use his lightning to boost his speed. Evading or blocking this attack was impossible. Gravis had put everything onto one card, and now he only had to wait. Bang! Suddenly the air seemed to explode as a storm wreaked havoc in the air. The core disciple and the new arrival both got flung away and had to protect themselves while even the guards on the ground were thrown into the distance. Yet, Gravis and the guard weren't affected by the storm. Gravis' avatar didn't protect him from such attacks, which meant that this storm specifically didn't target them. On top of that, this wasn't even an attack. The entire storm had been created by someone new arriving with an unreal amount of speed. Their arrival had been so fast that the mere air surrounding them created a storm of destruction. This was no longer the power of an immortal. Everyone looked over in shock at a place beside the nearly dead guard. A young man with long green hair and a 2-meter-long green bow stood beside the guard. This person looked at the guard with concern, tragedy, and shock on his face. Gravis could barely believe what had happened. This person had arrived in just a single second, and his power was incredible. Gravis could only barely feel the power. This was a mid-minor circulation Immortal King. In the blink of an eye, the Immortal King's face went through an avalanche of emotions as he quickly processed everything he saw. His eyes narrowed, and he looked at Gravis with rage-filled eyes. Pack! He summoned some kind of pill and threw it at Gravis, who caught it. "Soul!" he shouted with authority. Gravis immediately swallowed the pill without even looking at it. He had put his entire trust into the guard's sect, and he would go all the way. Half-assing it could only be detrimental. He would go all the way. The pill immediately dissolved, and Gravis felt that his energy was regenerating many times faster than before. With this pill, Gravis' energy would be completely refilled in just 5 minutes. Yet, Gravis couldn't refill his energy, as he immediately used all his regenerating energy to infuse the dying guard with pure soul. The Immortal King put his nervously shivering finger on the guard's head. The guard immediately lost consciousness as his mind fell into a state of coma. In this state, the guard's spirit wouldn't waste anything on thinking, making it easier for Gravis to infuse the guard with soul. Crack! The Immortal King summoned an emblem and cracked it immediately. Xing! In less than a second, another Immortal King appeared together with 2 immortals by his side. This new Immortal King was an old man who carried a staff on his back and wore emerald green robes that reminded someone of nature. He looked at what was happening and glanced at Gravis for a heartbeat. "Retreat!" he ordered. Gravis followed the orders and flew away. As soon as Gravis retreated, a bright light shone onto the head of the dying guard. The spirit of the guard was growing in power with astonishing speed. Gravis could see that this newest arrival was very experienced in the soul laws. Splash! One of the immortals surrounded the dying guard with green water while the other one shone healing light on him. The healing Immortal King regenerated the spirit of the guard. The first immortal provided the life energy. The second immortal manipulated the life energy to heal the guard. This obviously was a very coordinated and practiced team of healers. Everyone had their job, and they acted with ease and confidence. Meanwhile, the guards on the ground recovered and looked with shock at what was happening. There had been so many twists and turns today that they no longer even attempted to guess what would happen from now. The core disciple felt incredibly nervous but not fearful. He was responsible for the state of the guard, but the core disciple had a powerful background. At most, he would need to repay all of this. Sure, this would take forever to repay, but he wouldn't die. The core disciple didn't even attempt to flee since the Immortal King had locked down all the surroundings as soon as he had appeared. Meanwhile, the late major circulation immortal from the burial ground sect only remained at his spot. He wasn't involved in any of these disputes. This entire thing had nothing to do with him. In a matter of seconds, the dying guard's body recovered fully. His spirit also easily recovered to its most powerful state. The healing squad was incredibly good at what they were doing. The 3 people from the healing squad retreated as soon as the guard returned to his peak condition. The Immortal King that the guard had called bowed in gratitude to the Immortal King from the healing squad. "Thank you for saving the life of my son," he said, and with that, the entire atmosphere changed again. It was one thing to kill a mere guard from a sect, but it was something entirely different from killing the son of an Immortal King. No wonder this mere guard was able to summon someone this powerful. A wave of fear engulfed the core disciple from the Punishment Cleaver sect. This was bad. Luckily, he had the background to protect himself from the wrath of this Immortal King. Otherwise, only death would await him. "That's our job. You know the cost," the Immortal King from the healing squad said. "However," he added, "we are willing to make this one free as long as you allow us to invite this one into our sect," he said as he pointed at Gravis. Gravis had already expected something like this. This immortal king had incredible insights into the laws of soul, and he had recognized Gravis laws. Very few people understood any kind of soul law, and they were incredibly valuable. The father of the guard wasn't certain, but Gravis intervened. "I'm sorry, Senior," Gravis said with respect. "But this person," he said as he pointed at the guard, "has almost paid with his life by inviting me to his sect. I won't disappoint such an incredible show of trust." Gravis had used his law of honesty since both immortal kings were powerful enough to recognize the law of honesty. Someone at the level of the guy from the Burial Ground sect wouldn't be able to know if this was the law of honesty, deceit, or lies. Yet, immortal kings were powerful enough to discern the law. The father of the guard narrowed his eyes, and his emotions were going crazy. He wasn't certain how he should feel towards Gravis right now. His son had almost paid with his life just to invite Gravis? So, if Gravis weren't here, his son wouldn't have nearly died? This put some blame on Gravis' shoulders. Yet, Gravis had obviously given his absolute best to heal his son, even wasting all his energy. Gravis might be responsible for the guard's near-death experience, but he also kept him alive during it. Was it good luck that this guard was the son of an immortal king? No. If Gravis hadn't fully committed everything he had to keep the guard alive, this immortal king would definitely kill Gravis because of his involvement. If Gravis had let the guard die under the core disciple's assault, this immortal king would have arrived a second later, rage-filled and grieving. Then, Gravis and the core disciple would have both immediately died. This also showed that the other two choices Gravis had had would have ended with his death far earlier than he had expected. Both choices would have required Gravis to let the guard die, which would have summoned the angry father. Without noticing, Gravis' horrible luck had created a scenario where he would have certainly died if he hadn't decided to save the guard. In less than half an hour, Gravis' karmic luck had almost killed him thrice. Firstly, with the core disciple. Secondly, with the new arrival from the Burial Ground sect. Thirdly, with the potential death of the guard. The father of the guard looked at the immortal king from the healer squad. "I'm sorry, but I trust my son. My son is not stupid, and he would have known the risk." In his mind, he probably believes that this ascender is worth more than his own life. The immortal king from the healer squad looked at the father and sighed. "All right," he said. "Xing, Xing, Xing." A ton of immortal stones flew from the father of the guard to the immortal king. Gravis' spirit wasn't fast enough to count the immortal stones, but he was sure there were over 10,000. With the exchange finished, the immortal king looked at Gravis. "If you find yourself without a home, come to our life-giving sect. We will always accept someone with your knowledge in soul." Gravis bowed slightly in politeness to show that he understood, but he didn't confirm out of respect for the father of the guard. The guard had nearly given his life to recruit Gravis, and this was an incredible show of dedication, honesty, selflessness, and trust. Gravis wouldn't forget something like this. As long as this sect didn't turn out to be filled by shitheads, he wouldn't leave them. The immortal king nodded and teleported away with his two assistants. Then, the father of the guard turned to Gravis with rage-filled eyes. "Who?" he asked through clenched teeth. Gravis pointed at the core disciple. "Him." The father looked with rage at the core disciple. Yet, he didn't immediately strike the core disciple, even though Gravis had used the law of honesty again, which made his claim nearly undoubtable. His background is not simple, Gravis thought with narrowed eyes. Otherwise, the immortal king would have immediately annihilated the core disciple. Sure enough, this situation is not so simple. "I am Dash," the core disciple tried to say, but the will aura from the immortal king stopped him from speaking. "I know who you are," the immortal king said with rage. "You will not speak another word." The core disciple immediately shut up, but he felt relieved. As long as the immortal king knew who he was, he wouldn't die unless the immortal king wanted his entire sect to be annihilated. The immortal king turned to his son and put his finger on his son's head again. "Ah!" The guard suddenly shouted as he was shocked awake. The guard wasn't able to process his current situation as his spirit tried to make sense of everything. Then, the guard touched his body at several places with his hands in disbelief. I'm alive, he asked in shock. I'm alive, he said with a sigh after that. After that, he noticed his father and smiled brightly. Dad! He shouted as he jumped into his father's arms. His father had a loving smile on his face as he stroked his son's head in comfort. You're safe now. Daddy's here, he said. What happened? The son asked in shock as he jumped out of his father's embrace again. Where's the Asin? Oh! He shouted as he noticed Gravis. Thank you so much for saving me, he shouted at Gravis as he bowed. Without you, I would be dead. Gravis went closer and pulled the guard's head up. I'm the one that should thank you, Gravis said. You went forward in the most dangerous moment to offer me an olive branch. You have saved me more than I have saved you. But enough, the Immortal King said with authority, interrupting his son. Tell me what happened, he asked. The guard's emotional mindset immediately transformed into the mindset of a soldier as he straightened his body. Apparently, his father's strict voice had a massive effect on him. Yes, the guard shouted with conviction. It all started with the arrival of the Ascender. Then, the guard explained everything that had happened with as much clarity and detail as possible. He explained everything that had happened exactly how he saw it, but the details after he had lost his head were foggy at best. He didn't even recognize the new person from the burial ground sect. After listening to his son's words, the father immediately understood why his son wanted to invite Gravis. It wasn't Gravis' power that moved the son to make such a risky decision, but Gravis' mindset. Gravis' actions towards the captain of the burial ground sect and his words towards the core disciple after that showed his mindset. Gravis was a perfect fit for their sect. It was like he had been born to be part of their sect. I don't remember anything else after that, the guard said with uncertainty. I only remember the feeling I felt towards the Ascender as he tried to keep me alive. For some reason, I felt like he was exactly like the founder of our sect. The father narrowed his eyes. This was a monumental claim. The father looked at Gravis closely, and for the first time he also looked at Gravis' avatar, who still floated behind him. The Immortal King furrowed his brows at the avatar. His spirit sense went over the avatar to get a feeling for it, and what he felt shocked him more than anything that happened this day. Inspecting someone else's avatar this closely would be more than rude normally, but Gravis didn't mind it. His destiny was already interwoven with these two people. Unrestrained, spontaneous, absent of pressure, uncaring, freedom. These were the things that the Immortal King felt from Gravis' avatar. This was just like the legends. After that, the Immortal King inspected Gravis' body, and what he felt was even more shocking. Anomaly. This was the only thing that could describe the feeling the Immortal King got from inspecting Gravis. Gravis' energy was weak beyond compare. It was almost like he didn't even have any energy. Yet his lightning felt beyond powerful. It was like Gravis' entire body was filled with nothing but lightning. Even more shocking was Gravis' body itself. The spirit sense and will aura of the Immortal King were far above Gravis. And with such a close inspection, the Immortal King could see Gravis' true form. This was the body of a beast. Yet, he could also feel an incredibly powerful will aura from Gravis. This was impossible. The element-filled body of a beast was something that only a beast could have, but a spirit and a will aura was only something that a human could have. How was it possible that someone had both? Black Demon variant, the Immortal King said involuntarily to himself. The son immediately grew nervous and looked around. Where? He asked. Nothing, the Immortal King said. I was merely talking to myself. Gravis looked evenly at the Immortal King. So, now you know me, Gravis commented. What will you do? The Immortal King took out his bow and closed his eyes. Isn't it obvious? He asked calmly. I don't know you, so it isn't obvious to me, Gravis answered. Then look closely at who I am, the Immortal King said as a gray arrow appeared on his bow. Gravis felt the gray arrow, and he recognized the law on it immediately. He knew that law, and precisely because of that reason, Gravis was the one that became shocked for once. This law was supposed to be rare. The only other person that knew this law that Gravis had met before had been the Middle Heaven. No one else he had met since then knew it. This was the major law of suppression. A ton of different questions in Gravis' mind immediately got answered. Why was the guard so certain that his sect wasn't like the ones that Gravis despised? Why was the guard so dead set on getting Gravis? How did the guard know that Gravis could free him from suppression? Understanding suppression meant feeling suppression, and when someone felt suppressed for such a long time, they would hate the feeling of suppression. So, there was only one thing that such a person would chase. Freedom. Gravis sighed and smiled warmly in relief. I don't know who you are, Gravis said, but I can understand who you are. Then listen closely, the Immortal King said as he pulled the string on his bow. I am Liran, he said as he stepped away from Gravis, his bow fully pulled. And I am the sect master of the unrestrained sect. Then, he pointed it at the core disciple from the punishment cleaver sect. The core disciple felt like his life was crashing down. He said he knew who he was. Why was he pointing his bow at him? You are now part of my sect, the Immortal King said. Twang. Bang. He let the arrow fly, and the arrow turned the core disciple into nothingness. Bang. The world exploded as lightning seemingly filled everything. An old man with a mighty saber had appeared just 1 second after the death of the core disciple, and he felt incredibly powerful. He was a mid-minor circulation Immortal King just like Liran. Yet, his battle power felt far more powerful to Gravis than Liran's. This was not an opponent that Liran could defeat. Additionally, Gravis saw that this old man looked nearly identical to the core disciple, just older. This was obviously the core disciple's father or grandfather. However short that may be, Liran finished. Liran knew exactly what would happen. Yet, he had decided to kill the core disciple anyway. Liran knew that this was the most beloved son of the sect master of the Punishment Cleaver sect. Just as Gravis had expected, the Punishment Cleaver sect had a relatively weak upper echelon. Their number of peak Immortals and early minor circulation Immortal Kings was far smaller than any other sect. Yet, their sect master was the reason why the sect managed to hold its ground. The resources in this area were only bountiful enough to barely let someone reach the mid-minor circulation Immortal King realm. Anything above that would be difficult to achieve or would put a gigantic hole into a sect's funds. Due to that, the sects had agreed that the most powerful person in the sect would only be of the mid-minor circulation Immortal King realm. Otherwise, if one of them decided to jump out of line and boost themselves to another level, every other sect would have to follow, which wasn't something that the sects wanted to do. That was how the agreement had come into effect. If any sect decided to break this agreement, the other sects would force that person to leave the sect. If they didn't, the wrath of the sects would descend upon this one sect. The sects were allies, but in truth, they were only waiting for one of them to jump out of line so that they could find a reason to plunder the sect. On the surface, they acted like they were brothers, but in truth, nearly all of them were snakes ready to strike at any moment of weakness. Yet, because of this agreement, the Punishment Cleaver sect managed to stay in their ranks, even with their weak upper echelon. Their sect master could fight a level above himself, something that was rare. He alone could deal with the forces of nearly any other sect. This was the sect master of the Punishment Cleaver sect, and he was powerful. Liran knew exactly that killing his son would summon the wrath of this powerful person upon the unrestrained sect. But this was just how the unrestrained sect was. The unrestrained sect loved freedom, and everyone could do whatever they wanted. If someone wanted to kill someone, they would be allowed to kill them. Repressing one's emotions was not following the path of being unrestrained. Liran knew that he would die today, and with him the entire unrestrained sect might die too. Yet he didn't mind. He loved each and every member of his sect, but he had to stay true to the sect's philosophy. Every other member would have acted the same. Gravis' eyes shone. Whoop! Then, Gravis vanished into thin air. With the sect master of the Punishment Cleaver sect appearing, no one paid any attention to Gravis. Not even the guard beside Gravis had noticed that Gravis vanished. There was only one person that noticed Gravis had vanished, and that was Liran. Yet, Gravis had informed Liran about a plan of his. A daring plan. The unrestrained sect had shown their mindset and ideology, and Gravis wouldn't allow these kindred spirits of his to vanish from this world. Gravis had already gone all in his decision, and he wouldn't back out now. Sure, if Gravis wanted, he could probably flee together with the guard, since the sect master of the Punishment Cleaver sect wouldn't care about either of them. This had also been the plan of Liran, who had already informed Gravis of his plan. He would give his life to buy time. During that time, Gravis and his son would gather the unrestrained sect and follow the protocol for when their sect was about to die. Yet, Gravis had a different plan. He had just formally joined the unrestrained sect, and he wouldn't flee when his people were being threatened, even if he had only met 2 of them. However, only meeting 2 of them was already enough. The lowest guard and the highest sect master followed the same philosophy. This was a sect perfectly to Gravis' liking, and he wouldn't let something this perfect be taken away from him. The sect master of the Punishment Cleaver sect looked at Liran from high above with justified rage and condemnation. I always knew that you savages from the unrestrained sect would turn on our alliance sooner or later, he said. Yet, I would not have believed that you would kill my one and only son. If he had died to someone at his level, I would not search for reparations, but you, as a sect master, have killed a core disciple. This is unacceptable, cowardly, weak, and foolish, he said with fierce eyes. Liran only sneered. Teach, as if you would have let anyone kill your son, he snarked. Stop lying to my face. Bang! A powerful lightning bolt hit the ground below the sect master as he coldly glared at Liran. I don't care that you killed my son, but I can't allow the disrespect you have given me by not consulting me before doing it to go unpunished. He was useless anyway. But before you kick a dog, you should first look at its owner. You're calling your own son a dog? Liran asked in shock. I knew that you were a lying piece of shit, Arthur, but I didn't think you were that low. No wonder your son has grown up to be rotten. Bang! Another lightning bolt. Do not question my ability as a father, Arthur shouted. I have taught him perfectly, but he was simply unteachable. He was born to be arrogant but weak. The son of Liran looked with an uncomfortable look at the spot where the core disciple had died. Was this the reason why the core disciple had acted this way? No wonder the core disciple never accepted any disrespect from anyone without flipping out. His father's constant criticism, insults, and cold demeanor probably left a permanent scar in his mind. The core disciple probably wanted to gain respect and worship from others since, deep down, he didn't have any of that for himself. He had never been able to live up to his father's expectations, making him feel useless all his life. Everyone had their own story, and in their own story they were never the villain. Did this absolve the core disciple from his actions and conduct? No. He had been dealt a shitty hand, but it had still been his decision on how to play it. He could have left the sect. He could have cut off all contact with his father. He could have chased power without looking at others. Instead, he had decided to repress others. To him, repressing others and feeling superior just felt far too good. Even immortals with powerful will auras could fall victim to the sweet enticement of feeling the effect that their own powers had on others. In actuality, immortals were even more likely to act arrogantly. They had come so far. They saw an ocean of weaker beings below them and only a few stronger beings above them. They have joined a powerful sect and were respected everywhere they went. Their power made them superior, and the ocean of tiny sects that only had Unity Realm experts could only look up to these gods. Why spend so much time in isolation to comprehend another law? They were already immortal and could look down upon nearly everyone. They would already live for 50,000 years, and in order to live even longer, they would need to break through a total of 7 times. 5 times was already so long, but 7 times? This was far too much work. Additionally, breaking through the 3 bottlenecks of the circulations was far too much work. Understanding 2 level 3 laws to become an early major circulation immortal? Understanding 3 level 3 laws to become a peak immortal? Understanding a level 4 law to become an immortal king? That was far too much work and would take forever. What's the point of living for so long when one spent all his time just sitting alone in their cave, racking their brains on things they didn't care about? It was far easier to simply remain an immortal. Although, reaching the major circulation realm also wouldn't be bad. After all, then, even immortals would have to look up to them. Becoming a peak immortal? Do you have any idea how hard it is to understand another level 3 law? Everyone already understood space, and finishing their first own level 3 law was also alright, but finding an additional one. They already comprehended the level 3 law they had the best affinity for. The next one would be several times harder. For what? For only a single breakthrough. Becoming an immortal king? PFFF? Fuck that. Trying to understand a level 4 law is just far too much work. On top of that, to understand any of these laws, they would even need to temper themselves. What's the point of living so long when you die trying to live even longer? They had fought enough in their life. They didn't need to fight more. This was the reason why there was a huge number of cultivators that stopped cultivating in the immortal realm. The 3 bottlenecks plus 7 breakthroughs were just far too much work and risk. It wasn't worth the effort. And all this effort for what? To live an additional 50,000 years for a total of 100,000? They would already have wasted nearly 50,000 years. This meant that their longevity didn't even really increase after becoming an immortal king. They would still only have 50,000 years left. The core disciple and many others had thought like that, which was also why they put respect, worship, arrogance, and superiority on such a high pedestal. They had worked so incredibly hard to reach this place, and the others damned well show their respect to this grand achievement. If they didn't, it would only show that they were idiotic savages that knew nothing of how normal humans acted. Arthur pulled out his saber. Hum! His will aura broke the earth as the guards barely managed to flee. Yet, some of them were still caught up in the will aura and couldn't move anymore. This spelled their doom if the other guards didn't act correctly. As soon as Liran and Arthur clashed, they would be reduced to dust. Crack! 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 All guards that managed to flee immediately cracked an emblem. Xing! 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 A ton of powerful immortals appeared. These immortals were not there to rescue the already fleeing guards, but to rescue the suppressed guards. The sects had an interwoven network of alliances, friendships, trade agreements, rivalries, and enmities. The allied sects called their powerful immortals to get their captured allies out of there. Xing! These powerful immortals threw one glance at the sky and quickly retrieved the suppressed guards from their allied sects. Like this, 90% of all guards escaped unscathed. The last 10% didn't have allies that were currently free. This meant that they would only be left to die. Even worse, no one would avenge them. The winner of the fight would only need to pay their sect for their lives. They were immortals. They were supposed to be powerful. Yet, their lives could be bought off just like this? Why had they even cultivated to this realm if they would simply die like mortals? Liran also activated his will aura and directly confronted Arthur's will aura, pushing it just far away enough to allow the captured guards to escape. Liran didn't do this because of some empathy for them, but because he hated it when others were suppressed. He had been suppressed for a long time in his life, and he didn't want others to feel this pain, at least as long as they were not his enemy. All the guards immediately fled, not even looking at Liran or thanking him. They only wanted to save their own hides. Yet Liran didn't mind. He wasn't doing it for them but for himself. Right now, only Liran and Arthur remained. No one else was there. Even the son of Liran had seemingly vanished into thin air. Do you think that your sect will be able to escape my wrath, Liran? Arthur asked coldly. I will hunt down each and every last one of them. Your so-called sect won't see another tomorrow. You have killed my child, and I will kill all of your children. Sarrr. Liran's bow pulled taut with another suppression arrow. Put your saber where your mouth is, Arthur. First, you need to get past me. PFF. Arthur spat in arrogance. Do you honestly believe you can hold on for more than 10 exchanges? Maybe, Liran said with a smirk. Maybe I have a surprise for you. Empty boasts. Bang. With that, Arthur shot forward in a lightning explosion. Twang. Twang. Liran immediately released several arrows, but Arthur destroyed all of them with just the correct amount of lightning. Something like this was incredibly difficult and wasn't possible without the level 3 law of lightning manipulation. Liran fought from a distance, but Arthur had the superiority in speed. Arthur easily blocked all attacks and reached Liran after a brief moment. Bang! Arthur attacked Liran and Liran blocked with his bow, but Liran got shot into the distance. They were on the same realm, but Arthur had a vastly superior body. Humans generally had similarly powerful bodies. So, how was it possible that Arthur had the edge in physical power? The answer was one of his 2 level 4 laws. This was the high-tier law of muscle strength. This allowed Arthur to increase his speed and physical power. Arthur's other level 4 law was the high-tier law of lightning's explosiveness. This law boosted his punishment cleaver to incredible heights of destruction. Against humans, Arthur was extremely powerful, but against beasts he was average. The high-tier law of muscle strength worked wonders against humans but was basically useless against beasts. If a human went into close combat with a beast, they would lose devastatingly. It didn't make a difference if they lost a little bit or a lot. A loss was a loss. If Arthur only knew the high-tier law of lightning's explosiveness, he would only be average. Yet, his high-tier law of muscle strength made him superior among humans. Liran was helpless. With his bow, he needed to fight from a distance. Thanks to the wind element, Liran was also a bit faster than average for an immortal king, but not by much. The speed advantage of the wind element already started to vanish in the immortal realm. Luckily, Arthur's will aura was only a little bit stronger than Liran's. With Liran's law of major suppression, he managed to slow Arthur by nearly 40%. Sadly, this was still not enough to close the speed gap. After several losing exchanges, Liran already became injured. In comparison, Arthur hadn't even received a single scratch. Liran's eyes showed determination. "If I'm going to die, I might as well take you down with me," he shouted. Liran put all his energy and spirit into his arrow, which started to warp the surroundings. This was his most powerful attack, sky suppression. "TCH," Arthur spat. "You think your pitiful attack can kill me? You know exactly of my power. I wouldn't have taken you for such a fool. But once again, you surprise me with your stupidity." "Very well," Arthur said as he readied his saber. Bzzzzzzzzzzz. Arthur's saber broke out in an unreal amount of punishment lightning. He was also readying his most powerful attack, the punishment cleaver. Crack! Suddenly, the lightning on the saber crackled with far more intensity as he also infused it with the high-tier law of lightning's explosiveness. Usually, this would be a clash between 2 level 4 laws, the major law of suppression and the high-tier law of lightning's explosiveness. Yet, weapon cultivation was different from normal cultivation. Elemental cultivators could only infuse their attacks with energy and spirit, but weapon cultivators could also add their physical power to an attack. Not even Gravis was able to do this with his lightning crescent or mortality. This was something entirely new. Sadly, this meant that it was now 2 level 4 laws against 1. "We can clash as much as you want, Liran," Arthur said coldly. "No matter how much energy you use, I will match it, and I will always come out victorious. Just give up and accept your death." "Might be," Liran said with a relieved smile, like he just felt a weight leave his shoulders. His determined look seemed to have vanished after hearing Arthur's words. Right now, Liran showed the expression of someone who had given up. This was the look of someone who had already accepted that they would die. Liran looked to the side in a forlorn expression. "Yet, if I don't try, I will never know, right?" he said with a smile as he turned back. The last desperate gasp before death. "You don't realize your own situation even when you stare death in the face," Arthur said coldly. "It seems you need to feel death first to realize your weakness." Arthur lifted his saber and readied himself for a slash. "In your next life, don't be foolish enough to offend me." Silence. Several seconds passed. Arthur only glared at Liran with his raised saber while Liran only smirked. "What? You think I will directly attack after your grand shout?" Liran asked with a smirk. "No, I'd rather watch you hold this pose for a while." Arthur felt his rage going wild. How dare this weak savage mock him? "Ah!" Liran released a brief shout as he let the string of his bow go. Arthur's body tensed up, and he slashed and he stopped again. Liran had caught the string and arrow of his bow with a smirk, stopping the attack. Ah! Liran shouted, and the same thing repeated itself. Liran chuckled a bit as the veins on Arthur's forehead nearly exploded. Bang! Arthur released his attack first. Originally, he wanted to wait until Liran unleashed his attack to guarantee that Liran wouldn't be able to evade, but he couldn't deal with this mockery anymore. The attack came with incredible speed and destroyed the space around Liran. It was too fast to evade. Let's see what you can do, little friend, Liran thought. Bang! And released his own attack. The two attacks shot at each other and hit. Boom! The surroundings were turned into nothingness as everything was hidden in a storm of destruction. Arthur looked calmly at the storm. His attack was more powerful and would exit this storm of destruction, hitting Liran directly. He had won. Xing! Suddenly, a weakened arrow came out of the storm of destruction, shooting directly at Arthur. Arthur's eyes widened in shock. How? And then, the arrow hit Arthur in the chest. Bang! Bang! The arrow hit Arthur's chest and exploded. A fountain of blood and organ pieces exploded into the surroundings, and it was hard to tell if he was still alive or not. Xing! Liran charged out of the storm of destruction of their previous attacks as he pulled out a new arrow. In an instant, Liran pointed his bow at Arthur's remains again. Everything below Arthur's chest was destroyed, but his upper chest, arms, and head were still in one piece. Arthur was still alive, and Liran wanted to end it. Crack! Bang! Arthur immediately summoned an emblem and broke it into pieces. As soon as he did that, a translucent barrier appeared around him, which blocked the new arrow from Liran. Liran grimaced as Arthur summoned another emblem and broke it. Xing! A seemingly translucent sword cut through the frozen space around Arthur and left behind a deep cut. Tsh! Liran spat, knowing that he wouldn't be able to kill Arthur today. This madman just spent more money than he was worth. Where did he even get all this money from to buy these two emblems? Arthur threw one last, cold glance at Liran before he flew into the space cut. In an instant, the cut closed, and Arthur was gone. Great! Liran spat. This will get ugly now. Liran scanned the surroundings one last time to see if anyone was looking. Xing! And then he vanished. 10 teleportations later, Liran stopped moving. He looked around again to see if anyone was watching before taking a ring off his finger. If Arthur had paid close attention, he would have known that Liran hadn't always worn this ring. This was something that appeared a bit after Arthur had arrived. Clink! Liran flicked the ring away. Pack! A hand appeared that caught the ring in midair. This was Gravis' hand, and just beside him stood Liran's son. What had happened? When Arthur had appeared, Gravis knew that he could help Liran win the fight if Liran played it right. As long as Liran managed to provoke a clash of powerful attacks, Gravis could consume the lightning from Arthur's attack, weakening it tremendously. At that point, it would be one level 4 law against another one. Of course, that wouldn't be the only thing that would change. Another thing was that taking away the element from an attack would severely weaken it. Like this, Liran's attack would be more powerful than Arthur's. Due to the clash of the attacks, Liran's attack wouldn't be powerful enough to kill Arthur immediately, but it would injure him heavily. With another attack, Arthur would be dead. Sadly, Arthur managed to flee by spending a ridiculous sum of money. How did Gravis manage to stay hidden in front of Arthur? Simple, he put himself and Liran's son into the life ring and gave it to Liran. This had two advantages. First, Gravis would be directly in the middle of the fight and could intervene at the perfect time. Second, Gravis would be hidden inside the life ring. Immortal kings could see Gravis' real body, and Gravis already had a suspicion that humans and beasts were not the best of friends here, based on context clues. As long as Arthur didn't closely inspect Gravis, he wouldn't notice that Gravis had a beast body. Arthur obviously hadn't done this since he had ignored everyone but Liran. Liran was the one that had killed his son, and the surrounding immortals might as well not exist. I am unsure if I stand in your debt or not, young friend, Liran said with a smile. On the one hand, you are the reason why all of this happened in the first place, but on the other hand, you saved my life. Liran suddenly laughed loudly. You know what? Screw all this complicated nonsense of debt and gratitude. Let's just say that we are friends from now on. Does that sound good? He asked with a smirk. Gravis also chuckled slightly. I don't think so, Gravis said with a smile. Liran's eyebrows furrowed. Then, Gravis bowed slightly in respect. You're my sect master, not my friend, Gravis said with a smirk. Pong! Gravis felt the flick of Liran's finger on his forehead, but it didn't hurt. You just arrived and are already teasing your sect master, Liran said with a smirk. But that's exactly how a disciple of the unrestrained sect has to act. Do what you want. Feel what you want. Say what you want, Liran shouted. This is our philosophy for the unrestrained ones. Liran didn't ask how Gravis had been able to influence Arthur's attacks. If Gravis wanted to tell him, he would be happy to listen. But it was Gravis' decision. Sounds great, Gravis said with a smirk. Liran's son came closer to Gravis. I also want to welcome you to our sect, senior brother, he said. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Shuram, and I'm responsible for getting new recruits, Shuram said. At least for now. Dad told me I should get out more and talk with others, which is why I'm currently on cultivation break. Gravis nodded. Hello, Shuram. I'm Gravis, the new ascender. I'm not used to being inside sects, so don't mind it when I don't call anyone senior or junior brother. It feels weird to me, Gravis said. Liran and Shuram were a bit confused. You are not used to being inside a sect? Shuram asked. Does that mean that you cultivated alone all your life? Gravis scratched his chin. Not entirely, he said. I was in a sect when I was a spirit-forming cultivator, but after that, I exclusively lived among beasts for some 1,000 years or so. Is it because of your body? Liran asked. Of course, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. Gravis shook his head. Kind of, but not in the way you think. If I didn't live among beasts for so long, I wouldn't have this body. But it was also my decision. I'm sorry, but I really don't want to tell you too much about my background since we have just met. This is a world of humans, and far too many humans are fickle beings that lie and change their loyalties. Dad isn't like that, Shuram said with a frown. Shuram, enough, Liran said. He's right to doubt me. He doesn't know me and I don't know him. Immediately trusting someone you have just met is naive. Give it some time. Shuram sighed. He knew his father, and he knew that his father was awesome. It hurt him that Gravis doubted his father, but Shuram also knew that it was only normal for Gravis to act like this. What about Arthur? Gravis asked as he looked at Liran. That's for me to worry about, Liran said with a smile. You're obviously incredibly powerful, but you can't fight someone like Arthur yet. However, if you agree to be on call if Arthur appears again, I would thank you very much. You don't have to, of course. Gravis nodded. No problem. I don't want my sect to be destroyed. Liran smiled and nodded too. Great, he said. Well then, I have to talk with the elders about this situation. Shuram, would you please show Gravis his new home? Shuram nodded. Yes, he shouted. Liran nodded. See you later, you two, he said. Xing. Then he was gone. Senior brother, Shuram said. I'll show you around the sect. Gravis nodded. Thanks, he said. Gravis had already inspected his surroundings with his spirit, and what he saw surprised him quite a bit. Right now, Gravis was floating high up in the sky, but below him he could see a ton of buildings. Yet, surprisingly enough, most of the buildings were wooden huts with mortals tending to rice. This didn't look like a sect at all. However, Gravis was sure that this was the sect since he saw several huge buildings scattered among the wooden huts. These buildings had different art styles and were made out of different materials. Additionally, Gravis felt several cultivators living in these buildings. What surprised Gravis was the strength of these cultivators. The vast majority were immortals with about half the amount of law comprehension cultivators and just very few nascent nourishing cultivators. In these buildings, Gravis couldn't see anyone below the nascent nourishing realm. Everything radiated an aura of freedom. The different art styles that didn't follow a common rule, the different distances between the buildings, the fact that so many mortals were here, all of this created an atmosphere of freedom. Seemingly everyone could do whatever they wanted. Yet all of this changed if one looked into the distance. Around 50,000 kilometers away from this land of freedom, darkness and pressure existed. 50,000 kilometers away, Gravis saw a mountain range hidden in perpetual darkness. This was part of the sect, but the aura from this area was the polar opposite of this land of freedom. All the buildings looked uniform and were made out of the same materials. Everything was gray and hidden in darkness as seemingly no happiness and freedom entered this place. At that place, Gravis could see even more cultivators than in the other parts of the sect. Additionally, the realm distribution was the opposite. There were no immortals, some law comprehension cultivators, a lot of nascent nourishing cultivators, and an incredible amount of unity realm cultivators. All of them wore the same clothing, had the same haircut, did the same thing, and learned the same laws. Gravis already had a suspicion, but he wanted to wait for Shuram's explanation. Below us, you can see the unrestrained lands, Shuram explained. This is the area where the unrestrained ones live. They can do whatever they want, but of course everyone else is also free to do what they want. So, if one of them annoys another one, the other one can strike back. We don't discourage killing among the sect. Everyone is free to do what they want. Gravis nodded. I presume that the unrestrained ones you are referring to are cultivators that manage to comprehend the minor law of suppression, correct? Shuram was a bit surprised that Gravis came to that conclusion so quickly but nodded. Yes, when you know the minor law of suppression, you will formally join the unrestrained ones. Then you are a true part of the sect. Gravis nodded. What about that other area in the distance? Gravis asked. Shuram shuddered. Obviously, he had been reminded of some horrible memories. These are the restrained lands, he said with a sigh. I was once part of these lands, and I absolutely hate and despise them. Yet, they are a necessity, he said. To appreciate and know freedom, one must first learn suppression. Freedom is the absence of suppression, and only when you know something very intimately can you evade it perfectly. How do the restrained lands work exactly? Gravis asked. Our sect is popular among cultivators, Shuram explained. Many cultivators want to join us. Living inside a sect without any duties and being allowed to do what you want. Who wouldn't want to be part of such a sect? However, first you need to earn your place in the sect by comprehending suppression. So, before someone joins the sect, we will inform them about what will happen. If they are willing to join, they will sign their freedom and individuality away. They will join the restrained lands and will go through the most extreme suppression imaginable. Over 90% of applicants don't agree to join as soon as they are told what would happen, and that's their choice. If they don't want to join, that's fine. The remaining 10% believe that they can take the suppression and join anyway. Yet, Shuram said with a sigh, I have never met a single person in this sect that doesn't regret their decision. The pains of the restrained lands are things that no common person can imagine. After just several days, basically everyone already tries to flee. They say that they don't want to be part of the sect anymore and want to formally leave. Sadly, true suppression can only be taught when you are under true suppression. They are held prisoner and will be forced to do everything we tell them to. We force them into fights we want. We deliberately create unfair fights to demonstrate our power over them. If they win a fight, we will confiscate all the spoils. The cultivators reach new realms when we want them to. The cultivators fight when we want them to. The cultivators say what we want them to. The only thing we don't touch is their mind, since they still need to be their own person inside their mind to comprehend suppression. If we even touch their minds, they would become lifeless husks. And all of this will continue until they either learn the minor law of suppression or die. There is no in-between, Shuram said. 95% of cultivators never learn the minor law of suppression, and they will live the rest of their lives in the most extreme suppression possible until they eventually die. Shuram looked at the restrained lands with a forlorn expression. I have been part of the restrained lands for 567 years, he said. Gravis sighed. 567 years of living like this was something Gravis almost couldn't imagine. Sure, Gravis had fought the Middle Heaven for around 700 years, which could be described as a similarly weighty suppression, but it felt different. If one had to associate a color to Gravis' time with the Middle Heaven, it would be black and red. There was death around every corner, and Gravis basically only had to survive the entire time. Meanwhile, the restrained lands would be gray. There was not much life and death pressure. There was not much action. There was not much fighting. It was simply a gray life of monotone routine. If it were up to Gravis, he would prefer fighting the Middle Heaven any day over being part of the restrained lands. However, one would have to remember that not everyone thought like that. Most people would probably prefer the restrained lands. After all, at least their lives were relatively safe during that. Being under the constant threat of death for hundreds of years was terrifying to most people. It's their choice, Gravis said. They knew what would happen, and they decided to take the chance. Was it a mistake to make this decision? In their minds, certainly. Yet, this is also part of freedom. Freedom means you can also make mistakes. That's something I learned thoroughly, Gravis said with narrowed eyes. Gravis remembered how he had decided to fight the Middle Heaven even though he was wholly underprepared. Even now, Gravis was still weaker than the Middle Heaven. This had been a mistake, but Gravis had committed it. Then, Gravis had decided to use his law of freedom as his avatar. Was this a mistake? Gravis wasn't sure yet. Only the future would show if it was a mistake or not. Shuram sighed. I'm uncertain, he said. When you are young, and you think you know something but you don't, is it okay to destroy their lives because of one decision? Gravis looked over at Shuram. Freedom is not kind, Gravis said. Shuram frowned. What? He asked. Freedom, like everything else, is neither good nor bad, Gravis said. You can do what you want and live life to the fullest, but you are also free to make as many mistakes as you want. When you make a mistake while you are free, nobody will be there to protect you. When you are suppressed, you can't live life to the fullest. Yet, being suppressed means that someone more powerful than you is suppressing you, and this more powerful person is able to keep danger away that you can't deal with. Of course, almost everyone would still prefer freedom, me included, Gravis said. Yet, living according to total freedom is something nearly no one is willing to do, me included, Gravis said. What do you mean? Shuram asked. Freedom and suppression is a gradient, Shuram, Gravis said. Freedom doesn't mean that you must live completely free, but it means that you can choose where you want to live on the gradient. Shuram wasn't sure what Gravis meant. All of this sounded a bit complicated. If you live with 100 freedom and 0 suppression, it means you are free of suppression, but one part of suppression is responsibility. Responsibility is also a form of suppression. So, living in true freedom means not caring for the ones you love. You are not under any responsibility for them. If they die, they die. It has nothing to do with you, Gravis said. When you have a family or weaker loved ones that you want to protect, you can feel the pressure sometimes. If something happens to you, your loved ones might die. If you commit a mistake, you might not only ruin your life but also all the lives of your close ones. Responsibility is a weight that stops you from doing what you want, Gravis said. Responsibility is part of suppression. Gravis looked at the sky. My goal is not to live in total freedom but to have the freedom of choice. I want to decide if I want a family or not. I want to decide what can suppress me and what can't. Being free doesn't mean living free, Gravis said. Remember that, Shuram. Shuram fell into thought. On one hand, all of these things clashed with a lot of his beliefs, but on the other hand, they made sense. Yet, it wasn't so easy to change one's entire outlook. Thank you for your teachings, senior brother, Shuram said respectfully. Don't mind it, Gravis said with a smile. I'm only talking to myself mostly. Is there anything else I should know about the sect? There isn't much you need to know about the sect, Shuram said. You can live anywhere you want in the unrestrained lands, and you can talk with whomever you want. However, we have a central hub for miscellaneous things. Gravis felt his spirit sense being pulled to another mountain. There, he saw some huge buildings made out of stone. This is the central hub, Shuram said. If anyone inside the sect or outside the sect wants to commission someone from the sect, they can put up a notice there. Of course, it's up to the individual if they want to accept or not. Gravis nodded. That's exactly what I need right now, he said. Weapon cultivation, right? Shuram asked. You said that you wanted to learn weapon cultivation. Gravis nodded. Actually, I'm still in shock about this whole thing, Shuram said. Someone with your power doesn't even know how the basics of weapon cultivation work. It's so unreal. However, you also explained that you lived among beasts for a really long time, which makes this whole thing more understandable. Weapon cultivation doesn't exist among beasts since it requires a spirit and a will aura, Shuram said. That's the main reason why I have no idea about weapon cultivation, Gravis said. I fought beasts for over 1,000 years, and I haven't even seen a human during that time. After around 2,000 years, I returned to the human world, but I didn't really fight anyone else after that. I simply concentrated on learning more laws. Speaking of, Shuram said, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you? He asked. About 4,000 years old, Gravis said. 4,000 years? Shuram asked in shock. Sorry, I didn't mean any disrespect, but 4,000 years is a really long time to become an immortal. Gravis didn't take it as an insult and only chuckled a bit. What? Do you think you can reach my battle strength in only 1,000 years or so? I have actually been an immortal for around 2,700 years. 2,700 years? And you haven't raised your realm? Shuram asked in shock. How can you stand that? I would feel stifled in your situation. Understandable, Gravis said. Everyone else would have long reached the next realm, but I don't compare myself to others. My battle strength is still not powerful enough. I need even more. Even more? Shuram shouted. Why? Killing someone an entire circulation above yourself is something that hasn't even happened in the legends. I'm certain that you have the most powerful battle strength for your realm in the entire world. Why would you want even more? Sorry, but I can't tell you that, Gravis said. I have my goal, and I want to reach it. Oh, okay, Shuram said with some disappointment. Anyway, regarding your weapon cultivation, I can teach you. Gravis scratched his chin in thought. Sure, why not? What do you want in return? Gravis asked. Oh, nothing, Shuram said. You saved my life, and I would be happy to teach you. Gravis only smirked. We'll see about that later. But sure, I would be happy to learn weapon cultivation from you. Great, Shuram shouted with a smile. But there's something else we have to talk about first if you don't mind. Oh, Gravis uttered with a raised eyebrow. Well, Shuram said in discomfort as he rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment. Dad said that after I show you the sect, I should ask you if you would be willing to speak to the elders. Why? Gravis asked. I don't know, Shuram said with a shrug. So, do you want to or not? It's your decision. Gravis scratched his chin. Why not? He's my sect master from now on. If he had ordered me, I would feel disinclined. But since he gave me a choice, I'll accept it. Great, Shuram said with a smile. This is my home, Shuram said as he pointed at a house made of wood with quite a sizable garden. When you're done, you can find me here. We can start with your lessons anytime. Gravis nodded. Sure. See you later, Shuram. See you later, senior brother, Shuram answered. Then Gravis slowly flew to the central hub of the sect. He didn't want to teleport since he wanted to take in the general feeling of the sect more. It simply felt great to watch all the people talking to each other. Immortals were even talking to mortals from time to time. Gravis also smelled a sweet fragrance. This fragrance was present throughout the sect due to all the different gardens of the cultivators. A lot of cultivators that lived free liked to hold plants and watch them grow. It was a hobby for them. Additionally, selling expensive plants could also bring them a lot of money without needing to kill others. Hey you! A shout came as an immortal appeared in front of Gravis. You knew? He asked. The guy had brown hair and looked rather gruff. One would think that he was a smith. I am, Gravis said. I just joined. Great, the guy said with a smirk. Then, he went into a battle stance and clenched his fists. "Sadly, you have horrible luck," he said as he did some quick practice punches in the air. "You ran into the powerful owner of these lands, Long Johnson. Today you effed." Gravis couldn't help himself as he broke out into laughter. "Long Johnson?" he asked. Long Johnson was seemingly used to this and frowned. "Yes, laugh it up. I didn't choose that name. My father came from a distant land, and they have weird names there. Apparently, Long is an old word for dragon where they come from, but my mom came from here, and she wanted to give me a normal name. That's how I got my name." Gravis still had to laugh. "Fucking Long Johnson," he shouted. "Anyway," Long Johnson said, "you will pay for your crimes of disrespecting me." "Why?" Gravis said, still smiling. "You gonna beat me up?" "Exactly," Long Johnson said. "People who don't know to respect their elders will be beaten up. Then I will take part of your money. However, you can also just directly pay to avoid the beating." "Wait," Gravis said. "So you, Long Johnson, will beat me up unless I give you my lunch money?" "Well, I wouldn't call it lunchmon dash. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha," Gravis shouted as he laughed again. "Man, you're a treat. Here," Gravis shouted as he threw an immortal stone over to Long Johnson. "Keep it as payment for entertaining me." Long Johnson looked in shock at the immortal stone. "An immortal stone?" he shouted. "You don't have to pay me that much, you know. I would feel bad if I took so much from you." Gravis didn't care and simply passed Long Johnson. "Don't mind it. Your performance was worth the money." Long Johnson wasn't sure how to react. "Thank you, junior brother," he said in uncertainty. "No problem, dude," Gravis said as he continued flying to the central hub. Originally, Gravis wanted to punch this guy and be done with it, but after Long Johnson pulled out his secret weapon, his name, Gravis just became helpless. How could he bear to beat up poor old Long Johnson? The guy was already punished enough. The third person that Gravis met in the unrestrained sect already made him laugh. The more Gravis stayed here, the more he liked the unrestrained sect. Gravis flew slowly, so it took him about an hour to arrive. Several other people also appeared in front of him, asking him if he was new. They introduced themselves and told Gravis that he could come over to their place and talk. Gravis was quite surprised about why so many people came to him, so he asked one of the later arrivals why everyone was so friendly. Apparently, the fact that Gravis slowly flew through the sect and didn't teleport gave others the impression that he wanted to start a conversation but didn't want to intrude. It was like someone waiting politely near someone's home. Gravis didn't mind and decided that he might as well get to know more people of the sect. Everyone was rather forthcoming and polite, except Long Johnson. Apparently, from what Gravis had heard from others, Long Johnson loved being a kind of schoolyard bully. He thought that it would spice things up a bit in the serene and boring surroundings. Gravis had to agree that Long Johnson's conduct really spiced things up. That guy was hilarious. After Gravis arrived at the central hub, he quickly entered the largest building he could see. The building wasn't isolated by formation arrays, which allowed everyone to look and listen in. Gravis thought that this was quite nice and transparent of the upper echelon of the sect. There were no guards or anything similar in front of the building, and Gravis could enter without being stopped. Probably any member of the unrestrained ones could enter if they so chose to. The sect really embraced freedom. There were no doors in the entire building, and Gravis stepped into a relatively small hall with a couple wooden chairs. Gravis could see a total of 20 chairs, but only 7 were in use right now. There were even tables filled with drinks and different kinds of fruit. Yet, in comparison to the simple surroundings, the people being in there were nothing but simple. Liran sat in one of the chairs, seemingly at random. If one entered this room, they wouldn't know who the leader was based on the position of the chairs. On 2 other chairs, Gravis saw 2 other immortal kings, but in comparison to Liran, they were in the early minor circulation realm. Those were probably vice sect masters. The remaining 4 people were peak immortals. Those were probably the elders. "Hey, Gravis," Liran said with a smile. "Glad you could make it. Grab a seat." Gravis shrugged with a smile and simply took a seat close to the sect master. It's actually scary how well you fit into the sect, Liran said with a chuckle. Why? Gravis asked. You think just any new disciple would dare to sit closer to the sect master than the elders or vice-sect masters? Liran asked with a smirk. Even if they knew our philosophy, they would still be nervous about where to sit. Gravis grabbed one of the fruits on the table and ate it. The taste was sweet but also kind of thick. It was like biting into a piece of meat that tasted like fruit. I know why you called me, Gravis said unceremoniously after swallowing. He skipped the small talk and directly went to the topic at hand. Why? Liran asked. You want to know about freedom, Gravis answered as he grabbed another fruit. Liran smiled in embarrassment. Yes, that's why I asked you to come, he said. Could you show us your avatar? You've already seen mine, Gravis said after he ate even more fruit. These things were great. I want to see yours first. The people in the hall looked in confusion at each other. This whole conversation already confused them to begin with. Gravis could show his avatar? Did this mean that he wasn't a weapon cultivator? I can't, Liran said. Why not? Gravis asked as he stopped eating. He had expected that Liran would agree. This didn't conform to his impression of Liran and the unrestrained sect. Liran sighed. You really know nothing about weapon cultivation. This is so hard to grasp for me. What's it got to do with your avatar? Gravis asked. Well, this is my avatar, Liran said as he took out his bow and showed it to Gravis. Gravis furrowed his brows as he looked at the bow. I don't get it, he said. Us weapon cultivators fuse our avatar with our weapon, one of the vice sect masters said. This increases the connection between our normal laws and our weapon law. Taking out our avatar from our weapon takes a lot of time and energy, as is putting it in a new weapon. Ha! Gravis commented as a lot of things made sense now. The guy that killed himself when Gravis took away his spear? Gravis hadn't just taken the weapon away from the guy but also his avatar. Putting one's avatar in a weapon probably came with a ton of risks, and one of these risks was probably that the avatar could be stolen and couldn't be easily called back. Having one's avatar in their weapon meant that the avatar was physical and could easily be broken and stolen. Taking the weapon away from that one guy probably broke the connection between the avatar and him. He probably even forgot all the laws inside his avatar. The fact that Liran and Arthur fought without their avatars even though they tried their best to kill each other? That also made sense now. It wasn't that they hadn't used their avatars, but that they had fought with them from the very beginning. Another problem with this action was that weapons could be destroyed. If a weapon broke, the avatar would also break. Yet, was that really a disadvantage? A normal avatar could also be attacked, and it was definitely not as resistant to an attack as a weapon. Gravis knew because Gravis had eaten the avatar of the Middle Heaven. Gravis would probably still be fighting against the Middle Heaven right now if its avatar had been inside a powerful weapon. So, on one hand, one couldn't fight without their avatar anymore, but on the other hand, they could use the full power of their avatar the entire time without fear of it being destroyed by a sneak attack. No wonder all these weapon cultivators are willing to sell an arm and a leg for a good weapon, Gravis thought. When I operated the Gravitas, most of my customers were weapon cultivators, and they always wanted the best. That's weird, but I get the use, Gravis said. Yes, Liran said. I would show you, but I need to be at my peak at all times due to Arthur. He could come at any moment. Or he could be outside trying to raise his realm, Gravis said. Or that, Liran agreed with a nod. But I can't find out which it is. If I also go out to increase my realm, he might attack while I'm not here. I know Arthur, and I'm certain that when I'm not here, he will destroy the entire sect. Additionally, when I increase my realm, I would only have a very limited time remaining before I had to leave. Otherwise, the other sects get angry. Then, Arthur would have free reign over the sect again. Gravis nodded. Arthur had the initiative and Liran could only react. All in all, Liran was in a disadvantageous position right now. If Liran were willing to also annihilate the entire Punishment Cleaver sect, both of them would be on neutral ground. Sadly for Liran, he wasn't willing to do so. Kindness was a luxury that was hard to afford. So, Can you show us your avatar? Liran asked. Gravis ate another fruit. You know, Gravis said, this is exactly why you don't know the law of freedom. The entire atmosphere changed with Gravis' words. The kind and casual atmosphere transformed into one of annoyance and indignation. If this had happened in any other sect, at least one of the elders or vice-sect masters would have jumped up and cried about disrespecting one's elders, but not this sect. Individuality and freedom were important here, and when someone was disrespected, it was their job to handle the situation. Everyone looked at Liran to see how he would react. Liran closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Please elaborate, he said slowly. Obviously, that comment had also riled him up, but he wanted to hear Gravis' explanation first. Gravis grabbed another fruit. Suppression and freedom, Gravis said. Two opposite things on the same spectrum, yes? Liran nodded. Suppression and freedom are opposites like light and darkness, Gravis explained. Yet, as you all know by now, light and darkness are still the same thing. There is only a gradient of light. One end is what we call light, and the other end is what we call darkness. Freedom and suppression are the same thing, basically. Both are things that only exist in the perception of an intelligent being. A rock can't be suppressed. A rock might be put under physical pressure, but that's an entirely different thing. Only when you're alive and smart enough to perceive your current situation will you be able to feel suppression or freedom. Blub. Gravis summoned some water that floated above his finger. Microorganisms, or the things that we call life energy, are living things. Yet, they are not smart enough to comprehend suppression or freedom. I could keep one of them isolated, and it wouldn't feel a difference. Get to the point, an elder said from beside Gravis. Gravis looked at the elder and smirked. I don't want to anymore, Gravis said. Then, he stood up, grabbed another fruit, and began walking out of the room. The entire hall became shocked. Gravis was leaving just like that? Siegfried, calm down, Liran shouted. But no. Sit down, Siegfried, Liran shouted again. Suddenly, Siegfried's gaze changed. I'm not following any orders. I'm free to do what I want, he shouted as he teleported in front of Gravis. Gravis only looked at Siegfried while chewing his fruit. You will tell me now, Siegfried ordered. I have been chasing freedom for my entire life, and my goal is just within reach. I won't be stopped so close to my goal. Another fruit started to float over to Gravis from the table. Gravis only opened his mouth and took another bite. Several seconds passed, the only sound being Gravis chewing. Siegfried glared at Gravis. Then, after nearly 20 seconds of tense silence, another fruit levitated over to Gravis. Gravis opened his mouth to take a bite. Bang! The fruit was slapped to the ground by Siegfried as he looked at Gravis in fury. Gravis only looked back at Siegfried in a bored manner. I don't wanna, Gravis said. Siegfried's glare intensified. You have no choice, he said. Or what? Gravis asked. Or I will suppress you until you tell me, Siegfried said. Gravis looked around the room to watch how the others would act. Most of them only held neutral expressions. Two others were uncertain. Liran, specifically, looked like he was hesitating. His philosophy and emotions were in conflict. Liran believed that he should grant Siegfried his freedom to do what he wanted. This was the sect's philosophy. Yet, he also felt like it would be unfair to push Gravis into suppression by only watching. Liran had no idea what he should do. Gravis looked around and waited for some seconds. When he saw that no one stepped up, Gravis only shook his head in disappointment. You call yourself the unrestrained sect, Gravis said. Yet, none of you have any idea about freedom. All sympathy the people had for Gravis vanished with this comment. They had felt bad for him due to his weakness. But now, when Gravis faced someone much more powerful than himself, he was still disrespecting them. Liran's mind was going wild. Why was Gravis acting this way? Liran took another deep breath. Gravis, he said quietly, why are you acting this way? Wouldn't it be easier to just tell us? I know that you hate being suppressed. We all do, Liran said. I try to follow the sect philosophy, but everyone wants freedom so badly. For nearly 1,000,000 years, we have searched for the secret of freedom, and now it's directly in front of us. I don't know if I can let such an opportunity go just because you don't want to. Is that what you want? Gravis asked. Liran shook his head. No. If it were up to me, I wouldn't force you to do anything. Clap. Suddenly, Gravis clapped loudly into his hands. And there we go, he said. This is why you don't know freedom. The present people became confused again. Was Gravis saying that they had to help him to understand freedom? That sounded ridiculous. You asked me why I was acting this way, Gravis said. But then you answered your own question without even realizing it. Because I don't want to, Gravis said. Do I need another reason? The hall fell into silence again. You know, Gravis said. Ironically, the person seemed closest to the mindset of freedom is Siegfried. Siegfried was taken aback. He had just stopped Gravis and threatened him, but Gravis was praising him? Look at all of you, Gravis said. Freedom is doing whatever you want. Meanwhile, judging by your uncomfortable expressions, you are not doing whatever you want. For the good of the sect, you're doing things you don't want to. Liran, Gravis said. You wanted to save me so badly, but you didn't do it. Was this what the unrestrained sect is all about? To constrict your own freedom so that others might be free. Gravis shook his head. Siegfried, Gravis said as Siegfried tensed up a bit. Gravis didn't feel like some mere immortal to him. For some reason, Gravis felt superior to Siegfried. You stopped me, knowing full well that I would most likely continue talking at a later date, even without you stopping me. Stopping me was literally counterproductive. Yet you did it anyway. Why? Because you wanted to. Was it because of shame that I left because of your words? Was it because of your ego due to your superior power? Was it entitlement? Gravis asked. It doesn't matter, Gravis said. You did what you wanted. Isn't that what freedom is all about? Gravis asked with a smirk. Siegfried felt like his eyes had been opened. His perception of freedom changed utterly. Yet, he had not comprehended the law of freedom. Gravis' earlier seemingly irrelevant explanations would all have culminated in one argument. Suppression was something that an intelligent being felt when another being had a suppressive effect on them. Freedom was the opposite, which meant that it was something an intelligent being felt when no other being had an effect on them. This meant one thing. Suppression was something that required other beings to learn. Freedom was something that could only be learned by oneself. Freedom couldn't be taught. Freedom was something that someone had to grasp themselves. Freedom couldn't be granted but only obtained. That was why Gravis had said that this was the reason why Liran didn't know the law of freedom. Liran had asked Gravis about teaching him freedom, something that fundamentally didn't work. Gravis suddenly leaving was also a lesson in freedom. Gravis showed that he could do whatever he wanted without any other interference. So what if he felt like he was indebted to Liran for saving his life? If Gravis wanted, he could abandon the debt. This was freedom. However, one had to remember that Gravis didn't feel indebted or anything. This was simply an example. Silence returned to the hall. I do whatever I want, Gravis said. You don't. Now move out of my way, or you will be dead within the hour. I promise you that, Gravis suddenly said to Siegfried in a cold tone. What? No one could believe what they had just heard. They knew that Gravis was incredibly powerful, but Siegfried was an elder. He was a peak immortal. Gravis' law of honesty filled the room, and everyone realized that he was speaking the truth. Yet, only Liran was able to see that it was the law of honest at work and not the law of lies or deceit. Gravis wasn't lying? Did this mean that Gravis fully believed that he could kill a peak immortal in simply an hour? How was this possible? Yet, if it weren't possible, Gravis' law of honesty wouldn't have been triggered. Was this true? Could Gravis kill a peak immortal? Right now? No. In an hour? Yes. Why? One had to remember that Gravis was a human, not a beast. In the middle world, Gravis had cultivated as a beast, which meant consuming other beasts. Yet, that didn't mean that Gravis couldn't cultivate like a human. The reason why Gravis didn't cultivate as a human was due to the absence of relevant resources in the middle world. How did humans cultivate? Most humans used natural treasures, but there was also a less efficient way to raise one's realm. What resource? Immortal stones. Absorbing immortal stones took some time, but they would increase one's realm if one absorbed enough of them. This was also why immortal stones were so highly valued amongst all humans. Now, with all of that said, how many immortal stones did Gravis have again? Gravis had long since made his calculations. If Gravis were to absorb all the immortal stones he had left, he would be able to become a late minor circulation immortal king. That was a jump of an entire realm. Wait, an entire realm? Wouldn't that be more than an entire realm? No, it would be exactly one realm. There had been one detail that one might have overlooked. When Arthur had attacked Liran with his strike, the lightning had vanished. Where did that lightning go? To Gravis, obviously. Yet Gravis had to keep this a secret. Gravis trusted Liran, but he didn't fully trust him. Because of that, Gravis kept his growth a secret. Right now, in Gravis' life ring, there was a second Gravis with the power of a late minor circulation immortal. Without noticing, Gravis had already broken through twice. With one more breakthrough, Gravis would be an early major circulation immortal and would, therefore, be powerful enough to fight Siegfried. Sadly, Gravis' breakthrough came with a disadvantage. Gravis' battle strength that was nearly able to jump 5 levels was now firmly placed in being able to jump 4 levels. 5 levels were no longer possible. This was the inevitable disadvantage of growing one's realm. Siegfried was taken aback by Gravis' threat, but instead of feeling offended, he felt respect. This weak immortal was doing what he wanted, no matter what anyone said. Earlier, Siegfried would have believed Gravis to be arrogant, but not anymore. With his new understanding of freedom, he was able to see Gravis' actions for what they truly were. Free, without any outside interference. Nearly every being would say that Gravis' threat was foolish and arrogant. After all, did he truly think that he was powerful enough to kill a peak immortal? Yet, this assessment took into account that Gravis believed to be more powerful. Instead, Siegfried was sure that Gravis knew exactly how much more powerful Siegfried was. However, even when Gravis knew exactly that he couldn't win, he still did whatever he wanted. He was unaffected by consequences, and no one could stop him from doing what he wanted. Siegfried bowed politely to Gravis, shocking the others. "Thank you for your teachings," he said with respect. The other people in the hall were shocked. What happened to the willful Siegfried? Why was he suddenly so respectful? "I didn't teach you anything," Gravis said. "I'm just doing what I want. If you profit from it, good for you." Siegfried nodded and let Gravis pass. Gravis stepped forward but stopped. Then he turned around to Liran. "One last thing," Gravis said. "I might not be able to teach you freedom, but I can tell you how I obtained it." Everyone listened intently at what Gravis was about to say. "I was in the deepest depths of despair," Gravis said. "I had no control over my life and the lives of my loved ones. My greatest enemy had full control over everything I was and owned. At that moment, I gave up the most important thing in my life, control. Control over my life and control over the life of my loved ones. All control left me, and I had no other choice but to follow whatever my greatest enemy wanted from me. And only then have I been able to realize freedom," Gravis said. "Xing." And with that said, Gravis was gone as he teleported away. Silence reigned in the hall. "I don't understand," one of the vice sect masters said. "The circumstances Gravis has described sound like the polar opposite of freedom. They sound like suppression. How can one comprehend freedom in suppression? The disciples always only comprehend suppression by suppression." Liran slowly shook his head. "I don't know," he said. "I only know that whenever I see him, I feel like I can't touch him. It's like whatever I do won't impede his freedom. I feel like even if I did my absolute best to constrict his freedom, he would still be free. It's bizarre. I could restrain him, lock his will aura, energy, and spirit. I could force him to be unable to cultivate and to be unable to move for thousands of years," Liran said. "Yet, I feel like he would still be free. I can see the suppression I could create." I could see the restraints on his freedom until he has no control over himself anymore. However, these restraints just don't seem to be real. The restraints exist. I can see them. I can feel them. Yet, in front of him, they seem illusory, like they don't exist. I can't explain, Liran said. Everyone else became silent again as they fell into thought. To them, Gravis was a walking paradox. Gravis was something that they couldn't judge by normal means, no matter how hard they tried. Meanwhile, Gravis appeared at Shuram's home. Finally, he could learn more about weapon cultivation. Gravis looked down, but as soon as he did, he became shocked. Wait, what? Where was Shuram's home? Where was he? Gravis was sure that he had teleported to Shuram's home. So why? Was he suddenly in the clearing of a forest? Gravis stretched his spirit sense to the maximum, but he only saw forest no matter where he looked. Gravis couldn't even find the unrestrained sect. This was impossible. Gravis could only teleport as far as his spirit sense reached, which meant that he had to still be in the range of the unrestrained sect. But he wasn't. Suddenly, time around Gravis stopped. The animals stopped moving. The wind disappeared. Nothing was moving. Yet, Gravis could still move however he wanted, like he hadn't been influenced by the time stop. Time stop? This was not something that the level 3 law of time could do. This was something that only the level 6 law of time could do. A level 6 law? One could only comprehend a level 6 law when one had the will aura of a peak immortal emperor. Was someone of that power around? Greetings, Gravis. A voice spoke from Gravis' right. Gravis turned to his right and saw a young blonde man with 2 short swords. As soon as Gravis saw the man, he knew that this was the person responsible for Gravis' current situation. Gravis wasn't able to feel the power of this man, which meant that he was at least a higher immortal king, probably even an immortal emperor. What do you want? Gravis asked. Gravis didn't stay on politeness since his life was in the hands of this person anyway. This person had abducted Gravis against his will. Politeness wouldn't help him now. Xing. A white emblem appeared before the blonde man, and it floated over to Gravis. Gravis looked at it and saw that it had a big, powerful eye inscribed on it. This is an invitation from my teacher, the man said with a smile. This emblem acts as a two-way teleportation. With one crack, it will transport you to my teacher, and with another crack, it will bring you back. Gravis looked at the emblem. Why would someone of your teacher's caliber be interested in a mere immortal? Gravis asked. Teacher isn't part of any kind of sect, the man said with a smile. Teacher is a kind of hermit, you could say. He likes to be alone, but he also likes to guide lost children. I, for example, have been brought out of slavery by teacher, the young man said. What? Is your teacher some kind of selfless saint? Gravis asked with sarcasm. Actually, that's pretty close, the man said, surprising Gravis. Teacher doesn't have any interest in all the conflict of the world. He also only accepts untalented people with tragic backgrounds. Exiles from clans, rejects from sects, wild cultivators without any background. Teacher accepts all of those. Teacher creates a home and school for these people. Gravis raised an eyebrow. That doesn't really sound like me. It doesn't, the man said, surprising Gravis again. The more powerful the background or battle strength a cultivator has, the less likely they are to ever meet teacher. You are part of a sect, and your battle strength is far too powerful. You are about as far away from the normal recruitment criteria as it gets, Gravis. Yet, teacher has still invited you. However, the young man said, I also know that your invitation is different from all the others. How so? Gravis asked. Because I'm supposed to give you a message as well, he said. Oh, what message? Gravis asked. The message is that you will not join our school, the young man said. This invitation is only for a talk, nothing more. After the talk, you can return to your unrestrained sect again. Of course, it is up to you to decide if you want to meet teacher or not. However, if you decide to meet him, it would be better to go before you truly start to focus on weapon cultivation. Why? Gravis asked. Because you might receive incomplete or incorrect knowledge about weapon cultivation. the man said. For some reason, teacher is very interested in your power. I presume that he has seen your incomparable battle strength and doesn't want you to become mediocre because of a bad teacher. Gravis thought about this for a bit. Then he pocketed the emblem. Duly noted, Gravis said. Now, can you return me to the unrestrained sect? The young man nodded. Xing. And with that, Gravis was gone from the clearing and reappeared in front of Shuram's house. Meanwhile, the young man furrowed his brows as he looked at the ground. I really don't get what teacher wants from him, the young man muttered. He feels far too different from all the other recruits I have met. He doesn't radiate this feeling of loneliness and gloom. Instead, he seems rather comfortable in his life. Additionally, he is far too powerful for a recruit. I have no idea why teacher is so interested in him. The young man sighed again and teleported away. Meanwhile, Gravis looked at the emblem with uncertainty. I wonder what that's all about. Gravis decided to use the emblem later. He wasn't really worried that the guy had some kind of trap in mind. After all, the guy was powerful enough to use a level 6 law. Someone with that power wouldn't need to use any kind of scheme on Gravis. Gravis was quite interested in this teacher that the immortal emperor talked about. This teacher obviously had to be an immortal emperor at least. Usually, Gravis would have believed that this person wanted Gravis to join their sect, but the things that the immortal emperor said made this improbable. First of all, he said that his teacher didn't have any sect. Second of all, he said that his teacher only searched for weak and lonely cultivators. When a normal cultivator heard that claim, they might believe that this was due to an altruistic reason. After all, why else would someone only accept the weakest and loneliest souls into their midst? Ordinary cultivators might also come to the conclusion that this was some kind of exploitation. After all, the weakest and loneliest cultivators would do nearly anything to get some kind of place of belonging or something similar. However, Gravis' horizons were vast. He had come into contact with the absolute elites of the cosmos, and he knew how they usually thought. Gravis doubted that this teacher character did it out of goodwill or exploitation. Instead, Gravis was certain that this teacher simply did this out of boredom. Gravis guessed that this teacher person was probably one of the most powerful people in the world, maybe even the most powerful. This meant that this teacher probably had no way to find entertainment in the world except for understanding more laws. Gravis guessed that getting the weakest cultivators and teaching them until they became the most powerful was probably some kind of challenge or entertainment for this teacher. This was also the main hobby of most peak cultivators in the highest world. Why did all these divine gods and heaven's magnates create all these sects? The sects couldn't further their cultivation. Status? Maybe that was a minor reason. However, the biggest reason was to compete with others. All these peak cultivators already knew their powers in relation to other cultivators. Fighting them made no sense, especially since it might not even help them in increasing their realm. Due to that, many powerful cultivators, which were forever stuck before a bottleneck, created sects. They could get invested in new disciples and let them live their life for them. One could call it a reliving of the past. I'm not certain that I got everything right, but I'm sure that I got the general gist of it, Gravis thought. The only question is what such a person would want from me. Maybe they want to implant themselves in my life by teaching me some stuff so that I won't ever forget them? That would be kind of like what Gorn had wanted to do in the lower world. Gravis shook his head. No reason to think about it now. I don't have enough information to arrive at a definite conclusion yet. First, I want to learn the basics of weapon cultivation from Shuram. After that, I might visit this teacher person and talk to them. Gravis put the emblem away again as he looked at Shuram's house. Surprisingly, Shuram's house didn't fit him at all. It was black and made of something that looked like obsidian. Additionally, it was very spiky. In contrast to the house, the garden around it looked tranquil and pristine. It was like a small wonderland of flowers and nature. Gravis scratched his chin as he looked at the house. Is this some kind of representation about his dark past but optimistic mindset? Gravis thought. But then Gravis shrugged. Or it could also just be that he likes spiky black things and flowers. Oh hey, you're back, Shuram said as he appeared in front of Gravis with a smile. What do you think of my house? Cool, huh? He asked. Gravis nodded. It looks like the castle of some evil overlord, Gravis said. It doesn't really fit you. Shuram laughed loudly. I know. I've heard that many times before. But hey, I like spiky black things. Who cares what others think? Shuram said with a proud smirk. Gravis also laughed a bit. True, he said. So, you ready for your lesson, senior brother? Shuram asked with excitement. Gravis nodded. Yes. And thank you for teaching me. No problem, Shuram affirmed. Man, teaching someone more powerful than me about the very basics of weapon cultivation will be so weird, but I'm excited. Who else has the opportunity to teach something to the most powerful minor circulation immortal? Gravis only chuckled a bit. Where to? He asked. Right over here, Shuram said as Gravis felt a pull on his spirit sense. Shuram was pulling his sense over to a certain spot and requested synchronized teleportation. Xing. Both of them teleported and appeared far outside the unrestrained sect. This was a vast desert without any dunes. It was several thousand kilometers long, and it was incredibly even. It was almost like this desert served as some kind of training ground. Bang! 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 Which was actually the case. Gravis spotted a ton of disciples from the unrestrained sect fighting in this place. However, none of them fought seriously. They were only sparring. The problem with sparring vanished as soon as someone went through enough life and death fights. At some point, one would never lose their edge again. After that, sparring wouldn't dull their senses of danger anymore. Obviously, anyone at the nascent nourishing realm or higher went through enough life and death battles. These were no longer beginners uncertain in their own path. However, not everyone was fighting. Gravis also saw some disciples kneeling on the ground with their weapons resting on their laps. These disciples appeared very respectful to their weapons. It was almost like they worshipped them. At the edges of the desert, Gravis could also see a troop of 5,000 people, all doing the same thing and wearing the same clothes. This troop was overlooked by some law comprehension cultivators that dressed differently. This troop was obviously from the restrained lands. The leaders probably made them train here to show them what they could have in the future, which would increase their desire to break through the suppression. Just a bit beyond the desert, Gravis saw a ton of trees with radiant, green fruits growing on them. As soon as Gravis saw them, he could feel the sheer life energy inside of them. After some seconds, Gravis saw one of the fruits being teleported away to a person in the middle of a spar. The person ate the fruit, and their injuries recovered nearly immediately. Do people have to pay for these fruits? Gravis asked. Yep, Shuram confirmed. Tyler grew these plants himself, and they belonged to him. However, he specifically grew them here so that other disciples could keep sparring without having to pause. Of course, they have to pay for every fruit. Gravis nodded. I presume this place is kind of the official training ground? Gravis asked. Exactly, Shuram affirmed. You can train wherever you want, but most disciples decide to train here. We are one sect and we are a community. Training among others feels better than training all alone in a cave or something. If you are confused about something, you can also just ask others who are training here. Gravis agreed that he would also prefer comprehending laws among company instead of alone. Sadly, the issue was that not everyone wanted to comprehend the same law, which made it hard to comprehend the same laws among company. Gravis had only comprehended laws among company twice in his life. One time was with Ferris, who had constantly bothered him with new laws. Another time had been when Morris was his slave. Oh right, that guy. Gravis thought as he remembered the lizard. I totally forgot about that guy. I took him back to the highest world, and father threw him out into the city. I've never seen him since. Wonder what happened to him. Actually, I think I can guess what happened to him. As far as I know, that guy was only interested in growing more powerful like nearly everyone else. This meant that he probably directly left the city in search of a good place to cultivate. Pretty sure he didn't use the transfer array since he would need to earn money first, which would force him to stay longer in the city. He probably just left the city gates without knowing where he even was. Then, He probably immediately got annihilated by some random god beast living near the city that turned over in its sleep or something. Dude's probably long been annihilated before I even left father's house. Gravis stopped thinking about Morris rather quickly. The guy had only been a short time with him, and Gravis also wasn't the biggest fan of him. It didn't really concern him if Morris was alive or dead. So, Gravis concentrated on learning about weapon cultivation from Shuram. Gravis and Shuram found a free spot for themselves, which wasn't really hard considering that this desert went on for over 1,000 kilometers. After that, they sat down and Shuram took out some wine. Shuram offered some to Gravis, but he declined. If wine had some kind of effect on Gravis, he might decide to try it, but he knew that his spirit was vastly different from ordinary cultivators. This meant that wine was nothing else but just a random drink for Gravis, and he preferred the taste of coffee and tea more. Shuram shrugged and chugged a whole bottle in an instant, letting out a refreshed breath. "You're missing out, senior brother," he said with a smirk. "I'm not," Gravis answered with a smirk of his own. Shuram only shrugged. "Your loss." Shuram put the wine away again as he readied himself for a lesson. "All right, so weapon cultivation," Shuram said. "You know absolutely nothing about it, right?" Gravis nodded. "All right, then I'll just treat you like one of our lowest disciples, no offense," he said. Gravis waved dismissively, showing that he didn't mind. "Weapon cultivation is everything," Shuram started, his voice transforming into a solemn one. The casual atmosphere had immediately vanished with these powerful opening words. "Weapon cultivation is not only a tool for us. Weapon cultivation is our entire cultivation path. It is who we are and who we will be. Without our weapon, we are not complete. Our weapon is part of us, and we are part of our weapon. We become one. Without our weapon, we can't grow. Without our weapon, we are helpless. Without our weapon, we don't have a future. Without our weapon, we are not complete," Shuram said. "Therefore, we worship our weapon. After all, our weapon represents our cultivation and our future. When we worship our weapon, we are worshiping our power and reaffirm our path forward. We put all our trust and being into our weapon. When you put all you are into your weapon, you will feel that your weapon is you. Your spirit and being enters the weapon and becomes it. Therefore, your weapon also becomes you." Gravis nodded. All of this sounded rather vague and profound, but he let Shuram continue. "The closer you are to your weapon, the greater its potential becomes. Your very essence supports the weapon, allowing it to unleash more power than it can produce on its own. Your weapon becomes harder, sharper, more flexible, more durable. Overall, it becomes far more powerful. You already felt this when you fought the captain of the burial ground set," Shuram said. Gravis nodded as he remembered the early major circulation immortal that he had killed. Shuram nodded too. The captain has used a spear made out of the higher hard material law, and it had been created for someone at the late minor circulation immortal realm. Gravis realized that the higher hard material law Shuram referred to was the high-tier hard pure material law. Yet, something else made Gravis furrow his brows. "You said that it has been created for someone at the late minor circulation realm?" Gravis asked. Shuram nodded. Gravis looked at the ground as he recalled the fight. Gravis was powerful enough to forge equipment for the early major circulation immortal realm, and all of his equipment had been on that level. Yet, when he had clashed with the captain, Gravis had felt like his equipment was of lower quality. Gravis even had to use several laws to stop his saber from breaking apart. But now, Shuram said that the equipment of his opponent was actually inferior? Yet, Gravis had been the one that had to protect his weapon from breaking? Usually, this wouldn't make any sense to Gravis, but after Shuram's explanation, it made sense. This was the power of the connection between a weapon cultivator and their weapon. This realization also showed Gravis that he had misjudged the power of the core disciple of the Punishment Cleaver sect. This core disciple probably had appropriate equipment for his level, which meant that any single strike would probably have completely destroyed Gravis' weapon. In short, Gravis had underestimated the core disciple. "I understand," Gravis said. Shuram nodded and continued. "Us weapon cultivators dedicate a lot of our time to our weapon. Each time we worship them, our connection improves. Depending on your faithfulness to your weapon, you can decide how much time you want to spend with your weapon. Yet, remember that your weapon always takes priority over everything, Shuram said solemnly. No matter what happens, your weapon demands its attention. And if you skip the dedicated time for any reason, you will feel a sharp drop in your connection with it. Gravis nodded. What's the usual amount? He asked. Most beginners dedicate 3 hours per day to their weapon, Shuram said. Gravis immediately frowned. 3 hours per day? Then how was he supposed to comprehend laws? Luckily, Shuram continued, you are already an immortal. These 3 hours per day are for cultivators that don't yet concentrate on comprehending laws. As soon as they come into contact with some laws, their schedule would need to be adjusted. This means that they either need to reach the next level of intent or lose a lot of their progress. You can directly start with a fitting schedule. A good example would be dedicating 10 years to your weapon after 100 years of something else. Shuram had already noticed that Gravis had a question and also knew what this question was. Intent is what we call our weapon law, Shuram said. A low-tier weapon intent has the power of an initial law. A mid-tier weapon intent has the power of a low-tier law. A high-tier weapon intent has the power of a mid-tier law. So, weapon intent has 3 levels that correspond to the levels of laws. A high-tier weapon intent would therefore correspond to a level 3 law, Gravis thought. Raising your weapon intent is like comprehending a law, Shuram explained. Yet, in the end, it's all up to you. There have been cases of people directly understanding the weapon heart from nothing. Comprehending weapon intent depends on your faithfulness and trust that you place in your weapon. Heart? Gravis asked. That is what comes after intent, Shuram explained. A level for law then, Gravis thought. I can't explain to you what you will understand with each level of weapon intent, Shuram said. This is something that you have to learn on your own, and no one can help you with that. Gravis nodded. And how can I go about creating a connection with my weapon? He asked. You sit down, shut everything else out, forget everything else, and only concentrate on your weapon, Shuram explained. Your entire being must focus on your weapon, and your focus must not waver. Otherwise, you will have disappointed your own path, and everything that you have built will start to collapse. Remember, there is nothing more important than your weapon, Shuram said with severity. Gravis looked with skepticism at Shuram. Don't take this the wrong way, but it feels rather far-fetched and a bit wishy-washy. Far-fetched? Wishy-washy? Shuram shouted in shock. What are you talking about? This is the same as understanding laws. Gravis blinked a couple of times in confusion. It isn't, he said in confusion. I simply look at laws and find out how they tick and what makes them do the things they do. According to your explanation, weapon cultivation sounds like some mystic, spiritual journey with profound concepts or something. Now Shuram was the confused one. What? Look at laws and look at what makes them do stuff? He asked in confusion. No, that's not it. I concentrate on the law and feel its being, its soul, its personality. Then, when I feel a close connection to it, it allows me to wield its power. Gravis looked with skepticism at Shuram again. You're not serious, are you? That's what I should ask you. Shuram shouted as he slammed the sand in front of him. Hey, what's going on? The voice of a third person appeared. It was a young girl, a mid-major circulation immortal. He said he comprehends laws by looking at them and seeing what they do, Shuram said. The young woman grimaced as she looked at Gravis with a confused and skeptical expression. What? How would that even work? What, you think just because you know how a law works that you can wield it? That makes no sense. Knowing something doesn't mean being able to use something. The law must give you its permission to be used. You think just by knowing how it works, it magically does whatever you want. Is this even real? Gravis thought. Is this actually happening? Do these guys honestly believe that the laws must first give their permission to be wielded? What is understanding during tempering some kind of test to see if you are worthy? These are immortals. What the fuck is going on with this superstitious, mysterious, profound, borrowing the powers of nature shit. Gravis thought. Then, his spirit sense went around the training area to look at the other cultivators more closely. They are actually praying. Gravis thought in shock. Earlier, he had seen some cultivators looking at a river made out of frost, the level 3 law equivalent of water. Gravis thought that these disciples were concentrating on it, but on closer inspection, it was like they were opening up their spirits to it, trying to build a connection. Wait, does this mean that this entire world comprehends laws by building an emotional connection with them? Or is it only this sect? I mean, it's a valid method. After all, this is a sect that has several immortal kings. If this didn't work, there wouldn't be any immortal kings in this sect. Holy shit, this is so weird. Hey Shuram, Gravis suddenly said as he looked back at him. Yes, Shuram asked. He wasn't really mad at Gravis. He was just bewildered. I need to think about all of this over the next couple of days or so. Let's resume after that. Okay? Gravis said. Shuram was a bit taken aback but nodded. Sure. See you later, senior brother. Gravis also said his goodbyes. Meanwhile, the girl from earlier shook her head in disappointment at Shuram. Shuram, you need to stop being this gullible. This junior brother obviously was only messing with you. You sure? Shuram asked. I'm sure, the girl said with a nod. You know how laws work. Everyone knows how laws work. Then Shuram started laughing. I didn't know that senior brother was such a prankster, Shuram said with a laugh. But I'll let him keep his days of thinking. He got me and he got me good. Might as well give him this small satisfaction, Shuram said with a smile. Meanwhile, Gravis teleported a couple of times until he was far from the sect. Fuck this. I ain't learning shit about weapon cultivation from these nutcases. Gravis thought. Xing. Gravis took out an emblem and looked at it. No wonder the guy told me that I might receive wrong information or something. He probably knew how these people thought. I'll just get over there, get my question answered, return, and then just cultivate my own way in the unrestrained sect. I did join it, after all. Also, the unrestrained sect has some enemies now. This might just be the perfect opportunity to find some tempering. Gravis' eyes shone as he looked at the emblem. Anyway, let's go meet this teacher character and get an actual explanation about weapon cultivation. Crack. Xing. And Gravis was gone. No one noticed that Gravis had gone. Even if there had been an immortal king watching over him, they wouldn't even have realized that he had left. It was like reality had been changed as if Gravis had never been there, to begin with. Xing. Gravis reappeared at a different spot, and he immediately felt some vertigo as his body shook a little bit. Shit. The sensation of spatial displacement has never been this intense before. This probably means that I have teleported an insanely long distance. Welcome, senior brother. The excited voice of a kid appeared. Gravis shook his head a bit to regain his bearings as he looked at the speaker. It was a 10-year-old boy in the spirit-forming realm. He looked excited like a little kid as he looked at Gravis with widely opened eyes. Oh, sorry, Gravis said. I'm not your senior brother. You're not? The young boy asked with shock. But you are here. Everyone is part of my family here. Gravis looked around and noticed that the boy was not the only person here. Around 100 different people were all looking at Gravis with different expressions. Most of them looked at him with excitement and shock, but the more powerful ones had different expressions. The young and weak beings looked at Gravis with wonder and excitement, while the older and more powerful ones looked at him with a bit of confusion, hesitation, and skepticism. Beings? Yes, there were not only humans here. Gravis could also see that there were a lot of young beasts. Normal humans might not be able to see the subtle differences of age among beasts, but Gravis had lived among beasts for over 1,000 years. He could tell that a lot of them were very young. Why have you come here? An early minor circulation immortal king asked Gravis with furrowed brows. Yes, even immortal kings were here. There were even several beings with powers so great that Gravis couldn't even judge their power. Immortal kings and immortal emperors were experienced enough to feel the subtle differences between Gravis and the normal new members of their family. The new members always radiated a subtle feeling of isolation. Gravis radiated a feeling of mature harmony with the world, which meant that he was relatively secure in his life without any significant emotional problems. The new members always had slightly more powerful will auras than normal, but Gravis' will aura was just far too powerful. Someone with such an insanely powerful will aura for their realm would not join their family. Someone like that could easily take care of themselves and would count as a valuable genius among the outside world. The new members always had average or slightly above average battle strength. However, the experienced eyes of the Immortal Kings could discern Gravis' battle strength. His battle strength was so unreal that it bordered on a parody or a lie. It easily broke through any kind of common convention. In short, Gravis stuck out like a sore thumb to all of the Immortal Kings. Gravis was the complete opposite of what their teacher looked for in new members. Gravis looked at the Immortal King and scratched the back of his head. "I'm not really sure myself. Some blonde immortal emperor gave me an emblem. Apparently, someone he calls teacher wants to speak to me. However, the immortal emperor made it very clear that I would not join your sect, family, power, organization. I don't know, really." The Immortal King's eyes widened as she looked at Gravis with surprise. "You have met eldest brother?" she asked. "I don't know his name," Gravis said. He didn't really introduce himself. The children were a bit confused. Someone had come here that wouldn't be part of their family? Something like this was possible? The Immortal King still looked with skepticism at Gravis. But suddenly, her eyes twinkled for a brief moment. Then, she started smiling and bowed in politeness. "Excuse me for my rudeness. Teacher has just contacted me and told me that I should bring you to him." Gravis nodded. "No problem. Thank you," he said. "Nothing to thank," she said with a smile. Then, she gestured in a certain direction. "Please follow me." "Sure," Gravis said. Gravis started following her, but not before he found out several details based on context clues. First of all, the children were very confused when he said that he wasn't part of their family. This meant that no one entered here that wasn't part of the family. Something like this seemed normal and obvious, but when one thought about something else, one would find out something strange. Did these people all not have any kind of family or friends outside this family here? If they had, wouldn't these friends and families visit from time to time, making the appearance of someone not from the family normal? This meant that these people were either shut off from the outside world or weren't allowed to meet their close ones in this place. Another thing that Gravis noticed was the beasts. Based on how the people Gravis had met before in this world had talked, Gravis was pretty certain that beasts and humans weren't fond of each other. There might even be a war between them to promote tempering. Yet, in here, beasts and humans talk to each other like they were not different. This might not be unusual in the highest world, but in this world where humans were not fond of beasts. Unusual. Another thing Gravis found intriguing was the reaction of everyone when the eldest brother and the teacher were brought up. Everyone had an expression of reverence and respect on their faces when they heard about their eldest brother. Yet, when this Immortal King told Gravis that their teacher had contacted her, how had everyone reacted? Nothing. It was like their teacher was just the most normal person out there. Like they met every single day. The teacher was obviously more powerful than this eldest brother. But the eldest brother commanded far more respect and worship than the teacher. This was also unusual. It's like the difference between parents and an older sibling, Gravis thought. The parents are always present, but the older sibling only returns rarely. The parents might be more impressive than the older sibling, but due to them constantly being present, the children don't realize the importance of their parents. Another interesting thing was the area Gravis was currently in. Gravis was in the middle of a clearing in a forest. There were no buildings at all, not even benches or stools. It was like everyone lived in the wilds. Yet, the young kids and teenagers seemed to take this as normal. I'm certain that they have seen houses and buildings before, but they don't mind living here. If they frequented the outside world, they would want to create some benches for themselves or something similar. Yet, they don't. This probably means that they either aren't allowed to build anything or aren't in contact with the outside world at all. I'm pretty sure it's a bit of both of them. The weaker ones probably remain here until they reach a certain power, getting used to the environment. Then, when they go to the outside world and return, they are probably not allowed to build any kind of building in order to not corrupt the other young ones. Not living in buildings probably makes people more receptive to nature, making them feel closer to the weather and the elements. Having them live like this will probably make it far easier for them to comprehend laws in the future. On top of that, the younger ones didn't doubt my words for a second. It was like they had never been confronted with deceit or lies. They also radiate a certain aura of purity. It's like they haven't been touched by the deceit of man. Gravis was an immortal, and his thoughts were incredibly fast. He found out all of these things after not even taking his first step. Gravis and the Immortal King walked for a couple of minutes at the speed of mortals. Gravis was unused to walking this slowly, and in his boredom, he looked around some more. He saw a lot of animals and weaker beasts living near the clearing, but no beast could enter. There was probably some kind of formation array keeping them away. Gravis also looked at the trees and animals some more but grew bored very quickly. After that, he simply continued following the Immortal King. Are you so used to the luxuries of humankind that you can't see the beauty of nature? The Immortal King asked. She didn't sound arrogant but sad. It was like she pitied Gravis. No, that's not it, Gravis said as he crossed his arms behind his head in boredom. It's just that I already know all the laws I can see here. It's gotten boring. The eyes of the Immortal King opened wide in shock as she turned to Gravis, who only looked back at her with his usual emotionless look. After looking at Gravis for some seconds, she sighed and continued walking. You really don't fit our family at all. With her experienced eyes, she was able to see that Gravis was telling the truth, even without Gravis needing to activate his law of honesty. Knowing all the laws surrounding them meant that Gravis knew a ton about the elements in life. A complex forest full of life, movement, water, earth, wind, trees, animals, and everything else that created this world held no new information for him. Such an insane law comprehension as an immortal was far from usual. They walked for about 20 more minutes until the Immortal King stopped. Teacher is currently teaching some of my Unity Realm siblings about the general concepts of understanding laws. I'm sure you can wait until they are done, she said. Yet Gravis didn't look at her. He didn't even hear her. Gravis' spirit had always been spread out, and he had already noticed that a lot of Unity Realm cultivators and beasts sat at one spot, looking in the same direction. Yet, his spirit had not been able to see the thing they were looking at. But now, after Gravis came close enough to see the congregation with his own eyes, he saw the teacher. Gravis' brain almost stopped working as he saw this teacher. How? Why? A ton of questions went through Gravis' mind as he tried to understand what he was seeing. How could this even be possible? In front of the students, Gravis saw a man. He looked like he was in his early 20s and had long blonde hair, and he had 5 eyes. Gravis' mind was going wild as he saw the teacher. What teacher? This was definitely the higher heaven. He looked far too much like the middle heaven, except for the 2 differences that he definitely looked like a he and not a they, and that he had 5 eyes instead of 7. However, the more Gravis thought about this, the less sure he became. Orthar had also looked like a heaven, and he certainly was an octopus, not a heaven. Additionally, if this were the higher heaven, he would be breaking so many rules by being here. First of all, he directly came into contact with the beings in this world and even taught them things personally. Second of all, he was directly communicating with them. Would the highest heaven allow something like this? Gravis listened in on the lesson the teacher taught and realized that it was only about how to perceive laws. He explained that there were many ways one could use to understand laws. They could try to resonate with a law, which was how the people in the unrestrained sect cultivated. However, he also explained that they could understand laws by understanding and looking at them. He didn't teach them any specifics about laws and only showed them how they could concentrate on comprehending laws. Something like this wasn't damaging to one's path, and Gravis sure would have benefited from such a lecture back when he entered the middle world. The teacher wrapped the session up in about 10 more minutes, and the cultivators left. The relatively younger cultivators shot off like they were finally free from some boring lecture, while the older ones had fallen into thought. The beasts and humans passed Gravis, throwing curious glances at him. The teacher straightened his back like he felt stiff. Then, he looked at Gravis and smiled in a friendly manner. "Hello, Gravis," he said. All of Gravis' doubts vanished as he heard the teacher directly address him. To normal cultivators, he would sound just like a normal guy, but Gravis had talked with the middle heaven for a long while. This was definitely the higher heaven. Gravis hadn't noticed before since he hadn't directly addressed Gravis, but he had the same kind of resonance with the world that the middle heaven had. Gravis narrowed his eyes. "I'm pretty sure what you're doing is against the rules," he said. The higher heaven's smile widened in amusement as the immortal king beside Gravis got confused. "Rules? What kind of rules? Samantha, would you be so kind as to go back to the others?" The higher heaven said. "I want to talk to him alone." Samantha nodded. "Sure," she said with a slight bow. Then, she threw one last glance at Gravis and left. Silence returned to the clearing as only Gravis and the higher heaven remained. "What do you want?" Gravis asked with an apparent distaste in his voice. The higher heaven only laughed in a friendly manner. "Hasn't Exer told you?" he asked as he walked over to a big lake. The lake wasn't really huge for immortal standards, but it was a couple of kilometers long. "He said you wanted to talk to me," Gravis said, obviously realizing that Exer referred to that one eldest brother. "And that's exactly what I want. I just want to talk," the higher heaven said. After arriving at the lake, he sat down and put his feet in the water in relaxation. "And what do you want to talk about?" Gravis asked, not closing the distance. "Anything," he said. "Anything?" Gravis asked with a raised eyebrow. "Yes, anything," the higher heaven confirmed. "It's rare that I get to talk to someone not from my world. Additionally, we have an entwined destiny." "Our fight, yes?" Gravis asked. The higher heaven nodded. "Yes, sadly." "Sadly?" Gravis asked in skepticism. "This would be a first for me. Every other heaven I met almost couldn't wait to smash my face in." "Well, us heavens are just as diverse as people," he said. "We all search for our purpose in life. And when we can't find an external purpose in life, we desperately search for another one. I have seen your past, Gravis, and I have to say that you really met the most extreme examples of my so-called siblings," he said, the word siblings sounding very distasteful. "That lower heaven you met realized that they could never become more powerful again. Therefore, they decided to find a purpose in their life by feeling superior. Like a child that has been handed supreme power, they have suppressed everyone and wanted everyone to worship them. That middle heaven realized the same thing. Yet, instead of searching for a purpose in superiority, they made my creator their purpose. In short, they were living for someone else," he explained. Gravis was surprised by several things. First of all, the higher heaven said the word siblings like he hated that word. However, his distaste for the word creator was manifold greater. Every other heaven had called the highest heaven father or ancestor, but this one referred to the highest heaven as creator, a term that was much more distant and sterile than ancestor. "And what is your purpose?" Gravis asked, less distant now. He had automatically judged this heaven based on his interactions with the other two, which might have been a mistake. "Can't you see?" he said, raising his right arm as his back was still turned to Gravis. "I like conserving talent and having beings around me. And I should believe that?" Gravis asked skeptically. "Why not?" the higher heaven said with a smile. "I dislike it when talented beings with a great mindset for cultivation get destroyed because of circumstances outside their control. So, I take them to me and give them a family and a teacher." "And why would you do that?" Gravis asked again. "Gravis," the higher heaven said with a slight chuckle, "you and I both know freedom. You should know why I would do this." "Because you want to," Gravis said. "Exactly," the higher heaven said as he leaned back, his feet still dangling in the water. "And that's also why you want to talk to me," Gravis added. "Yes," the higher heaven confirmed. "I just want to talk to you. Talk to someone from the highest world and hear their thoughts. You know how the world works. You have met a lot of other heavens. You know about my creator. You know about the brand." Suddenly, The higher heaven looked at the sky with an arrogant smirk. "Oh, you didn't like that, did you?" he asked. "Don't like me talking about your cowardly control scheme, do you?" Gravis was taken aback as he looked at this higher heaven. Talking about the brand was no joke. The higher heaven was directly defying the highest heaven right in front of him. In actuality, as Gravis watched the higher heaven speak to the highest heaven like this, he got reminded of himself. Was this how Gravis looked to everyone else when he seemingly spoke into empty space, addressing some kind of supreme power? Gravis actually got interested in this higher heaven. This one definitely seemed way different than he had anticipated. When Gravis heard about the insane power of the highest heaven's firstborn, he had imagined some aloof being that saw everything beneath it. Yet, here he was, speaking to Gravis casually, teaching some homeless children, and even touching the highest heaven's greatest taboo, the brand. For the first time, Gravis knew how others felt when he addressed heaven in a disrespectful manner. Ironically, doing it himself felt not as scary as seeing someone else do it. "How are you still alive?" Gravis asked. "Because I'm doing a great job," the higher heaven said. "I'm not promoting tempering or anything, but a lucky set of circumstances and a lot of time has resulted in this world becoming very powerful. The unrestrained sect is in a relatively weaker area of my world. As soon as you exit this area, you will realize how powerful the average cultivator is." Gravis had already suspected something like this. This was probably one of or the most powerful higher world. Yet, the cultivators Gravis had seen were only a bit above average, if even that. "Why are you so openly antagonistic against your father?" Gravis said. For a short moment, Gravis felt the world freeze, but the world regained its normal state as the higher heaven released a sigh. "Please refrain from calling him my father," the higher heaven said. Gravis nodded. "Sorry about that," he said. "As for your question," the higher heaven continued, "because I am stuck in a prison of my own design. I have been given a world of my own, but I can never leave this world. I want to see more worlds, become more powerful, be free. However, my creator doesn't want that and forces me to stay here, imprisoned for all eternity. I guess he realized that I'm not following his grand plan, which is why he doesn't want me to become even more powerful. It's his irrational desire for total control over everything that makes him do all these things." The higher heaven turned around to Gravis with a smile. "And I don't like being controlled, so I break as many rules as I want just to spite him." "Why?" the higher heaven asked with a smirk. "Because I want to. According to your vocabulary, I think it would be appropriate to say, 'Fuck him,'" the higher heaven said with a laugh. Gravis also had to chuckle a bit. Gravis doubted that this was some kind of elaborate scheme to make him sympathize with this higher heaven. Such a powerful being had confidence in his power. So, this meant that this was probably the higher heaven's true personality. Gravis walked closer and stopped beside the higher heaven as he looked at the lake. "How should I refer to you?" Gravis asked. "A name is only relevant when you are in contact with other beings, which is why all other heavens don't have names," the higher heaven said. "But I'm not like the usual heaven, so I also gave myself a name. My name is Arcerius, but you can call me Ark." "Nice to meet you, Ark," Gravis said with a slight smile. "Nice to meet you too, Gravis," Ark answered with a slight laugh. "You know, you are the first being with whom I can talk openly." Gravis nodded. "Understandable. Most beings, after they hear who you are, would automatically feel distant from you. Additionally, they don't know how the intricacies of the worlds work and what heavens actually are. Right?" Ark said. "In the past, I told some people about my background, but they either didn't believe me or distanced themselves from me. It didn't matter how long I have known them previously. As soon as they realize that I have created the entire world, they become distant." "By the way," Gravis said, "I never knew how you heavens actually made worlds. How does that work?" Ark smiled. This casual and relatively intrusive question showed that Gravis wasn't talking to Ark like he was some supreme being. "Depends on the level of the world," Ark said. "Lower and middle heavens will never be able to learn enough to create a world. So, They get an already finished blueprint of a world that they can change however they want. As soon as life gets involved, the higher heavens get involved and summon the kind of life forms that the heaven wants. Everything else depends on them. By the way, to become a higher heaven, you need to know the high-tier law of the living world, he said. How do the heavens learn the relevant laws? Gravis asked. Don't you have a lot of questions? Ark asked with a laugh. But I don't mind it. I might as well tell you how heavens start existing and what happens between their creation and them taking over a world. Gravis nodded. He wanted to know how all of this worked. The comprehension of laws could probably be implanted in them, but what about their will auras? When a higher-ranked heaven sees that they need something more of a specific resource, they often begin the creation process of a new heaven. For example, if you were responsible for a world filled with humans, but the beast population and average power can't oppose the humans anymore. You can't just let the beasts die. That would make finding tempering far more difficult in the future. So, you create a new heaven for a new lower-ranked natural world. Ark said. Wait! Gravis interrupted. I thought the different categories of worlds don't cross over. That's true up until the higher world, Ark answered. We still try to keep elemental and battle worlds separate. But most higher worlds require lower-ranked natural worlds to keep up with the consumption of the human population. The more powerful the humans become, the more powerful beasts you need, and the more powerful beasts you need, the more weaker beasts you need. So, we create a world that's only there to create one powerful beast after the other. Of course, one natural world isn't enough. We need a lot more beasts than only one natural world can provide. Additionally, the more powerful your average cultivators are in your world, the more powerful the average beasts need to be, which needs even more beasts, Ark explained. What about your world? Gravis asked. Well, Ark said, I like to keep the powers of beasts and humans the same. I also allow my beasts to ascend. I don't care which side produces more energy. I only care about the individual and their talent. To me, a beast and a human are the same things. Gravis nodded. How do you accomplish that? I don't, Ark said with a smirk. My children do this for me. I let them do whatever they want in their worlds. I'm responsible for my cluster, and I don't force them to do anything. There are no rules they have to follow. No rules? Gravis asked in surprise. None, Ark confirmed with a nod as he slightly tapped a fish below him with his toes. The fish quickly swam away. What about the highest heaven in all of this? Gravis asked. He doesn't care about lower and middle worlds, Ark explained casually. If I were to compare it to a company, you could say that he is the owner and us higher heavens are the managers. He only looks at his managers and demands things. How we accomplish these things is left to our discretion. Suddenly, Ark remembered something and laughed. Man, you're really good at sidetracking the conversation. Gravis also chuckled a bit. I've heard something similar before. Gravis sat down beside Ark since he felt awkward just standing there. Anyway, about how heavens come to be and such, Ark said. Generally, when we need a new heaven, we implant parts of ourselves in newborn beasts or humans. Then, we let them cultivate until they reach the power to ascend from a lower-ranked world than ours. They will subconsciously emulate the looks of us heavens. And as soon as they become powerful enough, they will realize why they existed. They know of their purpose and they know who they are. As soon as this happens, they know their destiny. As soon as they realize who they are, they will enter specific places to comprehend all the relevant laws they need, except for the lightning law. The lightning law will be handed out by the higher-ranked heaven, since they wouldn't be powerful enough to comprehend it. As soon as they know all the relevant laws they need, they will be given their own blueprint of a world, Ark said as he gestured to the world. And that's how heavens are born. Gravis' mind was going wild. Subconsciously emulate heaven's looks? Immediately know who they were and their destiny as soon as they became powerful enough to ascend? Wasn't this just like Orthar? Did this mean that Orthar was a new middle heaven in the making? Was this why he had immediately changed and left as soon as he became an immortal? Ark looked at Gravis. I see that you have made the connection, Ark said. Gravis was a bit surprised and wanted to ask how Ark knew about Orthar. But then he remembered that the highest heaven had shown Ark Gravis past. Gravis nodded. Was Orthar one of these heavens? He asked. Well, Ark said, I'm not responsible for that cluster, so I can't be sure, but from what I have seen it looks very likely. Your friend, Orthar, was probably infused by the higher heaven of his cluster to become another middle heaven. Ark scratched his chin in thought. I think based on his personality, he will probably be responsible for a fodder world. That is a world that's responsible for creating as many ascenders as possible, regardless of individual quality. Ark chuckled a bit. Your friend's personality is very similar to the personality of my creator, funnily enough. Your friend also has this incurable urge to control everything. Everything must go according to plan, and he hates taking many risks. Additionally, he is only interested in the result and doesn't care about the means with which he will achieve his goal. Gravis nodded. That really sounded like Orthar. This revelation came as quite a shock to Gravis. Orthar, his closest friend, was a middle heaven now. Gravis thought about how a world under Orthar would look like, and Gravis realized that he wouldn't want to be born in Orthar's world. Everything would be controlled and micromanaged. Individual talent would be suffocated to make way for conveyor belts filled with supremely average beasts. Gravis had a close bond with Orthar, but in terms of ideology, Orthar was the polar opposite of Gravis. Gravis was freedom. Orthar was suppression. It was sad to acknowledge, but Orthar was perfect for being a heaven. Gravis sighed. It was quite a shock to him that Orthar would become a heaven, but everything made sense now. When Orthar said that he didn't need his money anymore. Of course he didn't need his money anymore. He was about to enter this special place for heavens where he could learn all the laws he needed. What about the will auras of heavens when they are born as beasts? Gravis asked. They will receive their will aura as soon as they enter the special law comprehension place. Ark answered. Their soul will be turned into a spirit, and according to their current willpower, a will aura of appropriate strength will be created. Then, this will aura will be strengthened by special methods. Special methods? Gravis asked. You know, the methods that cultivators don't use, since that would only artificially inflate the will aura and would make it nearly impossible for it to become even more powerful in the future. Ark explained. However, since heavens don't need to become more powerful, these methods can be used. And when they are humans, they will receive a beast body, right? Gravis asked. Correct, Ark answered. All heavens have the advantages of both worlds without the disadvantages. Like you. What about higher heavens? Gravis asked. Same thing, except that it's my creator who implants himself in them. The only difference is that they create their own worlds instead of getting a blueprint. Obviously, not even I can create a world from scratch since my realm isn't high enough. That's why the creator gives them an empty space isolated from the chaos outside. Gravis nodded. I think I asked enough questions. Is there something you want to ask? Not really, Ark answered with a smile. I simply wanted to meet you and get to know you. I think you are very similar to me, but you have come from a better background. Better background? Gravis asked. Yes, Ark answered. Your father and my creator have about the same power, but my father doesn't allow anyone to break free of his control, while your father inherently doesn't control you as soon as you have decided on your future path. You love your father while I resent my creator, Ark added. We are like the same being born under different circumstances. Ark looked at Gravis deeply. I wonder, if I had any hope of breaking free from my prison, would I feel the same drive as you? I think I would. Yet, here I am, forever stuck in this prison with no hope of escaping. Gravis had seen what Ark had been doing before he started talking to him, and Gravis had to agree that he might have done the same thing in his shoes. Gravis was an outgoing person and liked talking to others. He also enjoyed teaching his children. Gravis might have also decided to create this kind of family for people and beasts that went through a lot of pain in their life. However, since Gravis had the chance of becoming far more powerful in the future, he saw no need in creating something like this. He was too preoccupied with growing more powerful. Gravis felt pity for Ark. Ark knew freedom. which made it even more difficult for him to stay suppressed. He was free in all his actions, but he still couldn't do everything he wanted. He could never leave, no matter what he did. Gravis took off his shoes and also let his legs soak in the lake. If a being billions of years old could enjoy this, why couldn't he? Might as well try. Silence came upon the clearing as the two of them simply sat by each other's side. Gentle waves hit Gravis' ankles as he felt the cool breeze of the wind. Many fish were seemingly dancing in the lake as Gravis watched them. The light of the sun reflected in the lake. Gravis quickly got reminded of his time when he had decided to enter his first really long law comprehension session at the Grand Lake. Back then, it had been just like this. There was only silence and peace. However, the entire feeling of this situation was different from back then due to Gravis' growth. Back then, Gravis felt isolated, uncertain, and the silence had felt oppressive. Now, Gravis was stable and had no major emotional issues. He didn't miss his home yet, and he still remembered the faces and voices of all his close ones. This time, Gravis felt calm, relaxed, peace. Several minutes passed in blissful silence. For just a little while, "Forget everything," Ark said with a calm voice. "You have been running around all the time, interacting with so many beings, constantly searching for danger, or constantly trying to become more powerful. Right now, you don't need money. You don't need comprehension. You don't need power. In this place, you are safe. In this place, no one will attack you. Just calm down, and don't think. Take a moment of peace and just be yourself without any pressure." Ark's voice had a peculiar ability to touch someone's being. He had lived for an incredible amount of time and comprehended all emotional laws. This gave him an impressive ability to show someone what he wants them to see with only his words. Gravis still felt apprehensive. He hadn't talked with Ark for long, and his mind told him that he shouldn't trust him. Yet, his mind also told him that Ark had no reason to do anything. His father and the highest heaven were watching. Gravis felt like there was a tightness in his chest. He hadn't noticed it before since he had always distracted himself. But now he felt it. It was like he was a string that was ready to snap. The uncertainty of his future. His inevitable fight with Ark. The mountain of laws he still had to comprehend. His children's future. His friends' safety. Need for money. Need for resources. And most of all, his predicament with his lightning. All of these things weighed upon Gravis' mind. He always acted very casually, but bearing such an incredible weight was still difficult. Just because Gravis had gotten used to it didn't mean that he didn't feel it. Gravis took a deep breath and released a long sigh. In one moment, Gravis managed to forget all his worries. He knew that the worries were not gone and that they would return after this moment. But just for this moment, he wanted to let go. Gravis felt a feeling of relaxation, and he even felt a little tired and exhausted. Was he always this exhausted? Oh, the lake is beautiful. Hours passed as day turned to night. The sun was replaced with the moon as most animals went to sleep. Ark simply remained beside Gravis, and Gravis was thankful for it. The constant feeling of an enemy suddenly appearing was always in the back of his mind. But with Ark here, nothing in this world could touch him. Gravis only felt this safe when he was in the room of his father. It makes sense, Gravis thought slowly and calmly. Ark is nearly as old as father, and his power is equally unmatched inside his world. Ark reminds me of myself, but he is countless times older than me. Is this what I will become in the future? Ark has this talent of making people safe, just by saying a few words. Safety can be achieved with simply some words. Then, doesn't it mean that a mortal can grant safety to others, even when they don't have the power to create physical safety? I think so. So, this means that safety is just like freedom. As long as you do what you want, you are free, no matter what happens on the outside. And as long as you feel safe, you are safe, even when you are about to die. It's contradictory to physical reality, but that isn't important. Safety exists in the eyes of the beholder. It's not physical reality, but perceived reality. Boom! Ark smiled from beside Gravis. Instead of feeling exhilarated, Gravis sighed and turned to Ark. Why have you done this? Gravis asked. You should know that the law of safety would have been my greatest hurdle in becoming powerful. By helping me, you are increasing the likelihood of your death in the future. Ark only smiled. Isn't it obvious why? Because I want to. Gravis sighed. He knew that Ark wasn't lying when he said that the reason why he helped Gravis was simply that he wanted to. Yet, it still felt a bit lackluster to him. You could have just let me go on without this law, Gravis said. I already had no animosity with you. Ark only chuckled slightly. Does it really matter? He asked. Doesn't it? Gravis asked. This concerns your life. It does, yes, Ark answered. Yet, when you are standing before an opponent that you can beat, but isn't a danger to your life, do you not wish for that opponent to be a bit more powerful? You mean tempering? Gravis asked. You don't need tempering. No, I don't, Ark said. But I want to. I haven't fought someone in billions of years. I almost forgot what it feels like. The thrill of feeling one's death to be only a single mistake away. I haven't had this feeling since I went through my specialized will tempering. We are destined to fight, Gravis, Ark said. I don't want to fight you since I have no reason to fight you. Actually, I like you, Gravis. You're a person that's very similar to me, and I respect your mindset. I can decide not to fight you, Gravis, Ark continued but then sighed. However, you need to defeat me to gain freedom. No matter how much you don't want to, you will still decide to fight me as long as you chase freedom. This is unavoidable. I know that you also don't want to fight me, Gravis. However, you have no other choice. You might have the choice to not fight me, but that choice might as well not exist. The death of one being won't deter you from grasping true freedom. So, when you inevitably fight me, I want this fight to be memorable, no matter who comes out victoriously. Gravis? Ark said heavily and with sadness as he looked into Gravis' eyes. Promise me that you won't challenge me until you know the law of sentience. Otherwise, even in my weakened state, you will not be an opponent to me. Gravis also took a deep breath as he listened to Ark. Gravis knew that Ark wasn't lying. Ark was unfathomably powerful, and even in an incredibly weakened state, he was still so overwhelmingly powerful. If Ark were allowed to use all his power, Gravis couldn't win, no matter what he did. Gravis' longevity would have long passed over 1,000,000 years, which meant that powerful star gods would already attack him. I presume the law of sentience is the fusion of the law of perceived reality and the law of emotions? Gravis asked. Ark nodded. Correct. I will be restricted to using the law of the living world, and you need an equally powerful law to counteract that. Additionally, you need this law as your avatar, and since you chose freedom as your avatar, you need to get the law of sentience. Gravis sighed. I don't know if I can comprehend that law, he said. I now have all the components for the law of perceived reality, but I only know a single emotional law, the law of apathy. I haven't comprehended any of the other emotional laws, and I don't even know how to comprehend them. Ark nodded. Your issue with your lightning is at fault. Gravis perked up. It is? He asked. Yes, Ark confirmed. Comprehending the emotional laws means getting lost in the emotion. However, your two sides are similar in behavior and decision, but polar opposites in emotions. Gravis furrowed his brows as he looked down. I think I know what you mean. My lightning and I often do the same things, but for different reasons. I'm honest because I don't want to flee from the truth, but my lightning is honest out of fairness. Close, but not entirely, Ark said. It's more about how you feel in a given situation. When someone many times weaker than you attacks you, you often find it amusing or feel pity, while your lightning feels disrespect and rage. When someone gives you a present, you might feel delighted and happy, while your lightning feels suppressed. Suppressed? Gravis asked in surprise. Ark nodded. Lightning is fair, and when someone helps it, it needs to help back. This puts a restriction on it. In short, you want to feel close to others, but your lightning wants to be distant from others. Lightning has a great affinity for the laws of rage, apathy, and pride. Meanwhile, you have a great affinity for the laws of calm, empathy, and humility. When someone attacks you, your lightning becomes angry, but you become calm so that you can deal with the issue as logically and efficiently as possible. In both cases, you kill the enemy, but you feel different emotions. The time you learned your one and only emotional law was when you summoned the mindset of your lightning without interfering. Sadly, this is no longer possible due to the animosity between the two of you now, Ark explained. Because of that, comprehending the emotional laws will become nearly impossible. Frankly, the only way you can understand emotional laws in this state is by sheer luck, and you obviously don't have that. Gravis sighed again. So, as long as the problem with my lightning persists, I will have no chance of comprehending the emotional laws. Correct, Ark said with a nod. There are some solutions to your issue, but all of them have different prices. Obviously, I can't tell you since that is something that you need to find out and decide by yourself. Every solution has a major disadvantage for either one or both of you. Gravis looked at the lake absent-mindedly as the weight on his shoulders returned. Gravis had comprehended the level 2 law of safety, but that didn't change anything. If it were only Gravis involved, he would have no issues in feeling calm, safe, and free due to his different laws of perceived reality. Yet, in this circumstance, Gravis felt like he would be running away from his responsibility. His lightning was constantly being suppressed by Gravis, and if Gravis decided to feel great now, it would only draw even more animosity from his lightning. Gravis' lightning was not his enemy but his friend. Sadly, as soon as Gravis decided to prioritize freedom, his friend felt betrayed by him. How am I supposed to split myself in two? Gravis thought. The obvious solution would be to create a completely new body for my lightning to free it. However, there are several problems with that. First of all, I would lose access to all my lightning powers. Second of all, I would need to know the law of true life. Lastly, I would need to, at least, become an ancestral or divine god. I don't have that long. I can't share the control over my being with it. After all, when critical decisions come, we will fight with each other until one suppresses the other again. Completely changing myself is also bad since I would be the suppressed one after that. My lightning has the right to freedom, but so do I. Lightning fork also doesn't work. That only creates a new body, but my spirit is still only one thing. When something important happens, we would still clash heads with each other. All paths have issues. Gravis suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to Ark. When you are close to death, you will find a solution, Ark said. The question is what your price is going to be. Right now, you don't know what you want. When you are close to death, you know what you truly want. Bang! Ark shoved Gravis until he fell over and grinned. Until then, forget all of this, he said. Instead, let's talk about something else. Ark's rough shove pulled Gravis out of his worried mindset. After sitting up again, Gravis sighed again. So, what do you want to talk about? Gravis asked, still a bit absent-minded. Well, there are 3 reasons I wanted you here, Ark said. The first one was simply talking to you. The second one was to teach you the law of safety. And the third one is to give you an actually useful explanation about weapon cultivation. Ark laughed a bit. You have absolutely no affinity with the synchronization comprehension method. That's why I knew that you won't be able to learn weapon cultivation in the unrestrained sect. Synchronization comprehension method? Gravis asked. Ark laughed as he smirked smugly. Actually, this entire thing was created by me. By you? Gravis asked. Does this mean that this comprehension method only exists in this world? No, it exists in every world, Ark said. Gravis blinked a couple of times. Could you explain? Well, it's like this, Ark said as he leaned back with a smile. I hate seeing talent getting wasted. Yet what is talent? What is the definition of talent? That's something debatable. But in my mind, talent represents the mindset of a cultivator and their affinity towards the laws. Someone that manages to comprehend laws faster than others is obviously more talented. However, what allows someone to comprehend laws faster? It's the mindset, Ark said, tapping his head. Specifically, the enjoyment of comprehending laws and the abilities of the mind. If comprehending laws is a chore, it will be far harder for you to focus and force you to comprehend laws. At some point, you will also become burned out. The next thing is how you go about comprehending laws. You, for example, are a very logical person. You analyze all the individual details and combine them into one whole concept. Like this, you comprehended a law. This was all it has been for a really, really long time. However, this meant that only the logical people that loved finding problems and solving them became really powerful. So, I started comparing the laws to people. You can analyze a person and run innumerable tests on them until you know how they will react to any given situation. Yet, are there not also people that know how someone will react just based on how that person feels to them? Your friend, Ferris, is one of these beings. You have already seen that he has a great talent for finding trustworthy people. However, you also know that Ferris definitely isn't the sharpest tool in the shed. So, how come that he is even better at judging others than you? It's his empathy and feeling, Gravis answered. Ferris trusts his feelings and somehow knows if that person is trustworthy or not. Exactly, Ark said with a smirk. So, why is it that the laws can't be comprehended like this? The answer is actually rather simple, Ark said. Because my creator designed it in such a way. Even though I dislike my creator immensely, I contacted him and told him about this change. Why not also allow a law to be comprehended the other way around? Could you elaborate? Gravis asked. Simple. Every law has its own minute and subtle feeling. If you are able to grasp the feeling of the law, you will still know what it does in any given situation. The problem back then was that the people didn't know the specifics of the laws, which made it impossible to be used, even though they perfectly knew the law based on feeling. Thus, my creator tweaked the comprehension of laws a little bit. Now, as long as someone perfectly knows how a law feels, the law will tell them all the small details about it. Thus, they also manage to comprehend the law. So, in short, you learn all the details and combine them by analyzing, thinking, and calculating. In comparison, the synchronization comprehension method creates the entire concept and then delivers all the small details. Both comprehension methods are equally difficult since you need to understand the entire law regardless, but the affinity for different cultivators changes. With this, people that have an incredible talent for empathy and feeling can also comprehend these laws. Gravis remained silent for some seconds. That actually sounds impossible. Yet, the highest heaven simply made the impossible possible. Ark nodded. Yes, it's his cosmos, and he can do with it whatever he wants. Anyway, that's the reason why the unrestrained sect comprehends the laws differently from you. They concentrate on them and synchronize their mindsets. This takes a lot of time and concentration, but it works. However, this method only works for cultivators that would rather follow their gut than their mind. You, on the other hand, always follow your mind over your gut. Gravis nodded. Definitely. Nothing against you, but this synchronization comprehension method is absolutely useless to me. Ark laughed loudly. I know. Anyway, you already heard the explanation from Shuram about how to comprehend weapon laws via the synchronization comprehension method. Can you find out the actual way of comprehending the law by his words? Gravis frowned as he looked down. His finger went to his chin to scratch it as he began thinking. The words Shuram had said went through Gravis' mind. He said that Gravis should concentrate on the feeling of his weapon and worship it. He also said that the weapon was Gravis and that Gravis was his weapon. Without his weapon, a cultivator would lose everything. This sounded similar to something else. Hadn't Gravis said that he was lightning and that lightning was him? This was basically the same thing. However, this was no longer the case. Gravis was lightning, but lightning actually wasn't Gravis anymore. Gravis' mind, body, and spirit were made of lightning. Yet, there was an obvious disconnect between his lightning and himself. The more Gravis thought about this, the more paradoxical it seemed. Gravis was punishment lightning. Gravis punishment lightning was punishment lightning. Yet, somehow, Gravis was no longer his own punishment lightning, even though Gravis was punishment lightning? This seemingly made no sense. In math, it would be like this. A equal with C, B equal with C, and not equal with B. It made no sense. At the same time, Gravis likened his own situation to the words that Shuram had said to him. Shuram said that the weapon was the cultivator, But was this true? Was this even possible? Gravis wasn't a saber, was he? I mean, it has to be possible. Otherwise, weapon cultivators wouldn't be able to unleash these kinds of attacks, Gravis thought. Yet, what makes a weapon? What could I even comprehend about it? My saber has a handle and a blade. I know it perfectly since I created it myself. I also fought with it for thousands of years, and I know all the movements I can produce with it. I know all physical ways that I can move my saber and attack or block with it. There are only so many movements I can do. A physical attack with a weapon is only that, a physical attack. It isn't like other laws that completely change their entire composition and being. It's still the same. I'm also pretty sure that weapon laws have nothing to do with some kind of perceived reality. Perceived reality exists in the mind, but a weapon attack is physical. It's firmly placed inside the physical reality. So what even are weapon laws? I haven't thought about this before, but the entire concept of weapon laws seemingly doesn't exist. It's like it's not real. Yet, it must be real since it can obviously exhibit powerful strength. I think I'm even more confused than before, Gravis thought helplessly. Gravis sighed. I give up. I have no idea what Shuram meant, Gravis said. Ark chuckled a bit. Yes, because Shuram's explanation made it even harder for you to comprehend weapon laws. Even harder? Gravis asked with surprise. Ark nodded. Yes, he explained it correctly, and if you were to follow the synchronization comprehension method, you would find success. Yet, you must remember that the synchronization comprehension method works backward from your perspective. With his explanation, he showed you the end result and wants you to find out the details. Ark smirked widely. Now, let me tell you a sentence that will blow you away. Yet, with this sentence, you should be able to find out what weapon laws are. Gravis became very intrigued. Go on, Gravis said as he leaned forward. Ark chuckled a little. Oh, this is going to be so great. You don't know how much I'm anticipating your expression. Ark looked deeply into Gravis' eyes with a smirk. Weapon laws have nothing to do with weapons. Gravis' mind stopped. What? Weapon laws have nothing to do with weapons. Ah ha ha ha. Ark laughed as he saw Gravis' face. Your face, man, he shouted through hysterics. Gravis wasn't in the mood to laugh. Instead, he felt pretty frustrated. Nothing to do with weapons? Then why was it called a weapon law? Everyone would think that it has something to do with weapons. After all, it's called a fucking weapon law. It's the entire shit with life energy all over again, Gravis grumbled with furrowed brows. Ark still snickered a little. Kind of, but not entirely. The life energy thing is just because of your personal definition of it, while the weapon law thing is different. You said I could find out what weapon laws are with that sentence, but you only confused me even more, Gravis said with annoyance. You don't get it? Ark asked with a smirk. All right. Let me give you a comparison. Imagine you are in the wild, and a ton of wild and dangerous animals are around you. Yet, the only thing you have is a stick. This stick is the only thing you can use to defend yourself. Obviously, a stick is not enough to defend yourself. So, what do? Ark asked as he raised a finger. Simple, you search for a stone and add it to the stick, creating a spear. So, do you still have your stick? Gravis furrowed his brows, but Ark continued talking. You do, but you also don't. Your stick is now part of the spear. Now, when everyone else is put in the same situation, all of them will convert their sticks into spears, since they need a good weapon to defend themselves. So, in the end, everyone won't see the stick as a stick, but as an incomplete spear. Therefore, when you meet someone else with a spear while you only have a stick, they will ask you why your spear is damaged, even though it's only a stick. A stick inherently has nothing to do with a spear. It's just a stick. However, since everyone else uses it for the same thing, it will only be seen as this one thing, Ark explained. Do you understand now? Gravis made several connections. I think I do. The stick represents the weapon law, while the spear represents the association with weapons. The stick has nothing to do with weapons, but everyone sees it as a weapon since everyone uses these as components of weapons. That's why you said that Shuram was showing me the end product first. My end goal is to create this weapon law and then fuse it with an actual weapon. According to your comparison, a stick can be used to create a weapon, but it can also be used to create a ton of different stuff. However, only a weapon is relevant since I can't use any other kind of tool. In short, a weapon law is some kind of law that I can add to a weapon, but it doesn't have to be added to a weapon, right? Gravis asked. Correct, Ark said with a nod. To be precise, a weapon law is a kind of usage and refining of your being and laws. When you use your lightning crescent, you fuse your will aura, spirit, and lightning into one attack. A weapon law is similar but more refined. With your lightning crescent, you are adding laws. You use the normal lightning laws and add your laws of lightning's explosiveness, lightning's power, and lightning's speed. You have a base law and you add 3 other laws to increase its power. However, you can't use everything. You can only add the lightning-related laws, but what about the others? Shouldn't you also be able to add your laws that increase the power of your will aura, since your will aura is part of your lightning crescent's power? Remember the sect master of the unrestrained sect. Remember the arrows he used? He created these arrows with the law of suppression. Can you do that? Ark asked. Gravis frowned. No, I can't, he said. I can only use my law of suppression with my will aura. I can't transform it into a physical attack. Ark nodded. Right. Liran took the ethereal power of something non-physical and made it physical. And as you know, as soon as something is physical, you can manipulate it with your body. So, like this, Liran's physical power could also be added to the attack. Now, imagine your lightning crescent. What if you could add the power of your physical body and perceived reality laws to the attack? Gravis imagined this scenario, and what he imagined was scary. Such an attack would be far stronger. Even mortality would count as a joke in comparison. That would be terrifying, Gravis said. Ark nodded. Yes, and that's what weapon laws are. They are simply a tool to fuse everything together, transforming the ethereal power into physical power. Right now, you can't fuse ethereal power with physical power since they are on seemingly 2 different planes. Take them to the same plane so that they can interact. Gravis nodded. Makes sense, but how? First, you need to create a focus, at least that's what your homeworld calls it, Ark said. Focus? Gravis asked. The focus is a law, but not a traditional law, Ark answered. Gravis furrowed his brows. How? All laws in the world have been created by my creator. He can tweak them, change them, delete them, or add new ones, Ark said. Look at the world like it's the mind of my creator. You are trying to understand all parts of his brain by comprehending laws. You are never creating anything new. You are only copying. A focus is a kind of law that you create yourself, Ark said. A self-created law? Gravis asked in shock. I can do that? I can create laws? Yes, Ark answered with a nod, smirking. Even Unity Realm cultivators can do that. The difference is that these laws only exist inside you. They exist only in your body, mind, and reality. They are not present on the outside since the normal laws will just destroy them. You could liken it to perceived reality. In your world, you are able to use these powers. In your own mind, you are the most powerful. However, when you are able to create a law powerful enough to gain the recognition of the other laws, it will become reality. Of course, this is your law, and only you can use it. This is what weapon laws are. You create your own law and use it to fuse your other laws. That's why it's also called a focus. It serves to focus everything that you have on one point. So, what would be the best use for such a focus? Obviously, it's to create a powerful attack. Fusing all of your powers into a singular attack is by far the most useful application. Obviously, the best spot to place and use that focus would be your weapon. Everyone uses their focus with their weapon, since this is their most offensive tool, and the focus would be able to unleash its greatest potential with it. So, since everyone uses it with their weapon, and since the focus counts as a law, everyone simply calls it a weapon law. Even though it has nothing to do with weapons, Gravis finally understood what weapon laws were and how they worked. Based on the name and what Shuram had told him, Gravis had always thought that he had to understand a law related to his weapon. He had looked at this law like it was a normal law, trying to understand more about his weapon. However, there was simply nothing more to understand about his weapon. It was a saber, could stab and it could slash. One could learn a ton about how to use a weapon, but Gravis was so old and so experienced that there was simply nothing more to learn. How can I create this focus? Gravis asked. I can't help you with that, Ark said. It's your personal law. If I were to tell you how to do it, it wouldn't be your personal law anymore. The only thing you need to do now is to experiment. You know the end product you want to achieve, and you need to find a way to create that product. Simply look at it like you want to create a very powerful weapon. After all, you are pretty good at forging weapons. Gravis nodded. Thanks, Ark. I don't know how long it would have taken me to finally get what weapon laws are without you, Gravis said sincerely. No problem, Ark said with a smirk as he waved dismissively. As I've said, I don't like talent being wasted. That you found a sect so perfectly fitting to your mindset seems like luck. But it was actually bad luck. The unrestrained sect only uses the synchronization comprehension method. Trying to learn weapon laws from them made it even harder for you. Luck, huh? Gravis uttered with a sigh. Ark nodded. Yes, your lack of karmic luck is in full effect again since you are now among humans. You just have to deal with it. Gravis nodded. By the way, I think now would be a good time for you to return to your sect, Ark said. You spent about 14 hours here, and your sect is in danger due to the punishment cleaver sect. You now know how to create your own weapon laws, but you don't have the time right now. Gravis nodded again. Yes, Arthur probably won't stop until the unrestrained sect is annihilated. He is probably still fearful of Li Ran's unexpected power, but that wouldn't stop him from using other means. It's only a matter of time before he tries something. I might not have been part of the sect for even a single day, but I joined them. Loyalty is important to me, and I will help them to the best of my ability. If you want, Ark said, you can return and we can speak to each other again. The emblem you received gives you unlimited teleportations. However, you obviously can't use it in a crisis to flee. I wouldn't want you to use me to flee from danger. Though, I'm sure that you also wouldn't want to do that, right? Right? Gravis confirmed as he stood up. Thank you again, Ark. I know that you only helped me because you want to, but it's still something I appreciate. One more thing, Ark said. This world holds law comprehension areas and some inheritances for every existing law that isn't part of the laws of perceived reality. This includes the emotional laws. When you've dealt with your lightning issue, you can search for them to learn about emotional laws. Gravis nodded. Thanks. Go, Ark said with a smile. If you ever want to talk, just come back. I'm always here. Gravis nodded. Then, see you later, Ark. See you later, Gravis. Crack. Gravis summoned the emblem and broke it. As soon as it broke, Gravis was already gone. Ark continued sitting in front of the lake, his feet still dangling in the water. I wonder how our fight will go in the future, he mused to himself with a smile. Finally, something exciting happens again. Xing. Gravis appeared near the unrestrained sect again, clutching his head. Fuck this spatial displacement, he thought as he felt nauseous. After some seconds, Gravis recovered again and thought about the weapon laws. I have no idea how to even start. I also don't know how long this will take. I mean, understanding a level 1 law is already pretty easy for me, and the low-tier saber intent should be able to exhibit the power of a level 1 law. However, I have no idea how long even the first level would take. Additionally, what even makes a weapon intent stronger than another one? No idea. Gravis sighed. Anyway, I should return to the unrestrained sect again. Now that I am a late minor circulation immortal, I could use some tempering again. My will aura is no longer at its peak. With that thought, Gravis teleported a couple of times until he returned to the unrestrained sect again. After looking around for a little bit, Gravis noticed that nothing had changed. The atmosphere of the sect also hadn't changed. This meant that there was no imminent danger or anything similar. Nothing unusual here, Gravis thought. I don't know what Arthur is planning, but his plan hasn't revealed itself yet. I doubt that he would directly attack the unrestrained sect since he is still wary of Liran. This means that he will probably use some other methods. I'm in a world of humans now. An open war probably won't appear just like this. Humans are more prone to use soft methods, slowly chipping away at the enemy until they get suppressed into such a weak state that they can kill them with just a single strike. Gravis looked around and tried to think what he would do. I think the inside of the unrestrained sect is off-limits. That leaves 3 possible attacking points. First, resources. Resources are becoming relevant again in this world. I don't know how the unrestrained sect acquires their resources, but they must acquire them in some way. Maybe immortal stone mines? Maybe renting law comprehension areas. Destroying access to these resources would stunt the growth of the sect and would maybe even motivate the disciples to leave. The unrestrained sect is especially vulnerable to these kinds of attacks due to the free policies. Second would be honor. Beasts don't care about such stuff, but most human societies do. If the unrestrained sect gets suppressed by others and humiliated, the disciples might decide to leave since they wouldn't want to be part of such a weak sect. Third, the disciples themselves. Assassination squads outside the unrestrained sect could be waiting to strike the disciples. However, that's a double-edged sword. If the assassination squad fails, the disciples' battle strength will explode due to the tempering. Additionally, if any kind of information leaks out, the sect that sent these squads will find the alliance of sects as their enemy. Gravis narrowed his eyes. I think the first and second options are the most likely. Liran and the sect elders have lived for longer than me and have lived in human society their entire life. They definitely came to the same conclusions as me and are already looking out for these kinds of attacks. Then, Gravis smirked. But soft human warfare is actually more helpful to me than beast warfare. Beasts attack with overwhelming power, and something that can kill Liran can kill me easily. Instead, humans have to find reasonable reasons to go into conflict. This means that people of higher realms won't attack people of lower realms openly. This gives me the initiative. I am able to choose my opponent due to my low realm. Additionally, no one knows that I am already a late minor circulation immortal since I keep my stronger body hidden in the life ring. This means that an endless number of potential enemies will come knocking at my door, and I get to choose my opponent. This is perfect. Gravis returned to the sect to check up on things. Nothing seemed to be out of the ordinary, which meant that the enemy hadn't shown their hand yet. After talking to Shuram for a little bit, Gravis told him that he knew what Shuram had meant previously and that Gravis would be concentrating on comprehending weapon laws in the meantime. Shuram only smiled and wished Gravis luck. However, Gravis also told Shuram that he should inform Gravis if something happened. Gravis wanted some real tempering. Shuram confirmed that he would inform Gravis later. With that done, Gravis went into a forest and stopped beside a lake. Gravis enjoyed comprehending laws beside lakes since this scenery reminded him of the middle world. Gravis was a social person, but he didn't want to comprehend weapon laws with the other members of the unrestrained sect. If they saw how he comprehended his laws, they might ask annoying questions. About 3 days passed until something happened. Gravis still hadn't made any headway in creating his own focus, but he hadn't expected that he would be able to make any kind of progress before the enemy arrived anyway. Junior brother. The voice of a woman appeared near Gravis. Her voice sounded very careful and probing, which was normal in the unrestrained sect. If they directly broke someone's weapon cultivation, the person might get their connection with their weapon destroyed. By talking carefully and quietly, it would be more akin to a knock than an interruption. What is it? Gravis asked as he opened his eyes. Gravis didn't follow the synchronization comprehension method, which meant that he could get interrupted whenever. It would just be annoying to fall back into the rhythm of comprehension. The woman was a bit surprised that Gravis immediately answered. Normally, cultivators finished their comprehension first before answering to not anger their weapons. However, Gravis didn't appear annoyed or angered at all. It seemed like this was nothing but a minor inconvenience to him. "Excuse me, junior brother," she said, "but our sect master has an offer for you. It is regarding a challenge to several of our minds." Gravis narrowed his eyes. So, they have arrived. All right, Gravis said as he stood up. I'll go there right away. Thank you, junior brother, she said. I wish you luck. Gravis nodded and teleported away. Xing. Gravis directly arrived in the middle of the central hall where the upper echelon of the unrestrained sect usually gathered. Gravis looked around and noticed that the atmosphere was very different from the last time he had been here. Frustration and rage filled the atmosphere. Yes. Gravis immediately asked Liran, who sat in one of the chairs with furrowed brows. Liran looked at Gravis and sighed in relief. With Gravis' battle strength, they could get a ton of resource points. Gravis, as expected, Arthur has become active, Liran said. I know. What's the plan? Gravis asked. Liran looked at Gravis. Do you know how we decide which sect gets which valuable resource point? Liran asked. Gravis shrugged. Probably money or strength, Gravis answered. Liran nodded. That's the general gist of it. I'll give you a more detailed one, Liran said. According to the potential wealth of an area, realms are assigned. Resource points that are wealthy enough to serve as the basis for an entire sect will be defended by immortal kings. Meanwhile, valuable but not as important places are assigned to the individual circulations of the immortal realm. Therefore, we have 4 distinctions between resource spots, minor circulation, major circulation, peak, and immortal king. Do you know why that is? Liran asked. Gravis nodded. To leave the other sects some breathing room. If there were one vastly more powerful cultivator, they would only be able to take over the resource points of one of the 4 categories. The others would still be untouchable. Liran nodded. Exactly. One incredibly powerful early circulation immortal could theoretically take over all the early circulation resource points in our area. This would obviously still be an incredible amount of wealth, far more than one sect can handle. Because of that, there is one additional restriction. One immortal king can only be responsible for 1 resource point, Liran explained. If one sect master would be vastly more powerful than the others, they could theoretically steal all the belonging of all the other sects while keeping to the rules. We are allies, not enemies. Because of that, one immortal king can only attack 1 resource point if they don't have one yet, and if they get it, they can only defend this one and not attack another one. The same thing is true for the other realms, but in a less restrictive form. Peak immortals can get 3 resource points, major circulation immortals get 6, and minor circulation immortals get 12. Liran explained. Gravis nodded. And I'm guessing that Arthur paid someone to take out as many resource points as possible? Gravis asked. Liran nodded. That's exactly what they are doing, he said. Several sects just so happen to decide to challenge us on the same day. This is not a coincidence. However, it's also not against the rules. Even worse, several petitions to lower the realm of some of our resource points have been submitted. Our peak immortals are pretty powerful in comparison to other sects, but our major circulation immortals are only a slight bit above average. Right now, a lot of sects are deciding if some of our peak immortal resource points should be lowered to major circulation points. With that, they would be able to get them easier. Additionally, getting a new resource point is also far more difficult than defending one. The most powerful cultivators in each realm defend the most important resource points. This means that only the B team can attack while the A team is on the defense. So, even though our peak immortals get a new open spot, it would be very difficult for them to claim a new one for their realm. Lastly, claiming the resource point of another sect might enrage them and draw further retaliation. Gravis nodded. Makes sense. So what would you have me do? He asked. Show of strength and deterrence, Liran said. Aggressive or defensive? Gravis asked. Changing the spot of a defender is difficult if the previous defender is still alive, Liran said. I can't just kill one of our members to let you take their place. Therefore, I would like you to claim 3 very valuable resource points of the 3 main aggressors. After that, you would still have 9 left. The enemy will realize your power and will know that the most aggressive party would get your next claim. Gravis waited for more, but Liran was apparently done. Seriously? That's it? Gravis asked. Liran nodded. What else would you have me do? He asked. How about I claim all 12 directly, and you threaten them with giving me enough immortal stones to make me a major circulation immortal? At that point, I would be threatening 6 vastly more valuable spots, Gravis said. Liran sighed. I would, but we don't have the liquid funds right now. In order to make you an early major circulation immortal, we would need to spend 600,000 immortal stones. Theoretically, we have the money, but it's all been assigned already to the different defenders. I won't break my word. Gravis scratched his chin. Can I kill the defenders? Gravis asked. Liran nodded. This also serves as tempering. Without the chance of death, it wouldn't be tempering. Can I keep their stuff? Gravis asked. Liran nodded. Gravis thought some more. Do you have 300,000 immortal stones of liquid funds? Gravis asked. Liran frowned. The sect only has so much, but I can make up for it with my private wealth. All right, then give them to me. In a day, I will return as a late minor circulation immortal and will attack the major circulation areas, Gravis said. Liran's eyes opened widely. Wait, does that mean that you want to jump 4 levels against the most talented individuals? You should know that these cultivators are far more powerful than normal cultivators. All of them can jump an entire level. Gravis looked evenly at Liran. My will aura is the main thing that allows me to jump so many levels, and the level suppression is my bane. A mid-major circulation immortal that can jump 2 levels is weaker than a late major circulation immortal that has average battle strength to me. A late major circulation immortal would be 4 power levels higher than me. If they can jump 1 level, it would be more like 4.2 levels instead of 5 for me, since the level suppression is the biggest factor. 4.2 levels is dangerous, but I've had far worse odds before. Liran furrowed his brows while everyone around them kept doing what they were doing. Gravis and Liran were talking with their spirits to keep the plans a secret. Liran couldn't be sure that there were no traders in here or people that would sell information for immortal stones. Liran grew nervous as he fell into thought. He had heard about Gravis' power, but he hadn't seen it. After all, ever since Liran had appeared, Gravis hadn't unleashed a single attack. Gravis had only helped Liran while he fought against Arthur. Someone that could jump 4 levels couldn't exist, but Gravis had proven that he could. He had killed that one captain of the Burial Ground sect, even if that captain was one of the weaker cultivators at his level. Additionally, Shuram had seen the fight between Gravis and the captain. Yet, was Liran willing to bet such a huge sum of money on the words of his son and Gravis? If Liran had the money, he would have no qualms in giving Gravis 600,000 immortal stones to make him an early major circulation immortal. After all, Gravis was mighty, that much was sure. But betting 300,000 immortal stones to make him a late minor circulation immortal? According to logic, Gravis would die 100% of the time, no matter whom he fought. However, could Gravis' power be judged by logic? Liran looked at Gravis, who only looked emotionlessly at Liran. Whenever things became serious, Gravis reverted to a direct and emotionless attitude. He wasn't suppressing his emotions, but he didn't let them cloud his judgment. Efficiency and effectiveness were Gravis' main goals when it came to serious situations. Liran sighed. He wanted to bet on Gravis. His feelings also told him to bet on Gravis. However, he couldn't place the last bit of his sex wealth on his emotions and what he wanted. That would be irresponsible. I'm sorry, but I can't, Liran said to Gravis. I can't bet our last bit of wealth on a gamble. Can't you, or do you not want to? Gravis asked evenly. I can't, Liran said. I want to, but I can't risk the sect's last bit of safe wealth. Liran's voice sounded like he had given up, and it was filled with regret. Gravis slowly shook his head in disappointment. When Liran saw Gravis' reaction, for some reason, he felt like he had made a huge mistake. He wasn't sure why, but it felt like he had missed something extremely crucial, something that could have changed his entire life. However, even when Liran felt these emotions, he couldn't change his decision now. He had already committed to it. Couldn't he? Who said that he couldn't change his decision anymore? Sadly, Liran's own restrictions on himself made that impossible for him to see. Why had Gravis shaken his head in disappointment? This was Liran's decision, and he could do with the money whatever he wanted. Was he supposed to bet on Gravis? No. Liran could do whatever he wanted, but he didn't. He had the ability to, but his own personality stopped him. After all, if he could do whatever he wanted, and if he wanted to bet on Gravis, he would have bet on Gravis. But he didn't. So, this meant that he couldn't do what he wanted. And exactly that was why it was so hard to comprehend freedom. Risking one's own life and well-being was something entirely different from risking the well-being of others. Gravis had only been able to grasp freedom when he had handed over his 3 children. Gravis had voluntarily handed over control over something more important than his own life. If Liran had done what he wanted, he would have maybe comprehended something regarding freedom. Maybe he would have even comprehended the minor law of freedom. Responsibility was a blessing and a curse. Being responsible for something meant that one liked or loved something so much that they were willing to suppress themselves for its well-being. This was also an integral part of becoming an adult. Sadly, comprehending freedom required one to be irresponsible and endanger their close ones for their own desire. Almost everyone would view such a person as disgusting and selfish, which was a very valid opinion. Betting the remaining funds of the sect on a dream gamble would have been irresponsible. However, to comprehend freedom, one needed to be irresponsible. Freedom was following one's desires, even if it endangered one's loved ones. This made comprehending freedom so incredibly difficult. Now, Gravis knew that Liran would never be able to comprehend freedom. This was already the least extreme opportunity to comprehend freedom. Even if Liran lost the gamble, the sect wouldn't break apart. Since Liran wasn't even able to grasp freedom in this circumstance, he wouldn't grasp freedom in any other circumstance. Liran would never learn freedom. Liran was doomed to never become a heavens magnate. "Give me information about the most important resource points," Gravis said. "Tell me which major circulation resource points you want to be attacked." Liran was a bit surprised. "But I can't give you the immortal stones. My realm is my worry, not yours," Gravis said. "I obviously won't betray the sect without your sect betraying me first, and I won't go into a fight that would definitely end in my death. I promise you that," Gravis said with his law of honesty. Liran felt the effects of the law and knew that Gravis was speaking the truth. However, he still couldn't imagine what plans Gravis had regarding these major circulation resource points. Gravis just arrived, and Middle Worlds didn't have immortal stones. This meant that Gravis couldn't have any immortal stones. So how would he raise his own realm? Liran had no idea. However, in the end, Liran decided to give Gravis the information about the resource points. Even if this information leaked, it wouldn't be bad. Changing the defenders of the resource points was incredibly difficult. Additionally, the information only showed the places and strengths of the resource points. Something like this wasn't a secret. After all, the resource points were public knowledge. Liran transmitted the information, and Gravis looked at an image of a map in his mind. There were thousands of resource points strewn across the map, and those were only the ones for major circulation immortals. However, one had to remember that these were the resource points for over 100 sects. On average, that would still only be something like 40 per sect or so if everyone had the same number. On top of that, the wealth distribution even among equal resource points was massive. One of the most valuable major circulation resource points would be over 50 times as valuable as an average major circulation resource point. Spiritwood Forest, Immortal Stone Mine number 147, Skin Ascension Plume Tree, Frost Law Comprehension Area, Dark Graphenite Mine, Crystal Essence Cave. Gravis thought as he looked at all the different names of the resource points. All of these things helped in cultivation and could be sold for immortal stones. "I see that we have a mine of purple quartzite," Gravis said. "If I want to win against someone at the late major circulation realm, I need a fitting weapon. If you already can't pay me for my actions, giving me some or to create a new weapon should be enough." Gravis wanted to help the unrestrained sect, but he wouldn't do it for free. They would be getting a ton of valuable resource points from him. They might as well pay him for that. Liran sighed in relief. "That's not a problem," he said. Liran had already felt guilty that he couldn't reward Gravis with immortal stones, that Gravis asked for some or alleviated a ton of Liran's guilt. "How much do you need?" Liran asked. "That much," Gravis said as he summoned a cube of light before him. "That's a lot," Liran said after a while. "I need 3 sabers and 2 spears for all eventualities," Gravis said. "If one of my sabers breaks and I don't have a spare one, I will die." Liran furrowed his brows but sighed again. "All right. Hope." Liran summoned a cube of ore and gave it to Gravis. Gravis nodded and pocketed it. "I will leave now," Gravis said. "In 3 days, at the latest, I will either be dead, or the unrestrained sect will have a new resource point of the major circulation class." Gravis activated his law of honesty to prove that he wasn't lying. Liran nodded. "I wish you luck, and thank you, Gravis." Gravis nodded too and teleported away.